Why am I mad? You know, white people ask me, why am I so angry? And, you know, I don't have any answer for him because it'd be ridiculous for me to answer him because he couldn't understand anyway, obviously, because he asked me the question. Do you know, have you heard any black people arming? You hear of Avon Township, Springfield Township, Waterford Township, you know, by the verse of Birmingham, that you have racist state representatives that are telling them to arm, like Coon and Harvey Lodge. You don't have, listen, if a black Negro, if a black man was a state representative, was going around in the county telling black people to arm themselves, he would be in prison for inciting a riot. Right.
Well, aren't there black people telling their
Of
people
course
to
there are.
arm?
Sure,
Self-defense.
She made the distinction
I
between
said
black
the
people and
black
black
legislature. Sure, but if a black legislature was out in the county telling black people to arm themselves, where do you think they'd be now?
If they got into jail before they killed him.
Before they killed him. But Harvey Lodge and Coon is jumping all over the county, and they're a big deal.
You know, in the 400 years that I've existed there, 3 years, you know, 3 generations within my own family, why don't you know what I'm like? What is it so new in 1968 or, you know, in the 60s that you've got to learn? Because my grandfather was born, you know, he's 90. My mother was ready for integration. You know, she's middle-class Negro. Now, all of a sudden, you come to me and you say, you know, communicate with me. Hell, I've been here all the time. And we've been Where were you? Communicate. Now, what do I have to say to you? The most advanced nation in the world. It has to be resolved. It has to be resolved because I want my children to have an answer. If not me, I personally prefer that I have an answer. You know, I don't have, you know, I like to think I don't have my lifetime to waste on this.
You think we're going to the gas chambers like the Jews did? You're insane. We're not going to be. I'm not going to be singing and praying and going to the gas chambers. And, you know, it's a very real possibility. You know, people talk about genocide. A lot of people talk about it, especially now. And a lot of people don't believe it, but it's a very real factor. It's a very real factor, and white people arming themselves to bring this thing about, and it's a very real thing. And black people decide they're not going to the gas chambers on their knees.
This is what some discussion came up in the chambers of the city commission, and someone said something about 25 million black people, and you could hear a little mumble in the background. Yes, and we've got 25 million graves. This is a very real thing. This is what they're planning for us.
I think you'll find, sir, that there will come a time when black people wake up and become intellectually independent enough to think for themselves, as other humans are intellectually independent enough to think for themselves. Then the black man will think like a black man, and he will feel for other black people. And this new thinking and feeling will cause black people to stick together. And then at that point, you'll have a situation where when you attack one black man, you are attacking all black men. And this type of black thinking will cause all black people to stick together. And this type of thinking also will bring an end to the brutality inflicted upon black people by white people. And it is the only thing that will bring an end to it. No federal court, state court, or city court will bring an end to it. It's something that the black man has to bring an end to himself.
See, you have a wolf and a fox. Both of them look alike, but when they attack the hen house, the approach is different. See, the wolf, he'll warn you before you attack. You know, ooh. They say, put the hens up, the wolf's coming. But the fox, he tiptoes around the house. See, you have a rattlesnake, and you got them diamondback cobras. Both of them look alike, they're real pretty. But I like the rattlesnake better because if I get in his way, he'll warn me. But the cobra, he slips up on me, see? So you have a southern white man in America, and you have a northern one. That's how black people stays tricked in New York. Oh, you're so nice. Everything is all right. I get on the jet and fly for 2 hours and get off. I see a bunch of tigers looking at me. See, both of you look alike, and it ain't that much difference in you. Just a 2-hour jet flight. Well, how'd you change so quick? You haven't changed, but you're a little more educated. You're a little more scientific. You know how to smile. And I was raised with colored people. Oh, my mother had a colored nurse. Oh, well, I watch you more than I do in the South, see? Because when I get down in the South, at least when I get out of place, he said, watch yourself, nigger. I said, thank you.
What is good, my people? We are live back again with another live broadcast on the forecast. Yo, what's going on, Tanzan? How you doing? And yeah, peace to everybody in here. Much love to y'all. I know I'm on here a little bit late for my time zone anyway. But I had some stuff I had to take care of, I do some But anyway, I appreciate y'all for coming on. And like I say all the time, make sure y'all subscribe to my other channel in case they do something to this channel, because I never know when or never know why. You know what I'm saying? Well, I know why, but you never know what thing they're going to bring up and try to take my channel down. So make sure y'all subscribe to the backup channel. It's in the description. I'm going to put it in the chat. Tomorrow, Saturday, 3 o'clock, and I've been saying it, but I know I got the emails out a little bit late, but this time around, there's going to be another meeting for anybody who can be available, who want to be a part of what we're trying to do. If you want to be down, like if you're serious about doing something, then we're not just gonna keep talking. We having the meeting tomorrow, 3 o'clock East Coast time. That's 12 o'clock West Coast time. So you email me and I'm gonna send you the link. My sister Erica sent out emails and stuff, so I gotta shout her out. Appreciate all you do. If y'all want to be a part of the water crisis thing, as well, that's in the description. And like I said, I got a time limit on that, and I'm gonna keep going hard for that until the end of August, and we'll see where we at then. And I'm trying to give it some time, but I'm gonna be in contact with everybody by the week, within the week. So anybody who's already donated, I appreciate you. I'm gonna be in contact. Peace, Erica. And yeah, shout out to Erica for all the help that she helped me with organizing and stuff. But yeah, if you want to be a part of that, I'm gonna reach out to everybody who's donated and see what's going on. You know what I mean? So if you want to be a part of that, make sure you do that. Now, I do have a topic, and I know it's late, so I don't plan on being on here late. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I don't plan on it. But before I do that though, I'm gonna show y'all a couple of things, like this just goes from the last video and what I was trying to show. I know it got sidetracked and I saw this afterwards, but the fact that this happened like a couple of blocks away from my house or whatever. So, and it goes with exactly what I was trying to tell you, So apparently there was supposed to be a shooting here, like just a few blocks from my house. Like I can see this from where I'm at right now, like the fireworks, that they let off. So let me play this.
Good evening. Yeah, that tip coming in on Friday, giving police a chance to get out in front of it, actually making an arrest that very day, while also tailing a secondary suspect in all of this for days, finally taking him into custody late yesterday. A hero tipster is being celebrated in Richmond for giving police information to stop a planned mass shooting on the 4th of July. The intended target, the Dogwood Dell celebration, where hundreds were in attendance.
One phone call saved numerous lives on the 4th of July.
Chief Gerald Smith detailing the timeline during a briefing. On Friday, investigators received the tip, sparked by a conversation the tipster overheard. Police showed up to the 3100 block of Columbia Street on Richmond's south side, and someone let them in. The chief says officers seized 2 assault rifles, 1 handgun, and 200 rounds of ammunition from the house, and arrested 52-year-old Julio Alvarado Dubon for being a non-U.S. citizen in possession of a firearm.
They were planning to actually shoot up our 4th of July celebration, okay? We know what their intent is, but we don't have their motive.
Police say they kept a second suspect, 38-year-old Roland.
He said he didn't know what their intent is, but he don't know their motive. What?
A second suspect, 38-year-old Roland Balacarcel, under surveillance until he was arrested Tuesday by state police in Charlottesville, charging him with the same crime.
Now he got arrested, right? But they even though they had all this evidence, he was in the house, he was down with it. They waited a day to arrest this dude, you know what I'm saying?
Charging him with the same crime.
Any number of my community members, my neighbors, my friends, my family could have been victimized in a mass shooting.
At that Monday celebration, City Councilor Stephanie Lynch and her family. She's thankful the tipster stood up and police swooped in.
And we could have been on the news the next day as victims and not survivors. And that is a really terrifying thought.
Police say the 2 suspects are roommates, and Homeland Security is also investigating.
This reminds us that this does not have to be our narrative in Richmond or anywhere else throughout this country. We've seen the proliferations of weapons of war being used on our civilian population throughout this country.
Back out here live, that first suspect who was arrested on Friday, he has a preliminary hearing now set for early next month.
All right, so you know, these dudes, you know, they was planning a mass shooting here, you know what I'm saying? This just happened a couple blocks from my house, supposedly, you know what I'm saying? So you know, I just wanted to come on and show that. And then the next thing I wanted to show is this, you know, because this was something I was going to show. I know the show got real long and we had to get off of here. So this is another thing that I wanted to show.
Turn to Boston, where Mayor Michelle Wu joined federal officials Tuesday to respond to the march through downtown Boston Saturday, led by 100 members of the white supremacist Patriot Front, carrying shields and a banner that read, "Reclaim America." Officials claim the Boston Regional Intelligence Center had no warning they were coming. Local anti-fascist activists confronted the marchers. Mayor Wu also said the Boston Police Civil Rights Unit is investigating how Patriot Front members were seen attacking a local Black artist and musician named Charles Morrell as police looked on. Charles Morrell posted online about the attack, writing, quote, "Just another..."
Now I showed y'all that. Y'all go look at MD2 channel, you know what I'm saying? Because you know, it was kind of funny what he was saying. But
experience in terms of engaging these children of the KKK on.
Charles is not doing
My own cup.
For more, we're joined by 3 guests in Boston, Reverend
States with regard
it was
to
something else
that took place.
All right, so I'm gonna stop that right there. You know, and like I said, I showed them assaulting. What up, Brandon Baxter? I showed them, you know, assaulting that brother, you know what I'm saying? But I was just wanted to make sure that y'all aware that, you know, like anything could happen. Truth 884, what up, my brother? You know what I'm saying? That I want y'all to have your heads on a swivel, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, anything can happen anywhere and you want to be prepared, you know what I'm saying? Stock up on your ammunition, go to you know, shooting ranges, go shoot in the woods, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, be able to prepare yourself in case of anything happening, you know what I'm saying? Because they have this whole movement going on right now. And even if it wasn't, I mean, it's been a movement for the past couple hundred years now, you know what I'm saying? And at some point, you may want to get to a point where you are ready to protect yourself, you know? But anyway, shout out to all of y'all in here. And I'm going to put the link in the chat for anybody who want to come on. But today, and like I said, I wasn't even going to really come on here, but I saw a story, and you know, I know we already did a couple of videos going around the world talking about what it's like in other countries for Black people, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of people try to make excuses for Canada as if it's some liberal, progressive safe haven or something, you know what I'm saying? Where there's white saviors walking around everywhere, you know what I'm saying? So those are the places that I like to expose the most, you know? So I'm gonna go ahead and start showing these couple of videos. Um, and if you come on here while I'm sharing the screen, I'll see you when I finish. All right, so this is the reason right here. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody said that this brother, Chris Broussard, right? He was talking about Kevin Durant going to the Raptors or something. He was saying he shouldn't go there because of the culture that's in Canada towards Black people. Basically, the Canadian racism that exists, you know? So he got a huge backlash talking about, oh, how Canada is this and Canada is that. And I know they always like to talk about how, oh, it's in the South in America, and you know, Canada is the land of this and the land of freedom. So, you know, this is why I wanted to address this whole topic with Canada, because they trying to make a lot of excuses and come after this brother for saying that Black people experience racism in Canada. You know what I'm saying? So we can go through. And speaking of neo-Nazi stuff, you know what I'm saying? And I want y'all to play this video first. Speaking of like these shootings and being prepared, because it's not just there, it's everywhere. And this is this year, 2022. So let me play this for him first.
Discretion is advised.
We will not be ruled! We will not be ruled!
On this edition of The Fifth Estate, it started with a plot to disrupt a gun rally. But that was only the beginning.
They conspired to terrorize, kill, and destroy.
It ended with 2 white supremacists in jail.
Derail some trains, kill some people, and poison some water supplies.
These defendants were hoping for a civil war. In their own words, they craved blood on their hands.
USA! USA!
Now it's interesting how the well, I guess that's why they would be in power, you know, because there's one group of people that literally had everything taken from them and destroyed, but another group of people is down to take action, you know?
Derail some trains, kill some people, and poison some water supplies.
These defendants were hoping for a civil war. In their own words, they craved blood on their hands.
USA! USA!
1 year after America looked militant extremism in the eye and almost flinched. A story of another plot with a Canadian connection.
They were dangerous. They studied violence, tested weapons, stockpiled munitions and supplies, and planned to kill in pursuit of their extremist goals.
The disturbing ideology that drove it.
We realized that they're just going to call us terrorists.
And the Manitoba military reservists now facing 9 years in a U.S. prison.
They're going to go to jail anyway. Might as well do some damage to the system.
Welcome. I'm Gillian Findlay. You might remember Master Corporal Patrick.
With a news tip, actually. So like many stories do when you're at the base. But it did seem to me, you know, looking at it, that this looked like kind of like a white nationalist group of some sort. And that apparently, according to these posters, was recruiting in Winnipeg. So yeah, that's all I really knew to start with.
An internet search revealed the base was indeed a white nationalist group, also a paramilitary group. That got Thorpe's attention and his editors.
And I essentially pitched him on 2 potential approaches for the story. I said I could contact a academic who studies, you know, far-right groups in Canada. I could contact the Winnipeg Police Service and ask if they're aware of these posters. And then I said the other thing I could do is they have like this email address on the bottom of the poster, and I could just pretend to be someone interested in learning more about their organization and see what happens.
Quote unquote pretend.
What happened was almost immediate. Within 24 hours, Thorpe was communicating with the man he would later learn founded the base and answering all kinds of questions.
I was asked questions about my physical fitness level, my race, my sex, whether or not I had military training, if I had any experience with firearms, if I had a background in chemistry or engineering. I tried to keep as many of the details true to life. And I said that, I'd been born and raised in the prairies, and like my family, I had lots of hunters in it, and I'd been taught to shoot guns from a young age, which was true. And I thought maybe that would make me seem like a more attractive recruit, but I didn't want to inflate my credentials.
Now that's interesting. In this meeting, he said, yo, are you physically fit? Do you know how to shoot a gun? You ever have military experience? You know what I'm saying? Now that's like way more militant, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna keep going. I'm just saying it's interesting, like how it's hard to have us to get together to talk about productive things. That's what the first thing on their mind.
He must have been convincing, because the next thing Thorpe knew, he was being told to download an encrypted messaging app and prepare to be vetted. The vetter was the founder, a man who introduced himself as Roman Wolf. He warned Thorpe they weren't looking for keyboard warriors. Becoming a base member meant committing to action.
Wait, what? Did you hear that? He ain't looking for keyboard warriors.
The vetter was the founder, a man who introduced himself as Roman Wolf. He warned Thorpe they weren't looking for keyboard warriors. Becoming a base member meant committing to action.
And most of our members are pretty hardcore, in that sense. I mean, you're going to be stepping into, probably the most, extreme group of, pro-white people that you could probably come across, very close.
Damn. But you know what? What is white?
Sense. I mean, you're going to be stepping into, probably the most, extreme group of, pro-white people that you could probably come across, very close to it. What's your ideology, your worldview at this point? How would you describe yourself?
I had been presenting myself as a white nationalist, thinking like, oh, that's like one of the most extreme things people can be, right? And that almost didn't seem like hardcore enough for them. Because I remember Roman Wolf saying like, oh, so you're a white nationalist. Well, most of us are National Socialists and or fascists.
Fascists, he said, committed to building a new world order by working to destroy the existing one.
And then towards the end of the conversation, someone else jumped on the line.
Sorry for being late. I wish I had a better excuse. So far, it sounds like you're interested, and the person that may or may not have been putting those posters may or may not have been me.
And it's like, okay, well, this is the guy. This is the guy. I'm trying to figure out who he is. So that was exciting, but
exciting, but even more disturbing.
This voice, this guy, the local guy says, what good are ideals if they're only exercised on paper? And
what the? Now, I'm not gonna lie, that was very profound.
So that was exciting, but
exciting, but even more disturbing.
This voice, this guy, the local guy says, what good are ideals if they're only exercised on paper? And again, it was just kind of like a chilling comment to me, because it's just like these are people that aren't just posting online, and they were being very open about if I was going to join this group, they wanted me to engage in paramilitary training with them.
All right, so I'm gonna stop it right there. Y'all can go watch that whole thing. Is how violent neo-Nazi groups sought to recruit from Canada's military. So these are people. What up, Bakari? What up, Dwayne? These are people who have military history training. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to train each other. They're very pro-white, as he said. And the interesting thing to me is like a group of people that is not on the bottom of the current world order, you know what I'm saying, who is up to date with the new world order or with the current world order. They are trying to restructure that again so that they are even higher than the position that they are in if they feel like somebody's over them. Now, the people who have not figured out the old world order, but still have so much to say about this new world order, cannot stop arguing with each other enough to have a regular conversation about, just not even murder stuff or gun stuff, but just, oh, how can we support each other? And then we wonder how this world order ended up in the order where we always on the bottom. But you see, they have no problem with they have no problem with saying, okay, we're very pro-white, you know what I'm saying? We need you to have military training. He's not very good at dropping subliminals or not that clever or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Yo, what's going on, Hardcore?
Yeah, what's going on, man? Just came in not long ago. Canada, see, people forget Canada got conquered too by the same British. And genocide type tendencies took place there too. However, when it comes to us, though, we were able to come from the United States and go to Canada and seek some form of salvation. But overall, it's the same people. I remember when George Bush too went up to Canada during the last part of his term. He saw the Canadian Prime Minister, I forgot the guy's name, and he said something that I thought was pretty odd. Well, I guess it shouldn't be odd given the discussion, but he said, when I'm up here, because he went to Ottawa, he said, when I'm up here, I feel like I'm with my brother. I said, damn, I know what that means. Because he doesn't say that when he goes to Mexico or anywhere in Africa. So you got to understand, it all comes from that British Empire. When I went up to Canada, I got to admit, because I went up there a few times. I went to Quebec City, Montreal, Toronto, and surrounding areas. I say that the Toronto area is closer to a U.S. city with its semi-ratchetness, crime from Caribbeans, and and a whole bunch of, the kind of stuff that you can get in the United States for the most part. But in Quebec City, Montreal, to me, I like those places better. I think they're better cultured. It's French. So, they, in case people don't know, they almost had a war quite a few times between the French and the English speakers, because the French wanted to make sure that they kept their French culture there. But when I was in Montreal, I felt more, I don't want to say secure, but I felt the surroundings felt better. Just put it like that. Even in Quebec,
it's what a good white people at.
Well, they're French, so they were different, and a lot of them, truth be told, a lot of people don't know what the hell French people look like, and if you didn't know that they were French, you probably wouldn't be able to tell what the hell they were, to be honest with you. But the truth be told, I did feel better. Now, the last time I went to Montreal, one guy asked me if I had some coke for sale because we were getting out of a club. He's like, "You got any coke?" And this girl I was with, she went off on a guy. Like, "Why are you asking us about some coke?" All that kind of stuff. But other than that, as far as the exchange rates of the money is concerned, the only time I had an issue was in the Toronto area, though. They tried to beat me on that. And they did get me at first, because I didn't know, when I first went there, I didn't know the deal. But in case anybody's thinking about going to Canada, don't go to those. You can go to those little exchange stations, or you can just go to a Walmart, because Walmart, they'll give you the proper change back. So other than that, you got to understand Canada, the US, the UK, France, Germany, Netherlands, Belgium. These are all part of the Germanic tribesmen and NATO. And they all gang up on everybody else. They all have the same culture, the Western culture that they call it. And when it's time to get busy on a country, they do it, except for Russia, of course, because they ain't ready for that right now. But you just got to understand they are brothers. In Mexico is not invited to the party. His white Hispanics, they're not invited to the party. And that Japanese, they're not invited to the party. But you got to understand those are brothers and they're going to stick together. And with racism and what you want to call white supremacy, it's like a religion to white people. I'm going to let Bakari go.
No, yeah, that's all real. That's real talk. It is like a religion. But before Bakari go, because I have the same question. Now I'm talking about this because it came up. Well, you know who Chris Broussard is, Harco?
Yeah. Matter of fact, I made some comments on that video
about him talking about Canada and stuff.
Yeah, I didn't like the comments that he made.
Okay, go ahead. Say what you said.
Because he said black people won't feel at home going to Toronto. I first of all, I don't even want that team in Canada. Number one, but black players, they don't want to go to Canada because you got to live there. It's a hassle. You're in another country. I mean, I made comments talking about, okay, people may not want to go to Salt Lake City, Utah for their NBA career, but they'll take that over going to Toronto. It's not about the city. It's about the fact that it's another country. It's a hassle. So, there's a lot of black people in Toronto, but they're Caribbeans and Africans, And so if you're talking about strictly colored people, you can feel at home. But if you're talking about black American stuff, you're going to feel out of place. Now, I didn't stay. I was just visiting. So I can't comment on how it is to live there,
Yeah, and well, Bakari fell off, so I'm gonna try to give him a second to come back on before I go to the next one. But I did hear like when Chris Voss was at I don't know if it's true or not, but they was like about interviews. He was like, and when he was there, it was a quote unquote culture shock. You know what I'm saying? That's how he tried to put it, and I know he tried to say that your device is not connected. All right.
When I went there, I thought that Montreal was more of a culture shock than Toronto because it's all French and they don't play around with that English stuff. They don't want that English around. It has to be French.
Oh, okay. All right, Bakari, what's going on, my brother?
Shit, chilling. What's going on, man? A lot of reasons people don't want. What's going on, Hardcore? A lot of the reason people don't want to play in Canada, they get a minimum 50% of your 50% in taxes. That's why a lot of people turn away from, don't want to play in Canada. But Quebec, he was talking about Quebec and Montreal, right? And one of those cities like half French and half English.
No, they're all French. That whole Quebec province, they don't want to hear none of that English stuff. No sign. The signs everywhere are French, strictly French, no English.
Yeah, I thought it was like half and that because I know that's where a lot of Haitians go to. Is Montreal, Quebec.
Yeah, I saw a few out there. Yeah, I even spoke with them. That's the thing. Don't go out there trying to speak a little French because then they're gonna have a conversation with you and then you're gonna be lost.
Yeah, that's why a lot of Haitians. That's why a lot of Haitians go there because of the language, and the French got part of it. And and the French have conquered them, and we go wherever. We've been conquered. We love to follow the conquerors. For some strange reason. But it's easy, like Hardcore said. It was it's easy to know that that Canada is gonna be full of bigots. Shit. It's the same people that was in this country is in that country, the British and the French. It's the same people. The same white folks. And wherever you go, it should because I don't it's racism gonna be here forever. And in all honesty, I just think black people need to learn how to play the game. Black people need to get a different understanding of racism. That's why I never complain about it. That's just my take on it. But go ahead and show your next thing.
Yeah, because but then a lot of people like Harco was just saying like they feel like it's kind of different up there. So I just wanted to go and see. You know what I'm saying? Like, or you said different areas is different. I'm pretty like you, and you mentioned how the beginning of Harco with the how black people went up there and stuff like that. So the next thing I'm gonna show is
They got nice architecture out there too in Montreal area.
A lot of
And-
kids. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Harco.
No, I was just gonna say I also was trying to observe and try to find the hoods. Whether the hoods that they did have were white, obviously, but even the hood didn't look all that hood compared to what we got. It still looked not bad. Only reason you could tell is the spray paint, graffiti.
Yeah. Toronto is one of the places where a lot of the drugs was coming into the United States. 80s, 90s. Ending up in black neighborhoods, of course. A lot of the drugs came in through Toronto. I was just watching. The reason I know that, I was watching this documentary. Then I looked it up. Then it was talking about one of the biggest mob bosses in Canada. How it was possible that he could have been in charge of the Italians. He was in Toronto and in Montreal. How he could have possibly been in charge of the Italians here. He could have been the boss of them all. But yeah, they was pushing a lot of drugs, a lot of it. They made like South America the face of it, of course. But when I watched that thing, there was a whole lot of that crack and stuff, cocaine that was coming in to black neighborhoods was coming straight from Canada, straight from Toronto and Montreal. I get it, Mike.
Yeah, you gotta keep in mind, Chicago gangsters. I'm sure they set up shop in Chicago for a reason because it's near Canada, Detroit, all that area.
Yeah, well, y'all know that Italians are black, what I'm saying now. But we'll go to that next.
Capone did have some big ass lips though.
But I will stick to the to Canada right now. So all right. So speaking of let's see how these good white people are. You know what I'm saying? Now the first race riot in America was in Canada, the Shelbourne riots. I don't know if any of y'all heard of that, but this was right after the they went up to Canada after they sided with Britain, you know what I'm saying? And how they promised them the land and stuff, but they gave it to the white people who sided with Britain, and now this Shelbourne riot started because a black preacher started a church, you know what I'm saying? And he had the audacity to baptize a white woman, which was beyond the, you know what I'm saying, whatever. But I'm gonna play just this video right here for this.
American Revolutionary War, the British had an army of only 300 soldiers. To increase their ranks, in 1775, Lord Dunmore released the Dunmore Proclamation that stated that any slave who escaped and fought for the British would be freed. They were also promised land and provisions for 3 years. Driven by the promise of freedom, many slaves escaped and made their way to British camps. When the war was over and the British had lost, the British soldiers, collectively called Loyalists, left for Nova Scotia. 3,548 Black Loyalists landed in Halifax between 1783 and 1784. Over half of the Black Loyalists settled in Shelburne County, mainly settling in Birchtown, named for Samuel Birch, who signed their freedom papers. Each Loyalist was promised 100 acres of land, plus additional acreage for each family member. Unfortunately, with such a large influx of immigrants, the matter of receiving land was difficult. White Loyalists took precedence over their Black counterparts. When Black Loyalists did receive land, sometimes after waiting, life for the Black Loyalists was far from the promised land they envisioned. While the Black Loyalists were free, there were still many enslaved Africans in Nova Scotia, and for the white citizens, there were furthermore, Black Loyalists were paid a quarter of the wages of a white man, and so employers were more likely to hire Blacks as a source of cheap labor. This angered white citizens as they felt they were stealing their jobs. Those who could not find jobs were forced to become indentured servants. Some Black Loyalists were even kidnapped and sold into slavery once again. David George, a black loyalist and Baptist preacher, founded a church in Shelburne shortly following his arrival in Nova Scotia. He attracted both white and black churchgoers. Tension started to grow when George began baptizing white citizens and came to a head when he baptized a white woman. On July 26, 1784, 40 disbanded white loyalists tore down George's home and about 20 homes of black loyalists in the area. The Shelburne riot is considered the first race riot in North America. George continued to preach, but the white loyalists returned and beat him with sticks, chasing him into a swamp. The rioting continued for 10 days, with trips into the black communities lasting into August when soldiers were dispatched to deal with the issue. As a result, a dusk-to-dawn curfew was issued for all black citizens, and the black loyalists were now completely left out of land deals. The victims of the Shelburne riot were being punished. Soon after, a famine forced many black loyalists to become indentured servants, a form of slavery in which a person would enter into a contract to work for several years in exchange for housing and rations. Jesse Robertson, who wrote an article about the Shelburne,
I don't play this last part, even though y'all probably argue about it.
signing contracts that once again bound them to a life of servitude. Fed up with their mistreatment, Thomas Peters was sent to London in 1790 with a list of grievances. There he met the Sierra Leone Company, a group of abolitionists who established a colony of freed slaves in Africa. Peters returned to Nova Scotia, offering free transportation to Sierra Leone with the help of the company. However, employers, worried about losing their source of cheap labor, began spreading rumors that it was actually a ploy to re-enslave the black loyalists. People also began demanding proof that those who wanted to leave were free blacks and debt-free. In some cases, fake documents were printed to keep them from leaving. Despite this, 1,196 black Nova Scotians accepted this offer and set sail for Sierra Leone in 1792. While life in Nova Scotia was far from ideal, some of the loyalists decided to stay.
All right, so I'm gonna stop it right there. So I'm gonna let y'all say. Go ahead, Harco, or whatever you want to say about that.
Yeah, from what I gathered from what she was talking about, I guess Black Americans were eventually shipped to Sierra Leone. But the funny part is, if you notice, they don't have any type of Al Greens, Luther Vandrosses, or anybody that is from Sierra Leone. So apparently, I don't know who those people were. But I know black people.
Hey man, say that again, because that didn't make sense. They ain't got no.
Yeah, I was about to say what?
I was saying it, if that's supposed to be us, I'm saying, how come they don't have anybody like us? Freddie Jackson, Luther Vandross, R. Kelly's, and all that kind of stuff. Mike Tyson.
It was a dude from like Richmond, Virginia, that would try to be like one of their presidents. He lost, but he went out there, he tried to be a president. He was one of us.
Okay.
I'll try to find his name real quick.
I heard that, black people, I think it's Nova Scotia, I think black people out there created hockey. And I think they originally came from the United States. I think Rocky Johnson, Rock's father, I think he was either a native black Canadian, or he was a descendant from the black Americans who went out to Canada. So, that goes to show creating hockey. And of course, the irony of it, obviously, is, they don't want us playing the game, even though lately they've been trying to have black people have to be the face of the NHL over the playoffs. I guess they want to attract people, because when black people get on it, that's when everybody else gets on it. So it's funny. If I were a black hockey player and they're using me, I said, God damn it, you better pay me extra, because I know what you're using me for. But other than that, I mean, Canada is a part of the British Empire. Like I said, when I went up there, a lady sat me down and she was talking to me about how bad the United States is and how good Canada is. I said, well, you people could have been a part of the United States, even though you people seem to like talking about it as if you wish that you were a part of the U.S. or something like that. You still can be if you want to. So, it's just it's Canada is wild. They got it's a large country, but the population is small. It's about the size. The population is about the size of the metro areas of New York and LA. That's how small it is. So it is what it is.
All right, go ahead, Bakari. What up, Bitter Medicine Podcast? What's going on, my brother?
What's
Go
up,
ahead,
Dwayne?
Bakari.
What's up, Truth 884? Dwayne, Koku. What's up, Tanzan? Learning Curve. I have no idea. This man said they ain't got no. What they Mike Tyson's at? Shit, they probably ain't got nobody named Mike Tyson. I have no idea what they had to do with anything. But you even heard the lady talk about their enslaved Africans. But that's a whole nother story. They did go to Nova Scotia. But for the record, a lot of those black people that fought in the war with the British, George Washington decided that all of them couldn't be free. He needed some of them for his slaves, and other people needed some, and he got a whole lot of those. He got a whole lot of those slaves. He got a whole lot of those black people who was going to freedom. He got a whole lot of those people and put them back enslaved.
Kidnapped them from Canada and drug them back to America and enslaved them again.
They didn't make it to Canada.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. They kidnapped them,
Yeah, they were on their way. They were on their way to Canada. What's up, Rashid? But yeah, so Canada is what Canada is, and when you look at it, it's the same thing. Certain group of folks, black folks, African descent people, is at the bottom of the barrel. This man said they sent black Americans. You ain't gonna find nowhere where an American enslaved an American. White folks anywhere in the world is America before any black person. Black people don't like to hear the truth. They don't like to hear that truth because I ain't for the feel good, and that's just a fact. If they white, they come to this country. They American. You don't care what they from. That's why. Remember, even Martin Luther King talked about how they was bringing their peasants in from Europe, giving them all their land, enriching them. It don't make a difference when they come here. They American. And when you look in that Constitution, these black folks that love America to death, we are still 3/5 of a human being in their Constitution. Hey, but I know some people, even Hard Cole just went to Canada and found him some good white folks. Since so we might find him some good white folks.
I ain't gonna lie though, those people, the French people now in Montreal, they were very nice. Matter of fact,
you know what? Now I'm gonna tell you something hardcore. I said it as a joke, but if you meet some people and it's you, and they cool with you, and because somebody can ask me, because I deal with them MAGA. I deal with way more MAGA white folks than the Joe Biden white folks because they at war. And that's who be calling my truck the most, is the MAGA loving white folk. Somebody asked me, if Forecast asked me this one time, would you say the one that called me a lot, is he a good white person? I'm like, shit, he good to me because he paying me. I get paid a lot of money when he called. That don't necessarily mean that he gonna be good with all other black folks. So while I'm in a position and he calling me and he need extra trucks, I just call the black people that I know so they can get paid. So I'm messing with you. When I do that mean he gonna be good? No, because they still MAGA. They still MAGA. I'm still pro-black, Pan-African with a revolutionary mindset. He know who I am. I know who he is. But at the end of the day, when they need somebody to haul their stuff and pay you $100 an hour, $125 a load, where you get $900 to $1,000 a day, 5 days a week, he called me. He need another truck. I call black folk. Okay, that's how I work it. That's business. That's how I work it. So I'm just messing with you, Alquan. If you met somebody that was cool and respected you, just remember that's just you. If you fool around and be a whole group of y'all, that might change a little bit.
What are we starting? A Rainbow Coalition over here tonight? What are we doing here? Jesus.
Have you guys heard of the CFL, right?
Yeah.
Now,
football league, of course.
Yeah, there's one team that I didn't know nothing about. I was like, "What the hell kind of name is this?" You heard of the Alouettes, right? You heard of that team?
No, I haven't heard of that team.
Yeah, I kept saying to myself, what the hell is an alouette? So I asked the French lady at the hotel. She's like, oh, that's a bird. That's one of the birds, or birds to this province, alouette. So I was like, okay. So I learned something.
Yeah.
So I
You
said,
see that
at least
thing
the
the New
team
Orleans
got me.
Saints have on their helmet?
What's
You
that?
see that thing the New Orleans Saints have on their helmet?
Yeah, that's why I always liked it,
You
because I
know,
thought it was unique. You know.
you know what that was, right? You know what that is that's on the Saints helmet, right?
Yeah, I was
That's how
watching
the
the
French.
video.
That's how the French used to brand. That's how the French brand their slaves.
Yeah.
That was the symbol. Yeah, that's how people know that that person was a slave. He was enslaved down there. Yeah, I thought they was from Montreal, KW down. But yeah, that's how they branded their slaves, with that thing. And that's what the Saints wear on their helmet. Then I see black folks, and I ain't mad because they just don't know from New Orleans. They'll put that
I didn't
symbol
know
on them.
until this year. Shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I ain't mad, and I don't talk about them. I'll just tell them. But the problem is, I guess I probably told about 15. Maybe 2 of them didn't get mad. The other one, they got mad because they love their Saints. That's it's okay to love the Saints, but you branding yourself with a symbol showing you tattooing a symbol on where your ancestor was branded with, showing you were a slave.
Now the Saints, that was always a football team with that logo. I always said to myself, was it medical related or something like that? Because they're calling themselves the Saints. You know what I mean? I'm like, what does that logo have to do with the name? That's what I was always trying to figure out for all my life. I still can't figure it out, truth be told. Even with that, knowing what the logo is.
All right, so I guess next we're gonna have to do France, since Hardcore and Bakari think that's what the good white people is. All right.
No,
But
the dude I deal with, he MAGA. He MAGA. They straight up love Donald Trump to death, and I straight up love that money they pay me. So you can say what you want. I'm gonna still.
so y'all,
They
so
count-
basically, so let me ask you real quick. Do both of y'all agree on that? Like, not the French thing, but like, yo, this cool white people, that's cool. Both of y'all agree?
Well, I'm just saying those people in Montreal and Quebec City, they were cool. And the truth be told, those French people, they have more of the, I know you're going to say, boy, but they have more of the Italian look, you know, dark, jet black hair, darker complexion. And the average person probably wouldn't be able to recognize and tell what they were in the United States.
All right.
Because
Bakari,
they're white.
you agree?
Alquan found his cousins over there. What I say, there are some good white people. I'm going to say what I said again. I don't know why you be trying to question me. Think you can trick me? You always lose.
I'm not trying. I ain't trying to do nothing to you. I'm just asking the question, bro.
Because you just had Alquan hesitate. Like, oh man, he ain't know how to answer the question. So I'm gonna say it again. Me and the dude is good. He good with me when it comes to business. But when it comes to race, I know where he stand. I know where I stand. But in business, we do good business together. So in
that's a
business,
good
he's
way of
good.
not answering the question. So
No, so in business, he's good.
okay.
We don't
So
deal
y'all
outside
agree
of
pretty
business.
much is what you're saying. A long way of saying,
We
yeah,
don't
I
deal
agree
out-
with Hardcore.
we don't deal outside of business.
Okay. So y'all do agree on that. I just find it interesting because y'all can't agree on pro-black Pan-African stuff, you know what I'm saying? But we can find an agreement when we bring in these French people. So I got y'all.
I didn't say nothing about anyone being French. Matter of fact, he's straight up English. He's
Or good white people. I'm sorry, not French. Good white people. I'm sorry.
I said yeah. Yeah,
Uh-oh.
if you want to say that's what I said, yeah, they every time they paying me $900,000 a day, yeah, they good.
All right, so let's recap. Bakari and Hardcore.
So that means
agree.
Bakari could be bought off, right?
So pretty much like the
No, I
recap.
run my business. I run a business. They pay my business that much money.
Yeah, not him. His trucking business to dump loads of you know what I'm saying? But
Dirt,
so basically,
gravel, all that.
right. So basically, like Hardcore, the two things I can find out that y'all can not argue about is that black people is the worst and black people kings is the worst enemy, and that good white people is cool. You know what I'm saying? So, okay, I got y'all.
Well, see, the whites I'm talking about, they were those French. See, the ones in Toronto, those were different. And ones in the United States, they were different. But these French people, now, matter of fact, I'm glad you just mentioned that because now I just thought of something else. because I did go into, I think it was a French McDonald's out there, and I was looking at the cops, seeing how they, they dressed and all that kind of stuff. They looked like American cops, but they were French. And then I was noticing I guess you want to call them black people, and what they were working at in the McDonald's, and I noticed that they were sweeping the floors. They didn't even have them on the register, sweeping the floors. I said, "Damn, that's kind of funny right there."
Yeah. But yeah, but I'm gonna be serious for a minute. You know what I'm saying? To Bakari's point with George Washington and stuff like that, that's when he passed the fugitive slave law. You know what I'm saying? Which said, like, if you resist and all of that, it gave you permission to kill the person. It was already on the books. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people did. And to what Hardcore was saying, as far as a brother who went over there, and you can't say this brother name going by his name. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna show you real quick. Joseph Jenkins Roberts, you know what I'm saying? He was the
Roberts.
Yeah, he was the first president of Liberia, you know what I'm saying? And I could play a video, it's only 2 minutes, but I'm not gonna play that video.
You had to be a white dude, huh?
Nah, he was from Petersburg, Virginia. It was a black dude.
No, I'm saying he looked like a white dude except for the hair.
I don't know. I don't know no white dude. I don't know if they was called a white dude. Joseph Jenkins, you know what I'm saying? Maybe they was. Anyway, this was the next thing, and I'm gonna kind of skip through this one. Y'all could comment on it if not, if y'all want to. It's only a minute. But this was another kind of riot. It was like during the 60s with the protests. Same kind of thing as sit-ins and stuff like that.
Learning and inspiring ideas. But 50 years ago, the university wasn't as inclusive as it is now. The protest at Sir George came up to $2 million worth in damages.
The Sir George Williams Affair is an important part of Concordia University's history. The impact it had on this establishment can be seen till this day. Held for 10 days, its commemoration will be carried out at Concordia's fourth space by the Caribbean students of the university.
Get up, move around the room. Dorothy Williams created a game featuring prominent Black figures who broke racial barriers in Western society. She believes that the Sir George Williams riot had a positive impact for all ethnic students in the long run.
It pushed Sir George Williams to be the first university to set in place a student process for protest and for evaluation. And that's the first university in Canada to do that.
Involved in one of many Black associations active at the university, Brittany Dumais speaks about her experience with discrimination.
So obviously racism has always been an issue, and it still is, but I haven't really witnessed that on campus yet.
As the years go by, memories of the incident are still proof of what was, but the commemoration shows that there is still hope in acting for a better tomorrow. For Concordia News, Diona Macalinga.
All right, so and then I'm gonna play this one just to say for time. So Ethan in the chat said, "Why do the white Canadians call everybody else racialized, as to say they're just regular people? Like they act like they don't be a part of it and not a race, you know." Now, Canadian is not a race, but they do try to act like it's everybody else. So this is the history of anti-Black racism in Canada.
Michael Elligan, Dwayne Christian, just 3 of many Black Canadians involved in use of force cases involving police in Canada. Each one under the age of 30. Each story a tragedy related to hundreds of years of history before Canada was even a nation.
In 1834, Canada became the terminus of the Underground Railroad, a secret network that helped bring some 30,000 enslaved men, women, and children from the United States to relative freedom. But freedom did not mean equality. Africville, on the outskirts of Halifax, was a Black community dating back to 1848.
Now they did say Africville.
Was a Black community. Did not mean skirts of Halifax. Was a Black bill on the outskirts quality. Africville, on the outskirts of Halifax, was a Black community dating back to 1848. For decades, the city of Halifax refused to provide residents clean drinking water. By 1970, the city had relocated all of Africville's residents. Some of them were moved in garbage trucks.
The Computer Center riot has gained an almost mythical stature as a turning point for race relations in Canada.
In 1969, students at what is now known as Concordia University in Montreal barricaded themselves in a computer room on campus to protest discrimination by a prof against 6 Black students. The legacy of trauma lives on today. When video surfaced of Justin Trudeau in blackface in the 1990s, even the PM admitted he wasn't aware of how racist the act was.
It was something that I didn't think was racist at the time, but now I recognize it was something racist to do, and I am deeply sorry.
What's worse, the myths persist even today. The idea that Canada is somehow immune to widespread racism. Listen to Doug Ford last week.
Thank God that we're different than the United States, and we don't have the systemic, deep roots they have had for years.
And to Quebec Premier François Legault, who was either ignorant of history or chose to ignore it.
I don't want us to compare ourselves to the United States. We have not experienced slavery in the history of the United States.
Both eventually conceded racism exists, but their comments still reflect a lack of awareness about our own history.
Sadly, that comes as no surprise to Andrea Davis, Associate Professor of Black Cultures of the Americas at York University.
I think that our leaders don't really have that excuse of saying, well, I wasn't taught this in school, because it's their responsibility to know the histories of the people they represent. It's their responsibility to know the societies that they represent. And again, if we're going to keep saying that this is a multicultural society, then it's upon us, all of us, to really genuinely seek to know each.
All right, so you see, they named a couple of these places with these good French white people that y'all was talking about, and we seen the violence history they have, but like Montreal and Quebec. But yeah, go ahead, Hardcore.
You know, a lot of those troublemaker Black people, as you know, a lot of them come from the Caribbean, and they go around.
Are you taking the side of the white people over the Black people, bro? Don't do this right now, Hardcore. Don't do this. Because you want me to be hard on the coon, I'm gonna go ahead and be hard on the coon, bro. Like, don't do this right now.
I'm just saying, you know, when they go to the UK, they go to the UK, Canada, US, they love to blend in with the Blacks and then other Blacks, and then they try to raise hell, but not in their names though. And that's who is probably getting attacked the most. I know they had a little piece about the Americans who moved there long ago. Also, before I get to that, let me talk about that Trudeau with the blackface. See, the interesting thing about that is,
hey, Hardcore, hey, you can say it if you want, but just to let you know, I do have a part just for that. You know what I'm saying? But you can say it if you want now, but I got a part for that.
Well, I'm not defending him or even getting to that point. I'm just trying to say you might want to make note that he was dressed up as a Moor. So for people who like this guy, my aunt forever, who like to say that Moors weren't black, Black people sure love to put on that black face and dress like a Moor. See, because they got conquered by the white man. And that's what they do. Same thing in this country when they conquered the Black Native Americans. They put the symbolism everywhere to show that you've been conquered. That's what they like doing. Damn shame, but that's the way it is. But again, you know, white people, European, Germanic tribes, racism follows. So it's not shocking, but overall, you got to admit that Canada was nicer than the United States. And the funny part is, even modern day Great Britain or the United Kingdom, they started all this. That's the funny part. They started it for the people in South Africa. But yet today, they act like they're the purveyors of peace. In the United States and South Africa, they're the evil ones. I just find that pretty ironic.
Damn, Marco. All right, so go ahead, Carl.
Man, did this guy start off by saying the troublemaking blacks? I told you he said some stuff. He be sounding like he said the troublemaking blacks. He sound like the white folks from the 50s and 60s, the troublemaking blacks.
Not like
What
us
what
good
is
Negroes over here, Bakari.
Yeah, them the troublemaking blacks right there. We the good ones, boss. See, boss. See, boss, we the good ones, boss. We ain't like them. We ain't like them, boss. See, we ain't trying to cause no trouble, boss. We gonna stay in our place, boss. That's what they may as well say. Boss, we gonna stay in our place, boss. You know what? I ain't gonna say name one of them. To say one was nicer to blacks than the other, and you look and see the struggle that we had, don't care what black people had, don't care where black people went. It was known. It was no such thing as nicer. They say they're gonna give you freedom, then they giving you a frozen ice box called Nova Scotia, and with one of their people from the British, with one of their people from the British, from their British military, excuse me, one of their captains, I can't think of his name right now, in charge. I looked at this documentary. Then, have you ever heard of a show called Turn Washington Spies? You ever heard of that? So if you haven't heard of that, right? And I know, yep, it's a movie, right? But when you watch it, you see it's a guy named Abraham Woodall. That was the white dude name, right? So you get the white dude name and you look him up and you start studying him to see some of the stuff that that he wrote about George Washington, about stuff that happened in their Revolutionary War. You look up to see if these people actually existed. Then you see they're real people. Then you start studying some of the stuff that they left, and you'll start looking at this thing completely different, because they did not have a problem. They did not have a problem with. They were okay with making sure those black people come back and be enslaved, making sure they okay being stuck in that frozen ice box. Even some of the people that was talking about the spies or whatever, they spies for this wretched country that's USA now. They didn't get their freedom, and even after that war, you can look and see how the USA and the British still worked together. If it wasn't for the French, those white people, the white people from England would have destroyed the white people from this place called America. That's why, in like, what was it? After that war, there was somebody in the early 1800s. I guess they came back and called themselves making a point by coming in and destroying some cities, mainly New Orleans, because they were mad with the French. But all that is their fight. But we have our own fight and our own thing to do to deal with when it comes to these people. They're the same. They want you, they put you in a position, they want you to stay in that position, because don't care where you go, the same group of people is going to be at the bottom. And we are the group of people that have not figured out, how we need, through everything, all in all, how we need to work together and how we need each other. We have not figured that part out yet. And that is something we're going to have to work toward, to know that we need each other. But as long as we are arguing and fighting with one another about who did this, what, when, where, and how, and who was first, and what piece of the earth that we originally came from, we will not get out of this predicament that these people have put us in. Because I'm what people will call, I guess I would be the trouble starting black. For the lack of a better term, that's what I would be. I would be the black that started trouble. That's how I see it anyway. You know, and I yield the mic.
You'll be the insolent Negro. But yeah, all right, so I was gonna move on, but I gotta be fair and let Hardcore, if you want to say something, you want to speak right now? Hardcore.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, what I mean by troublemaking is, it's easy for people to come from other people's countries and raise hell, but these people don't raise hell in their own countries. So you can't say that they're fighting for freedom, because you know how it is. You go to another state or a city, you feel like, man, I don't really have to follow the rules because I'm not from here. That's how they feel when they go to other people's countries. So, they're not us. They don't feel like it, but they want to come here, raise hell, and go to the UK, raise hell. That's why Africans don't like Jamaicans now, because they're like, damn, these people are always trying to tell us what to do and try to tell us that we need to be like them. We need to be like ourselves. So, some people just need to step back, or if they're going to do something, do it in their name, like that twerking senator out of Rhode Island. She wants to do it in the black people's name, but she's a Caribbean and a, weirdo. But she ain't doing it in the Caribbean name. I'm done.
I myself personally, I happen to like that video. I really don't see a problem with why a man would have a problem with that video. She actually did a damn good job. She did a damn good job. She looked like she was at the beach. I don't know, may have been having some fun. I don't know. I haven't even seen. I've seen people talk about the video. I ain't heard nothing she said. I just saw the dancing. And that dancing was very important to me. And it looked good.
No, but Carlin, if you saw Kamala Harris pull her pants down and start twerking in her panties, what would you say?
Well, I would ask her why. I'm really not attracted to Kamala Harris like that. But that woman,
but
right
you
there
would
was
be.
nice.
You would be. She pulled her pants down and down to her underwear and started twerking.
Not necessarily so. Not necessarily so. I don't see anything. The video didn't bother me. I enjoyed the video. I enjoyed watching her dance.
So, but as a state senator, did you think that was appropriate?
Man, I just see the state senator having her some fun, man, and I enjoyed it. While she was having fun and put that little video up, and I got a chance to see it, I got a chance to have me a little fun too.
Oh boy, I don't want to know what kind of fun you were having, but do you consider that lady to be? You thought that video was appropriate and nice, or what?
Children listen to this, y'all.
Yeah, the video didn't bother me.
Okay,
I'm
so
just being honest with you. Video didn't bother me at all.
Because you like what she was working with, right?
Yeah, so that's what I was looking at.
Okay, now, given the fact that she's working with stuff only for women, and she's an LGBTQ, how do you feel about that?
I'm still looking at her.
But you can't get none of that.
Could be not. Can't say.
See, this is the problem with black people, man. We become hypocrites when it comes to money, drugs, sex, and religion.
Like I said, man, I just saw the woman twerking. I ain't look. I've seen other people do that. Matter of fact, they had a little yes, Jason Black is anti-black, KW Don. But it's I've seen other people do that same little dance on matter of fact, I saw Sierra do it. I can name a couple more people. that I saw do that little dance. And
But
to
Sierra's
me,
an
it was
entertainer,
really,
though.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So to me, it really was nothing. It really was nothing to me. I really ain't pay attention to it like that. I was just paying attention and see that shit. Let me see if she did the dance as good as the other one.
Damn, I'm
I'm just telling
surprised
you
that
what I was looking
black
at.
people seem to be split on it. A lot of you guys like it because, hey, it's ratchetness, so I love it. And others are like, okay, that's not good to be a senator, a state senator, because you don't see any other senators in a state twerking.
You know what? You don't see other senators in the state twerking, but you damn sure find out you see senators in the damn. I go back to Utah in the damn man stall, kicking another man on the foot to come have sex with him. You
Well,
damn
even
sure
with
see
that,
them.
we didn't see it though. We heard about it, but we didn't see it.
Because the only reason you saw this is because now cameras everywhere and you can do a video, and she posted up her little video.
Right, that was her judgment call.
Yeah,
She didn't get caught. She did that on purpose.
So hardcore, you saying it's okay for the white dude because he didn't get caught?
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying if he would have got caught on film, that would have been even worse for him. But I'm saying she did that on her own. She set that camera up and she said, "I'm going to twerk for votes." But coming from the Ivy League school, they said she came from Brown University out of Rhode Island. They Ivy League, they set these people up, and these Ivy League people, they got to do what they got to do to move up, so to speak. So it's no surprise. I mean, some people try to clown her body and say she doesn't have a body, but I think she's sexy. But she, since she's a lesbian, I don't know if she's playing a role. Did she play the role as a lesbian, and now she's trying to act like she's not? Because a lot of these people faking out here.
So, hey, hardcore. Hold on, I'm gonna let y'all finish. Go ahead, Bakari one. I'm gonna let y'all finish it out though.
The only thing, like I said, man, I didn't hear nothing she said. I ain't looked into it to see if she was gay. Somebody said Tiara twerking for some votes. I didn't even hear a video. I saw her, whatever her name is, I saw her doing a headstand and making her body work while she was on the beach. I'm just telling you what I saw.
You thought that was very appropriate.
Man, she was having fun.
See, this is what I mean. This is why black people can't get anywhere, man. We stay being hypocrites. Now, again, if Condoleezza Rice would have done that, or what's another black prominent Obama's wife, if she would have done that while he was president, you would have said, "Damn, how dare she do some shit like that?"
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, not about like what I saw.
See, that's all it takes.
I'm gonna tell you something, man. I don't judge women like other folks judge women, and I don't judge certain things just because you're in a position. They are still human. I'm just being honest. They still human.
Now you know damn well politicians aren't supposed to be doing that kind of thing. I mean, a city councilwoman, alderwoman, or something like that, fine. But state senator, mayor, governor, you just can't be doing that kind of thing.
Okay, I can understand where people say it's inappropriate for if it's inappropriate for them, okay, and they didn't like the fact that she did that. I'm not gonna argue with anyone else's opinion on that, but I'm being honest. When I saw people talking about twerking for votes, because I've never even seen her video, I just heard people talking about it, and I never heard nothing she said. I just saw video and saw her. I'm just being honest, because I heard other people talking about it. I don't know what I still don't know what she said. I looked for her video, and every time I look for her video, I hear other people talking about it. I don't even know what she said.
Like, how can I vote, right? You know, it's funny though. I responded to her on Twitter, calling her a filthy individual. I said, "This is the reason why, you homosexuals are the way you are, because you always sexualize yourselves. You're addicts." And then they shut my Twitter down. So,
Hey, let me ask you this, hardcore, because you bring up the lesbian thing. How you feel about Sha'Carri Richardson?
Who's that?
You don't know the runner? All
Oh,
right,
oh,
you
oh,
know who
with the
that is?
blonde hair, the tacky wigs, and the high heel, whatever it is she wears while running.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so how you feel about Brittany Griner?
Wait, is Sha'Carri Richardson, she homosexual?
Yeah,
Oh, I didn't know that. That's the first time I heard of that.
yeah. She had a because
That's the
everybody
word on the
said
street.
no. She had a. Everybody said she was against the Jamaicans, but her girlfriend was a Jamaican.
Damn. See, you know this was funny. Jamaican, where's Royale at? All these.
My good sister Raw. Shout out to Raw.
Yeah, I mean, because the word was Jamaicans don't play that gay stuff, but now they popping up everywhere. Bati woman and Bati boy, Jamaicans everywhere. And Jamaicans ain't got a word to say.
All right, so what do you feel about Brittany Griner?
You know what? About her being gay?
Well, about her being arrested and yeah, that too.
Well, with that heavy ass voice of hers, I mean, 6'9", she got me by 5 inches. Shit. So I mean, it's no surprise when a WNBA player says that they're lesbian. That's no shock to anybody. But as far as transporting drugs in Russia, she should have known better. I mean, if you can't wait, I don't know if it was cheaper out there or what, but whatever the case was, she's gonna have to pay the price.
No, it was oil she had. Now athletes rub that kind of stuff on their like knees and their what I'm saying, ligaments and stuff like that. That's what she got in trouble for. It wasn't like weed, what I'm saying. It was a product where they have THC in it that you rub on your skin. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
I don't know if they rub on your skin.
Well, I heard it was a liquid form of hashish, because usually when you have something in liquid form, that's the way they smuggle stuff too.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, but it's stuff that athletes typically use to rub on athletes. You know what I'm saying? I'm not speaking on her case in general, but if you look up the use for the kind of stuff, people rub it on their like joints and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, she plays basketball in Russia, so if that was legal, then it should be no problem. But apparently, it's not.
Okay, so like I'm asking you this question.
Steroids than Russians. I'm
Huh?
sorry. Go ahead. I said,
No,
well,
what you got,
nobody
bro?
take steroids than Russians.
Yeah, that's true.
Nobody take more steroids than them. Go ahead.
All right, so but you was basically saying so you have a problem with and this is different from a quote unquote gay agenda. I'm not saying one exists, you know what I'm saying? I'm against that, when they try to tell black men to wear dresses and they show all of this stuff on, I get that part of it. But a person who is an individual, a black person, just a regular person, and they're gay, you know what I'm saying? You have a problem with that, hardcore?
Well, I mean, this is the way I look at it. You can't intervene and prevent or stop anybody from being gay. If they could find somebody to be gay with, they're gonna do it. Just like somebody want to smoke some crack or take some heroin, they may not do it around you, but they're gonna do it. They're gonna find some place to do it. So, it's backward and not right, and it's sad in many cases, but it's a reality at the same time. And there's some gays that you look at or listen to, and then you're like, well, they're definitely gay. I mean, there ain't no other way that they're gonna be doing anything else. Just like Brittany Griner, she got a cute baby face, but the rest of her, no breasts, tall as fuck, and she got a voice deeper than my man James Earl Jones and shit. And the voice don't match the face, So when you come across those kind of people, it's like, shit, what can you do?
Yeah, I feel you. But I noticed though, you was like, yo, now what I'm trying to ask you is yo, are you black first or sexuality first? You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm black first.
Okay.
But when it comes to the homosexuals, they're gay first, because I've done the studies on that. They're gay first. And it doesn't matter what they tell you. They're gay first. And you know why? Because when you live your life as a heterosexual, you buy your clothes, your cars, you get whatever you can get to get you some women. You go out to dinner. You'll drive however long you got to drive to get you some, so to speak. That's how you're living your life. That's how they're living their life too, to get them some with the same sex. It's just like a drug addict. You live for the drug, so you're a drug addict first. You can't be black first because you're a drug addict first. That comes first. So that's the same thing with the gays, and I don't care what they say. You can't take that away.
Right. I feel you on that, but I would say people like yo. Hold on, let me say this real quick. Then I'm gonna let Bakari. Then we're gonna move on. Because this Sakari Richardson, she is gay, but she's on her thing all the time, like Black First, talking about Black issues, showing Black history. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why I can't just say Black gay people. There are people like you described, but there are Black people, like just Black people first. You know what I'm saying? Who are
Okay, she sound like she coming with some BS as a distraction from her being gay. But her races, I'm not talking about race as in black, I'm talking about her race as in her races. You see, she's not making the grade when it comes to that with all that crazy ass tacky wigs and eyelashes and grandstanding. That's what she should be concentrating on, or she's going to be somebody who's a has-been, and she does smoke weed too, probably does something else too. So I even with Yvette Carnell, I don't fall for all that. When they talk about Black First and want you to act like they're not concerned about their gay stuff because they don't want to talk about that because they don't want you focused on that. But I can guarantee you, once Yvette Carnell hangs up from her show, she's calling her girl up, they get naked, and she's going chowing down on that. Chowing down. She got the freaky tattoos all over her body. Trust me, I've been studying these people. I know what the deal is.
Right. Yeah, I understand what you're saying because she has a white girlfriend, you know what I'm saying? But you don't have to be gay to have a white girlfriend, you know what I'm saying? And that's a whole coon thing in itself, you know what I'm saying? Or Italian, because I throw Italian in the white category for me, you know. But yo, I'm gonna let Bakari go ahead and finish up. But all I'm saying is, you know what I'm saying, I will stand up for somebody like Sha'Carri Richardson because people don't talk about when she win races, only when she lose, you know what I'm saying? So, you know. But go ahead, Bakari. You got the last word on this.
Yeah, you see, when people, if the question was asked to me what I think about Brittany Griner, you know what I think? People in the United States, they're bragging on how good two Russian basketball players is. The one played with the Denver Nuggets, and the one played with the Dallas Mavericks. One of them got the MVP. They bragging on how good the other one is. But them Russians throwing black women, throwing black women in prison. But while we sitting over here, we can still watch and enjoy. And you go to the barbershop and you can still find black men bragging on how good those Russians are. And somebody say, well, you know, he ain't from Russia. He's from man, all that shit, USSR. They speak Russian. They ain't nothing but some damn Russian people. That's all they are. But hey, who am I? But that's what I would say to the damn Brittany Griner, to the Brittany Griner thing. We bragging on them while they're looking for reasons to throw us, while they're looking for reasons to throw our folks in jail over some bullshit. And I don't know what she had, but I can tell you this: when I said all Russians do steroids, go look and see how many Russian boxers got caught taking damn steroids. They do it all the damn time. So whatever Brittany Griner had, she probably just, you know, joined a program from what other people was already doing. That's my take on it. So I'll be like, to hell with those Russians. Fuck them. Because I see what they're doing to, like I say, Brittany Griner, but we still over here bragging on how good their basketball players is. It's quite hypocritical, but I guess, you know, I'm one of those troublemaking blacks. So with me being one with me being one of those troublemaking blacks, I'm just gonna see it a little different because I'm a troublemaking black. I yield the mic.
All right, so I'm gonna do this, you know, cause before y'all get on, cause there's a topic of like Pan-African, and I know y'all probably talk a lot of time about that one too, but so I'm gonna go through these ones kind of quick. I'm gonna see if y'all got anything to say, but I'm gonna go through these next ones kind of quick so we can get through it. So y'all talked about Toronto. So the Toronto police chief apologized after reports highlight systematic racism, because this is about the racism that's in Canada as a whole. So we mentioned Toronto. Harcourt said, you know, Toronto is a little bit different. He's experienced problems. I'm not trying to word it exactly how you did, but he said Toronto was a bit different. You know what I'm saying? So this the Toronto police chief.
For generations, Toronto police wouldn't hear it, though Black and Indigenous groups have long said it. The force has disproportionately targeted people of color.
And for this, as chief of police, and on behalf of the service, I am sorry, and I apologize unreservedly.
When filling out incident reports like this, police were ordered by the province to start collecting race-based data. The first figures were gathered in 2020 and now paint a stark picture. Overall, Black people were more than twice as likely to have any interaction with police. Officers used force on Black people 4 times more than their share of the population. And compared to white people, they were also 1.5 times likelier to have an officer's gun pointed at them.
It's not something that happened in 2 or 4 years. That has been there for 40 years.
It took years of criticism for police to revise certain tactics, like carding, the practice of approaching people at random to identify and gather information about them, often without an arrest. Carding regularly targeted Black people, including author and activist Desmond Cole.
Our police have been gaslighting Black people for years when we've been saying these things. It's not like they just didn't understand.
Police have also scaled back strip searches, which until 2020 were part of more than 1 in 4 arrests.
Until 2020, if you was in Canada, you was probably gonna get strip searched, you know what I'm saying, with these good white people up there.
Interim chief acknowledged bias in policing, but pointedly avoided blaming his officers.
This data analysis speaks of systemic racism, not of individual acts of racism.
Advocates were quick to disagree, demanding individual officers be held accountable, disrupting the police chief's news conference to confront him in person.
In fact, the Black community never asked for an apology. Neither did I think you were apologizing to the Black community. This was you apologizing to your rank and file. Chief Raymer, we do not accept your apology.
The data was
Shouts out to her, and they cut her off, so I'm gonna play what she said.
My name is Beverly Bain. I'm from the No Pride in Policing Coalition, and I'm here to address what I see as really egregious in terms of this particular a public relations stunt that has been delivered by our chief here, the Chief Raymer. This has nothing to do with the Black community. In fact, the Black community never asked for an apology. Neither did I think you were apologizing to the Black community. This was you apologizing to your rank and file for a series of information that we have been saying to you for decades that has been happening on the ground. And now you were mandated to actually do your own investigation, your own data collection, your own process internally that actually reveal everything we have been saying in respect to, the everyday violence of your police officers on the streets, the everyday violence of police that has been deployed into Black communities in the cities, the everyday violence and strip searching of women and racialized people at different points in public. This has been going on. I documented that in the 90s, in 1990. I documented that here under Bill Blair, that there was strip searching of women. This, and I'll say to you, Chief Raymer, you talk about it being a painful and a hurtful process to your police officers, but this is insulting to Black people. This is insulting to indigenous people. This is insulting to racialized people. This is insulting to the homeless, to those of us who are queer and trans, who are, last year, we experienced the attacks on encampment, people in encampment sites.
All right, so that seemed like a good place to stop since she included the queer and the trans and all of that. And in the words of Harcourt and Bakari, it would be offensive to the good white people too, you know. But and I'm just joking. But so like they was dealing with, I mean, the hoods may be nice, but they was getting strip searched on the streets of Canada. You know what I'm saying? Especially black women. You know. So do any of y'all have anything to say about that one?
Yeah, I find it pretty interesting that she had to throw in that gay stuff. I think it's a worldwide conspiracy of what's going on as far as all this attention on black people getting racially discriminated against in white countries, except for South Africa, of course. And there has to be something to it. And if it's where I think it's going, then we need to get that money up. You know, and while you're talking about that, reason why I think it's interesting in Canada, because while that was playing, I said, let me look up the demographics of Canada. And according to Wikipedia, it's 72.9% what they call European. Check this out, 17.7% Asian. And obviously that includes all different types of Asians, Mongoloid, East Indians, Pakis, and all that kind of stuff. Wait. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 17. Yeah, that's right. 17.7% Asian. Then 4.9% indigenous, which according to them, that's Mongoloid style indigenous. And then 3.1% African, which I assume must be the Caribbeans and the Africans combined, because they don't have a separate category for Caribbean. Then 1.3% Latin American, which could be African, if you will. And then 0.2% Oceania, which they should be Asian too. But the point is, so-called blacks and Africans are 1, 2, 3, the fourth largest group in Canada by a whole country mile. So why the focus on them? I don't think anybody has an answer, except that you can see in the British world that they're trying to mimic events, whether it's Boris Johnson and Donald Trump, or attacks on black people, or whether it's they just had some vice president of Colombia, a black woman. Vice president here is a supposed black woman, and black women leaders in other European countries too, or co-leaders. They just got a black woman in charge of the Las Vegas Raiders, but no black man, but a black woman. Women don't play football. How's she gonna run a football team? But see, they're placing these people in these positions. That it's not happening organically. This is by force. So it could be a good thing, but the black man seems to be getting left out. R. Kelly goes to prison. The last musical genius, R. Kelly. But yet they're appointing homosexual females, black females, into positions everywhere. You heard that lady. She brought up the gay stuff. What'd you bring that up for? What that got to do with anything? They said it was black people getting harassed by the cops. She's going to bring up some gay stuff. But looking at the demographics of Canada, that shouldn't be a problem. I'm done.
All right. Before I go, and I'm not gonna ask you hardcore because I was gonna bring up, but I know we pressed for time. But I was gonna ask you something about Michael Jackson because you brought up the last musical genius thing.
Well, R. Kelly, he wrote his own songs. That's why he surpasses Michael Jackson.
All right. Well, I'm gonna let Bakari go.
Y'all love to mention Combs, Michael Jackson. Y'all love him to death, man.
So y'all agree on Michael Jackson too?
Well, why was he a coon?
If I got that, did you see him?
But he did have vitiligo though.
That's what I said. Hardcore.
Yeah, and Uncle Ruckus got vitiligo.
Yeah,
I
but
know.
Michael Jackson was at least, well, I was about to say he's at least pro-black. Then I thought about the kids, but all right, you go.
Mm, I
He
know for
says,
foot.
"Truth." I'm sorry, Bukar. Truth 884 says Stevie Wonder is still alive.
Yeah. I know forecast love the coons too, but hey, that's okay. Yeah, the one that he ain't brought
I
up.
let y'all on my panel, don't it? I'm joking.
The one that he ain't bring up Jack Johnson. But look, man. But what happened in Canada? And it's the same thing folks gonna continue to do until we change who we are. And what I mean by that is not changing, trying to kiss their ass. We got to change with this fear and everything in us. Change how we treat one another. Change how we respect one another. The change gonna be with us because if we change how we do things, a lot of this stuff gonna change. They gonna always put somebody up there to speak about people of color, which I don't even know what that is. The alphabet crew. Sadly, I know what that is, but they're gonna always have them because any black struggle gonna have to be usurped by someone else because they don't care about, in the words of one of your heroes, forecast, they don't really care about us. In the words of one of your, they don't care about black
He
folks.
said, "Jew me, sue me."
Okay, good. I'm glad he said that, but he died white. See, I keep telling you, ain't no need to try me. He died white.
He had two
Cool.
black parents, Bukar.
Oh, he died white. I don't know what his mom and daddy looked like. I just know what he looked like when he died.
He couldn't help it.
Read
Yeah, I know he
Vitiligo.
couldn't. No, that was Uncle Ruckus got revitiligo.
Or vitiligo then.
Well, Uncle Ruckus got make him get darker and blacker, then even more darker. That's the opposite of what Michael Jackson got. That lucky bastard. That what Uncle Ruckus say. He got the opposite of what Michael Jackson got. He got the read. But anyway, there's gonna always be somebody. It's gonna, as long as we sit back and allow it, right? There's gonna always be a crew to usurp and take over the black struggle because they really don't give a damn about black people. Black people don't give a damn about black people. One of the things me and Hardcore do agree on is how black folks talk about themselves and call one another the N-word. I even heard him call in to Jason Black one time, and I even used that video for one of my shows, right? And I agree with that. But that's how our people relate to one another. But all black people, we don't have respect for one another. We still arguing over, if religion was right. Let's get rid of the white man's religion and so on and so forth, right? So it's gonna always be somebody it's gonna always be something they can put out there in parade and take away anything that you're fighting for. And it's easy to get a black person to do it. And the reason it's easy to get a black person to do it, in all honesty, man, is no money in working for black folks. This is something you really have to just want to do. Black people, and if we honest, black people ain't gonna really pay. So when you struggling and you out here working for folks and saying a lot of people ain't built to turn down a certain amount of money. And until we start taking care of our own, that stuff ain't gonna change. You find people, they got bills to pay. You understand? People want to eat. They have families, they have children. So to sell us out sometime, it's almost easy because of the fact we don't want to we don't look out for one another. And looking out for one another, we got to be willing to make sure the people who's out here actually doing. Now we'll look out for somebody who scam us, right? Like Tariq Nasheed, because if somebody is scamming you and it come back that he's a scam, and this is just my take on it, we're not responsible for that. So it's something for us to complain about again because we're the SVU. You know what that means, right? We're the special victims unit. We like to complain about how we've been done and so on and so forth, but we don't like to talk about, or we don't even like to attempt to do the things for ourselves that we can do. So I call us the SVU. We want to talk about how bad we have had it, worse than any other black group. Well, look what they did to us. Well, you wasn't over here. Well, it don't make a difference what happened. This is ours. We're gonna talk about other black groups, and then we're gonna complain about the crumbs that we have, complain about the crumbs that we don't get while they're given to somebody else, but then we still gonna turn around and fight one another. I'm just showing some examples of how it is so easy to make sure how easy it is to just take over whatever it is we do, because we sit back and we allow it. You understand? We'll get on social media has been, I used to say it was a gift and a curse, but in all honesty, for most black folk, this is just my opinion, it's been a curse because social media has shown the whole world how black people feel about one another. Has shown the whole world, right? You're gonna, especially how they feel about the so-called black immigrant. So, they're immigrant. They can't speak for us. Everybody gonna see the problems that we really have with one another, and we put it out there for the whole world to see. So now we gonna pay the Jesse Lee Petersons. Even if you probably don't have to pay him as much, or they gonna get that woman to say something about the alphabet crew. They
Well,
gonna
tell
get
me
them.
use outhouses, Bakari.
Yep, get that one right there. They say get the outhouses. So then we gonna say, yeah, but the immigrants, they shouldn't be speaking for us, and they this and they this. But then when you show them what as they call themselves, Black American or FBA or ADOS or whatever the hell they are today, but when you show them what somebody from this country would tell other black people from this country, because they being crapped on by white folks from this country, look, well, what's the difference in that coon and this coon? So then we looking for excuses because we the special victims. We fighting over who been treated worse. We the special victims, man. And as long as we hold on to this special victims unit, we come. All we got, we hold on to being the special victims and can say I was treated worse than you, and you was treated worse than me. And you understand what I'm saying?
Not really.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
Dwayne, you right. You say I called him a coon. I ain't never say I ain't heard none of his songs. They played the songs on the radio, played them on TV, but I ain't never owned nothing that he made. I guarantee you that.
all right, so we're gonna leave the Michael Jackson thing for another day because
You never owned a Jerry curl?
No, man, my daddy didn't play that. Man, a woman hair. Told as a little boy, a woman worry about how pretty her hair is, not a man. When you find a man that worry about how pretty his hair is, I told that was raised by old school black folk. If you found a man that worry about how pretty his hair is, look at him sideways.
Okay, so you went with the Kevin Durant situation, right?
That don't. Yeah, he just can get a haircut. That don't. Maybe he got something wrong with his hair. I don't know.
Also, that's what you did, though. You went with the Kevin Durant deal, right?
Yeah, I'm bald.
No. When you had hair, you did the Kevin Durant, right?
Yeah, when I had hair, yeah, I very seldom even comb my hair, run my hand through it.
Okay.
Brushed it when I was younger. I got older. I might put some waves in my head for trying to get curly hair like a woman, long curly hair.
Okay, so you didn't do the Kevin Durant thing. Right?
That's what. I never had long hair though. My hair was a little bit longer.
Well, you don't get it. I'm saying because
what's the Kevin Durant thing?
Not brushing your hair. That's what I mean.
No, what I said, I very seldom. As I got older, at one point I brushed it and got waves. Then I got to a point I would just run my hand through my hair.
Well, yeah, you must have had different hair from Kevin Durant then to do that.
It was a little long. It was a little bit longer than Kevin Durant's. I got a friend whose hair short like Kevin Durant's, got the same little problem in the top. It just grow there.
That's disrespectful to call it a problem, Bakari. You don't know if Kevin Durant. No,
Now you could tell Kevin Durant's going through trauma because a man with all his money, he's not even brushing his hair. He's going through some trauma right now.
you know what's interesting? Like how Arco and Bakari only can agree how black people problems and how black people is bad and how good white people is cool and we should get good white people a pass. This is interesting to me.
The word
nah,
pass, the word give someone a pass never came out of my mouth.
Those good white folks, Bakari.
The words calling white folk good.
Y'all would be the ones in John Brown riot that would have got killed. You know what I'm saying? Trying to help this good white dude. Y'all both would have been in there, even though y'all disagree about everything else. Y'all would have agreed on John Brown.
I'm going to tell you the one I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be the one doing videos talking about the greatness of a black man that gave up his whole career so he could marry a white woman. I wouldn't be doing that.
Who you talking about, Jack Johnson?
Now I'm talking about you. Jack Johnson ain't do no video.
I ain't do no video like that. I just showed a video of Jack Johnson knocking somebody out for more than 16 seconds and not crying. He was waiting for him to get back up. He wasn't crying about, I knocked him down for 16 seconds.
You do know he lost.
No,
11
he
times,
hospitalized.
right?
Huh?
You do know he lost 11 times, right?
11 times?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it had to be the black fighters.
No, he wouldn't fight no black person. That came out of his mouth because he didn't want no black person to defeat him because he wanted to be the only Negro that Negroes love. Now that's quoting him.
All right, so I'd rather be on here saying, yo, shouts out to the black people that quote unquote coons, like y'all like to call them, than saying these good white folks. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Like you.
Well, I will say this about Jack Johnson: he only seemed to want white women and white hookers at that.
He married them too.
That's how desperately he wanted him a white woman. He'd take a goddamn white prostitute.
He used to own the Cotton Club. Before it was the Cotton Club, it was a black club. The reason folks got mad with him because he sold it to people knowing they was about to make it. The only black people that could come in there if they were entertainers, and he still sold it to them. That's why a lot of folks got mad with him.
So y'all would have been out there getting mad at black people for getting attacked by white people because Jack Johnson won the championship and they celebrated. It ain't had nothing to do with Jack Johnson. Like it was about the fight. It was about the fight. You know what I'm saying? We ain't talking about his pro-blackness. Because apparently he's saying the same thing y'all been saying all night, how all these good white people. He was just happy to talk about the white bitches. He was saying the good white women just like y'all.
Okay, what good white people I said? Because I said I got a white dude that's good with me. I'm gonna tell you something.
Harco said the French, the dudes you do.
But I didn't say that they were good.
Hey, the Italians, the French, the Trump
supporters. He did say something about good white people, but I didn't.
You wouldn't say the French is good white people?
No, I didn't say that. You know that didn't come out of my mouth.
No,
so
you asked me I said the white dude, me and the white dude do good business together. And you can twist it how you want to twist it.
Good business equals good white people, right?
But my word, but guess what? What I say gonna still stand. I don't care how nobody twist it. But guess what? I don't care how nobody twist it. It gonna still stand. And every time I get in a position to do something, I call black truck drivers.
Yeah,
and you gonna twist it.
And then at $1,000, you pay them $250, right?
No, they have their own trucks. They're gonna get paid. Matter of fact, their truck bigger than mine. They're gonna make a little bit more money than me.
Okay.
I don't get nothing from them. I never asked them to give me anything. Ever. Let them ride under their own stuff. They ain't got to ride under me. But for people who can't afford their stuff, they can come ride under me. Then I just get 5%.
Only 5%?
Yeah, only 5%. And you still making that. And you still making, that's all. Yeah, because that's the rate. But I just try to help. But see, you said it might as well be nothing. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna say this forecast. Then I'm gonna pass it to you. But the reason you do 5%, once you get your own authority, Alquan, like when I can have up to like 100 trucks ride under me. Now let's say I got 100 trucks riding under me, and they out there all making $4,000 to $5,000 a week, and I'm getting 5% from all 100. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's how you find a lot of them be making that money and don't ever be in no truck. You're like, man, how the hell you making money driving trucks? You ain't never in a truck because they got other trucks riding under them, and they just choose not to go to work. They just send other trucks out.
All right, so I'm gonna go to the next one so we can get to the Pan-African thing. But I got y'all. You know, I just hope y'all show up when we talking about the particular group of good white folks that y'all love so much. You know what I'm saying? Whichever group, the the Trump ones that Bakari like to do business with, or the French or the Italians, you know what I'm saying? I hope y'all show up then, you know.
Yeah, long as the MAGA and Joe Biden people won, they can call me. But the MAGA and Joe Biden people, they won right now, and boy, they'll much rather call me up top or blessed out over the Biden folks.
All right. And yo, shout out, what up, Time to Work, my brother, and shout out Raw. Raw is in the chat now, you know what I'm saying?
Channel 2.
What's up, Raw? What's up, Time to Work?
Oh yeah,
this kind of mess with me, man. Y'all can't handle me. Y'all can come up here and get some of this work too, Dwayne Copeland. Come on up here. The forecast, he wants somebody else. He glad hardcore up here, so he don't have to get beat.
Y'all on the same team, yeah. I know y'all agree that with these good white folks. I'm gonna be on y'all necks all day. All right, except for when we start talking about black positive stuff, then y'all gonna do a fight all day. I got it. Hardcore
black positive stuff. Jack Johnson invented the pipe wrench, the monkey
right,
wrench.
exactly.
The monkey wrench is not the real name of it. They called it the monkey wrench because he invented it. Is it the pipe wrench they called it monkey wrench? But anyway, that's why they called it that.
All right, Hardcore Channel 2, that's your local thing?
Yep.
Okay. They was talking about the because you mentioned this earlier, and I'm gonna let y'all speak on it if y'all want, or if not. The next thing is the Pan-African thing, so I'm gonna just play the blackface of the
apologies from Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau.
His re-election campaign on shaky ground now as the media uncovers yet another example of Trudeau wearing blackface. CBS 2's Tony Aiello reports.
It was blackface, and that is just not right.
Prime Minister Trudeau locked in a close election race, now facing self-inflicted trouble. Trudeau, the Liberal Party leader, sheepishly admitted Wednesday to 2 pictures of him wearing blackface, but he didn't mention a video, and this video surfaced Thursday. The Liberal Party confirms that is Trudeau in blackface on an unknown date under unknown circumstances. Trudeau's main opponent is Conservative Andrew Scheer.
He can't tell the truth to Canadians. So I do believe that he's not fit to govern this country and that he's lost the moral authority to govern.
I think the question is, how can you not remember that? The fact is, I didn't understand how hurtful this is to people who live with discrimination every single day.
Trudeau can't blame youthful indiscretion. He was 29 in this picture.
It wasn't a good idea. It was a terrible idea.
Thursday night at the crossroads of the world, Canadians visiting NYC shared their opinions.
It's not a guy who doesn't like black people, who want to make fun of them. It's just...
I'm gonna run that back a little bit because this is what I was hearing from y'all earlier when y'all was talking about those good white people.
See, shared their opinions.
It's not a guy who doesn't like black people, who want to make fun of them. It's just maybe a mistake. It's not a good politic move, but on the long term, it's not going to affect him.
He's really dug himself in.
It's definitely concerning.
Do you think he can survive this on October 21st?
I don't think so.
Will hurt him, but I don't think the majority of people will think too much about it.
So far, no leading figures in.
All right, so but yeah, that's the one on blackface. Y'all want to say something about that one?
Yeah, let me just say that the anchor, Maurice Dubois, the guy you saw, not the guy at the end, Aiello, but the guy at the desk. Yeah. That's a black guy. Now he's French. They did a show one time when he went to France, and he actually visited his relatives in France, just to let you know. So when you start talking about French people, he's one of them.
Oh, this biracial dude?
Now say that again. Say that again, Alquan.
Now I was saying that anchor at the desk on that clip you just saw, he's a French guy. And he did they did a news special when he went to visit his family in France.
He was kidnapped by the French?
No. But I mean, I always thought his name was weird, Maurice Dubois. I didn't actually know that he was actually had people in France. I didn't know that until I saw that segment.
I ain't even see the guy. I was just listening.
It's the Prime Minister. He was wearing blackface and stuff.
A white guy.
Yeah, the Prime Minister of Canada, pretty much the President of Canada. He was wearing blackface a lot of times, and he tried to be like, "Oh well, you know, I didn't know it was offensive."
It was racist. He didn't know he was being a bigot.
Right.
Yeah. His only excuse was, I didn't know it was so hurtful to other people, which of course is a lie. Of course, I mean, that's why you did it, right? Unless it's symbolic, since he's wearing that Moorish outfit. They do that in Europe too. They wear the Moorish blackface to commemorate the defeat of the Moors, the black people who used to run Europe. So there's got to be a reason why they do it. They do that.
Yeah, Hardcore, you was gonna say something earlier. You wanted to you wanted to say something like what you was gonna say earlier?
Oh no, I think that's what I was saying is the fact that he dressed up like a Moor.
Right. Okay.
You know? That he didn't just do that by mistake. Because again, you talk to a lot of white
black Africans.
But when you talk about white people,
like some black Africans.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's fine. You can say that. More means black though, but it's like, see, when you talk to a lot of white people, they'll say that Moors were not black. But then you got people like him, and keep in mind the Moor, he's French, and the Moors got beat in France. And then they had to settle in Spain and Portugal. Keep that in mind. So they like celebrating that stuff.
Yeah, you know, the Arabs took, so they made everybody else. They made the Arabs. You talk to them, they'll say the Arabs was they try to act like the Arabs were more. They were not. More mean black. Arabs ain't black. They ain't never been black. I don't want to hear it.
The real ones are.
Yeah, okay. Well, we like to claim everything. But the Arabs, them down. Yeah, is that the one that's supposed to Dwayne? Hold on, Dwayne Black Pete. Had one. You know how they when Santa Claus beating red, what to do with the red nose, the reindeer with the red nose? You know, when he's still in the whip, he ain't beating them, but making them fly off. They did a little Christmas thing with the Moors, yeah, Rudolph, with the Moors, and they was actually beating the black dude, the black person in the front of the thing. They were actually having a thing where they was beating him with the whip for real. Dang. I don't know if that's Black Pete or not, because I heard of Black Pete. That's what I was asking Dwayne. Is that Black Pete? One of my homeboys showed me that these people, they're crazy. Shit, they still celebrating. They still eat cake made like Sarah Bartman. I can't even remember her African name now.
What cake is that?
Oh, you know who Sarah Bartman is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't tell me it's the bundt cake.
Huh?
Don't tell me it's the bundt cake.
No, I say they make a cake every year in the celebrate, but it's not even in neither one of those countries. I want to say they in Sweden. It's like 3-4 different countries. They make a cake of her and cut it and eat it while they dressed up in blackface like Moors. Yeah.
They have a strange obsession. Like we keep trying to tell Pan-Africans, man, black people rule Europe, but Pan-Africans can't accept that, can't believe it, because if it ain't in Africa, they can't believe black people did anything else.
Hey, Hardcore. Let me ask you this: do you think the Moors failed?
In what way?
Like just they aren't existent no more. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, they're
disrespect
still
nobody,
around, but they ain't about
Are
it,
they?
you know?
Are they still around though?
Yeah.
Yes. You
Are
ever
they?
met anybody from Mauritania forecast?
I mean, no, I haven't.
Well, see, people
Have
always
you
think
ever met anybody from there?
No, I haven't. No.
Okay, so look, I'm gonna make sure I go to that flea market and talk to my peoples from Mauritania. Yes, but now the people from Mauritania will tell you they laugh at these people with the red chicken bucket hat on, talking about their Moors, because and the stuff they saying don't represent.
But if those Mauritanians aren't clearly black, then you know those.
No, these Mauritanians are absolute. These Mauritanians I'm talking about, they're absolutely black.
Okay, let me tell you something else. People in Senegal too.
Yeah, but she was talking about not just wearing the red chicken bucket hat, but didn't nobody wear that tall ass fed. But anyway, but the stuff that they teach and represent, they say that was not of more. Yes, the people in Senegal and Gambia.
Well, I'm saying like, that culture like of how the Moors ran Europe and all of that stuff. Like, and I'm saying today there are powerless. So I'm just saying, did they fail? Like, you know what I'm saying? They happen to drop the ball somewhere. I think they failed.
I guess if you want to, the only thing I guess you could say the failure went because I guess they were trying to spread Islam, which they did, and then it dissipated in Europe, that part of Europe anyway. And then Spain went in and grabbed some pieces of, they still got pieces of Morocco today and Canary Islands. And so in a sense they did fail, especially the black ones, because they don't even control Northwest Africa anymore. But if you look at Islam, I guess that's a different story, but Islam from Eastern Europe, Southeastern Europe, like Albania and Serbia and stuff, in a sense, Islam is still there. So that part didn't necessarily fail. But Moors, yeah, I guess you could say they failed because they got defeated and everything. Their influence is no more. I mean, their influence still is, but I mean, they don't control anything anymore.
Yeah, and let me say this: there's no disrespect to anybody who listens to me who is a Moor. I'm not talking about your ideology or none of that. I'm just saying, like, yo, as a black people, we might have to start accepting that maybe something that we did may have caused us to fail. That's all I'm saying. Bakar, you think the Moors failed?
Yeah, I think they failed when they hooked up with the Arabs.
Well, no, I can't go with that because that's when they succeeded.
Well, see, that's what you say. But
Because that's when they became Muslims, though.
Yeah, I know, and that's when they were, and that's when they were enslaved, and that's when they became enslaved, and that's when they became part of a damn slave army to a religion. When people say the Moors had a slave army, that's all they were, with a slave army. Which wouldn't
see that's a lie. That's a lie. You've been listening to these YouTube videos with these kooks.
No, Moors Moors had a slave or army. That's not when they succeed. How that's going to be your success when somebody come in and take something from you. See, we've been taught that because we think they came in and had to educate Africans, talking about math and all that, but you find the oldest map in history, the oldest map, because that's what supposedly what Muslims, the Arabs did. That's what algebra come from. They'll give any credit to anybody except the black Africans. But when you study the Shango bone, the first known map was done. The first known map was done by Africans. So they like to say, oh, that's when because they had educators, because they had this, or because they had that. Obviously, the people had something. I think they failed when they linked up with them, because obviously they was already going over to whatever, because the people knew more meant black. So yes, I agree with you, Truth 884. That's when Arab succeeded, was when they linked up with black people. And black people chose.
See, now you, I hate to interrupt, but now you're coming with some BS now, because obviously the Muslims succeeded before they stepped foot in Africa, because they already.
When did they succeed? Watch this, right? So who defeated the Muslims? Who defeated the Mongolians for the Muslims, for the Turks, when the Mongolians was kidnapping and raping and enslaving and making all the Turks and all them European countries pay taxes? Who did they go to for help?
What do you mean, the Turks?
Who did those Arabs go to for help? They didn't go to the Europeans, because the Mongolians was kicking their ass. They were scared of the Mongolians. You don't know who they went to? Okay, they went to the black Africans. They went to Egypt. That's where they went.
Where you learning this from?
And that's when it started talking. The guy that started the Ottoman Empire, Osman Ghazi.
Yeah, white guy.
That's when he said, and even after that, see, we make friends with the wrong people. I can say that, and that have been proven. That's why I say that's when they failed, because Mongolians never even tried to attack Africa, didn't want to attack Africa, but they chose sides and helped them defeat the Mongolians. Then those people turned around and attacked them. So no, they wouldn't just succeeding before they met Africans. I know y'all like to think that because y'all want to say Africans ain't done nothing. No, they wouldn't just succeed in doing great.
I don't get what you're saying.
Before they met Africans, no, they would not.
I don't get what you're saying, because after the Turks took over Egypt, you know, a lot of them came from Albania, and then they ruled up until Nasser took over.
That's what I said. I said once the Egyptians helped them, Egyptians had a slave army called the Mamelukes. And
Right.
once the Egyptians with their army, with the slave army, helped the Turks, that's what started to break the Mongolians back.
But now let's get to the detail now. Who was in control of Egypt?
Look it up.
The Byzantine Empire.
No, look it up. The Byzantine Empire was down, running like hell, scared to go that way.
I'm saying they were running the shit, running
No,
things
they
before
were not, 'cause they were scared.
listen. They were running
No,
it before
no, 'cause
But
you
listen
just
to what I'm
made-
saying. You got to hear what I'm saying first. They were running it before the Arabs came in and took over, though.
No, the Byzantine Empire was scared to death to even go that way because of how Mongolians was treating them.
No, but that's before the Mongolians took over. Mongols came in.
Well, but we talking about
So
the Mongolians.
my point is this: that the African Egyptians, they were never in control of their country. That's what I'm saying.
And that's absolutely not true. So
It
the
is
point
true.
that I'm making- but the point that I'm making is you're willing to give anybody credit except the Africans. So I'm going to say it again.
No, you give the Moors credit, but I'm saying,
No, because you said they succeeded because of Arabs, is what you
No,
said.
that's not what I said. I said, because you said that you try to say Arabs and Islam didn't succeed with the Moors. You try to say the Moors influenced them, but Islam came in that galvanized the people and made them say, let's go spread this throughout Europe and whoever gets in the way and in other parts of Africa. And that's what they did. And Islam gave them that inspiration. You can't deny that because it happened.
So okay. So how would they know who Moors and everything were before? Because Africans been going in and out of Europe way before damn Arabs.
Well, before Islam, the other recorded Moors going into Europe. Now, this is where my experience arguing with white supremacists comes into play. Now, that comes under Carthage. But see, when you argue with white people, that's why you need people like me to argue with them and debate with them, because they'll tell you that Carthaginians, Hannibal, his people came all the way from Lebanon, and they spoke a Semitic language, so they weren't black, but they were black though, Phoenician, which that is the case. They did speak a Semitic language, but nobody ever criticizes modern day Ethiopians for speaking a Semitic language.
What's a Semitic language?
You know, related to Arabic, Hebrew, and all that kind of stuff.
Okay. And before them, but you say, did they fail? The failure of Moors is when they linked up with Arabs, and I'm gonna stand firm on that because you can look and see Africans was doing things in Europe, had people coming, even like
that's that Pan-African ideology.
All right, hold. Go ahead, finish your statement, Bukhari. Then I'm gonna say something.
Because you can go back. It's a Pan-African ideology. This have nothing to do. This is just a fact. Like you can go even before, and you can see when Vikings was in and out in Africa, and they never went to war. That's why you would see Africans who was king and queens of some Viking tribes raiding England and raiding parts of Europe and taking shit. They would go and then they would take their army with them because they had befriended Vikings, and they would go and they would raid and do certain things in part of Europe before somebody may have been called a Moor. No, not that the Vikings were black. It was just some black Africans who befriended some Vikings.
I know this sounds like some revisionist history right now.
All right.
This is what you do: study Viking history. Then.
All right. Let me say.
Nothing I just said I got from black folks. Study Vikings history. Study them.
All right, cool. Okay, yeah, we know both Hardcore and Bukhari take white people information and they think that they're white people. Okay. We got y'all. We got it. Okay.
So wait a minute. I ain't gonna let you do me like this because you need the white folks information right now.
I am.
Yes.
I'll use that to
You
be
just
well
showed that
information.
video with the
Bakari.
white folk talking all that their information. I ain't gonna let you get me like that, folk.
I was showing the video for that black sister who said, no, we don't accept your apology the way that y'all do, because she don't just accept because they're Canadians, or it's different. We accept their apology the way that you and Hardcore been caping for these Canadians and good white people all night. That's why I showed this video, not for black people, Bakari. Now, all right, hold on, Bakari, because this next thing is Pan-African. So I'm gonna go ahead, say what you want to say. The next thing is Pan-African. That's why I'm trying to cut y'all off, because I know y'all go dip out on me in a little bit.
You know I'm not on that topic.
All right, so the next thing is Pan-African, and I want to show everybody how y'all completely reverse roles and argue on the other side. So now, Hardcore, is Pan-African fail?
Oh yeah, matter of fact, it failed before it even got started.
Now you see how you had to have hesitation when I said the more fail. You said, well,
No,
it depends on define failure and
yeah,
what
because
do you mean by
because
fail? Oh yeah, absolutely.
I'll tell you why, because it depended on what their goal was.
You ain't asked me what the goal was.
No, but I already knew what the Pan-African goal was. That's the reason why I said that quickly.
Oh, okay.
What was the Pan-African goal, Hardcore?
You know, trying to unite all black people under one umbrella, one master race.
All right, so Bakari, did Pan-African fail?
Oh, how did it succeed then?
How did it succeed? Okay, I got an idea. You Foundation of Black American. So this is what you do, ADOS. This is what you do. Show me another black group in the history of this country that was able to do what Pan-African organizations did.
What did they do?
Okay, the first one, Booker T. Washington, was a Pan-African. He built Tuskegee Institute. Should I continue?
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute. So now, okay, so show me the institute was somebody what a Foundation of Black American. I'm talking about somebody who didn't call themselves African. So show me something they did. Now,
Okay, well, just to keep it simple, I'll say Elijah Muhammad created universities of Islam. Now what?
This man done said Elijah Muhammad. Okay.
Hey.
Okay, good. Oh, you know, I'm glad you
That's
said
the first
him.
one I can think of off the top of my head.
I'm glad you said him. But look and see, did he learn from Marcus Garvey and the UNIA? So
he couldn't have.
You want to bet?
Let me tell you who he learned. Let me tell you who he learned from. It's on the record.
I already set a NOI dude down on this same panel right here, saying he didn't, because I went to the work and I go to my books and I proved it and show what he learned and how he worked under Marcus Garvey. So,
well, that's not true though. That's not true.
It's absolutely.
Well, you gotta listen. You gotta listen. You gotta listen. And this is who Elijah Muhammad. He learned from Fard Muhammad. That's where he's the man who set up the entire Nation of Islam.
Okay. Okay. Good. That's who set up their fake religion. That's the white man that they
okay. Yeah, I agree that it's fake.
But I'm talking about. But I'm talking about his economic plan and everything he did.
No. See, that's not what you said. No. You switched it around. You switched it around.
No. I said you said because you used him as not felon, and I say and he learned from Marcus Garvey. He learned under the banner of the UNIA.
Because but pause. You said
I know because every time I talk, you say hold up. So now you're gonna have to wait a minute. Now watch this. Now what you do is you show me another. As y'all call yourself ADOS.
No, you asked for one. I gave you the one. Now you want another.
Okay, good. Now show me something that y'all created where y'all were considered a nation of people.
The Nation of Islam.
And recognized by other countries throughout the world as a nation of people.
So you're trying to say that the Pan-African is recognized by somebody as a nation of people?
And so I'm going to say, see one thing you don't want to do, you don't want to answer that question.
Yeah, because I'm trying to establish if Pan-Africanism was recognized as a nation of people by other people, because I'm unaware of that.
Well, see, maybe you should study more and talk less. Then study the UNIA.
But I'm asking you the question, so you can give me the answer right now.
Yeah, I'm telling you. So study the UNIA. And you would see.
Okay, well, if you're saying it's the UNIA, then I say that you're wrong. Then.
Okay, but and I'm gonna tell you again, study it, and you'll see how many different countries recognize the red, black, and green as the flag and recognize black people as a nation of people. under the UN. Now I'm telling you to look it up for yourself because I ain't gonna tell you everything.
No. I want you to tell me because UNIA was an organization. That wasn't the people.
Okay, it wouldn't. So it wasn't people that made up the UNIA.
I said the UNIA was not a people.
I know, but it was people that made it up.
People make everything up that we can communicate right now.
African people made up the UNIA.
People made up video games, and African people didn't make up the UNIA. People who were falsely labeled as African people.
Oh, okay. So now we got now your Black Indian talk coming out. I'm gonna now the ignorance is about to come out. So I'm gonna say it, and once again, so like I said, when you go to naming the people that y'all like and the people that y'all follow and be disrespectful toward Pan-Africans, what end up happening is I say, should like you talk because you say you like to debate white supremacists. I you know, me personally, I don't even I don't even use that term because but show me, because the white supremacists obviously keep y'all from doing anything other than begging the white supremacists for some money, saying, can I get some reparations because y'all did this to me, but we ain't gonna build nothing on our own because we need y'all to do this for us. Reparation, cut a check. That's what.
Now, Bakari, you realize what you're doing, right? I know you know what you're doing because you're trying to get away from the fact that you can't prove where Pan-Africanism has succeeded. So that's why you're doing all this extra talking about nothing. Now, tell us what Pan-African.
How many businesses was under the UNIA? Because you say you study these things.
No, my man, you said that they have succeeded.
Since you say you study these things, yes, they did succeed.
And what did they succeed in doing?
Okay, so how many businesses was under?
No, so you're asking me a question. You got to tell me what they succeeded in doing.
Okay, creating businesses, creating jobs for Black folks, feeding their people, doing all that. But I know
is that still in effect?
But I know it would be people like you.
But hold on, is it still in effect? Is it still in effect?
Yes, I'm a part of the UNIA right now.
You bullshit.
Division 422, President Ross Marvin. So now you asked me, was it still in effect? So, and I just told you, yes, it is. So now,
so where the business is
wait a minute, and I just told you my division, and I told you my president.
All right, where's now tell me the businesses now.
Every time you ask a question, I answer.
Okay, now I'm asking a question. Where are the businesses?
You haven't answered a question. Then you try to answer one with somebody that learned from the UNIA.
Now, see, what you're doing is you're trying to pull the wool over my eyes. You're trying to give me some BS.
Man, you pull the wool over your own eyes.
But I asked you direct questions. Where has it succeeded? You're telling me something that happened in the past or a business. Individual Black people come up with businesses. See, the Moors succeeded because they got taught Islam and they spread it. That was what their mission was. They spread it, but then they ultimately lost it. So they did fail. But Pan-Africanism, you said that nations recognize people as Africans, even if they're not from Africa. And I say that that's outright BS. And that wasn't the Pan-African mission. They failed. They didn't even get started.
All right, so let me say this. You know, maybe we should switch the thing to good white people, so you and Bakari can agree and hold hands and hug everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Because when we talk about Black people, we can't get to this. And I want to show this, and I do want to show this because y'all got a problem with me. Now, let me ask y'all one question and be kind of quick because we're gonna go through the last thing to get out of here. So now, do y'all see what I mean when I say I'm not as hard on the coon and stuff?
No.
Yeah, I see what you mean because of the people that you love and celebrate and put up on the pedestal.
Okay. Yeah, you guys, I love y'all and I put y'all up on the pedestal. And because when we start talking about Black people and all this stuff. So all right, so let me go to this thing, the Pan-African topic. You know what I'm saying? And y'all can finish it out after this and try not to be all long. But so the Pan-African, this is a company right here, Pan-European Oil Sands Team, and they do things to help, Europeans. But the EU-Canada Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement, so I'm gonna show you just a little bit of that, so they there's a trade agreement between the European Union and Canada. It cuts tariffs to make it easier to export goods and benefit the people and businesses in Europe and Canada. You know what I'm saying? So we can go on a whole long thing. I'm skipping this, you know what I'm saying? But if you get my point, I don't know if y'all get my point, but this is here, the Canadian government donating to what's going on in Ukraine. So I'm gonna play a little bit of that,
We have asked for weapons. We've asked for financial assistance. We have asked for support to Ukrainian migrants, for those 10 million people forced by Russia to flee their homes. The democratic world had the power to help. Ukrainian courage deserves respect.
But I can only announce today for the European Commission that we want to pledge 1 billion euros. 600 million of those will go to Ukraine, to the Ukrainian authorities, and partially to the United Nations, so that the Ukrainian authorities who know exactly who is in need, can distribute that. And 400 million euros will go to the frontline states that are doing such an outstanding job and helping the refugees that are coming.
In near future, Ukraine will require a huge economic boost, similar to the one offered to Western Europe after World War II, a new Marshall Plan for Ukraine.
Together, let's keep working to mobilize governments around the world, private companies, and the people in our communities to support refugees from Ukraine and indeed support.
Now, okay, so the donors, including the Canadian government and European Commission, pledged a combined $9.1 billion to help them. Now, my questions for y'all is I'm putting them together so we could be quick, you know what I'm saying? Hard Coal, it's going to be different for both of y'all. Hard Coal, would you be willing to do that for say Black nations in a different place, you know what I'm saying, had an issue and they needed kind of funding like this? And also, are you pan-Black? So
you mean if I had the power out, if I was in control of a country?
Oh, you can answer it that way, any way you want to answer it.
Yeah, if I was in control of a country, I would do that, depending on the country, of course.
You would help Africans if you was in charge, say you was in charge of Black people in America and you was the voted president, you would be like, yo, let's start a thing and I pledge $5 billion to an African country because of their issues. You would do that?
Well, African or a Black country, which doesn't have to be African, by the way.
A Black country.
Yes, I would if we had the means and if that government was about something.
Okay. All right. And are you pan-Black?
Yeah, that's better than pan-African.
What's the difference?
The focus is not on Africa, it's on all Black people.
Okay. All right. So Bakari, now, and that same question, but all right. So would you be willing to help, say they yo, I'm ADOS, I'm FBA, yo, Tariq is the man, you know what I'm saying?
Nope, I ain't helping none of Tariq or his ites. Go ahead. Next question.
All right, so okay, so you wouldn't if they was in a situation like Ukraine and how other pan-European people are helping other Europeans in that situation, you wouldn't be like a pan-African and help other Africans in that situation.
Well, they don't consider themselves African.
So to you, they would be like what they consider themselves.
I'm gonna say it like this, man. People like him that's very disrespectful to other Black people, and the way they treat Black people. No, they're not. No. Because you're them the same Black folks you are help, and they'll turn around and turn against you. Now I know you don't feel that way, but that's how I feel, and I mean that. And I'm just being and I'm being honest. Would I help Black people? Yes. Most of the time, when I'm out here talking to Black folks, if they African or Pan-African, that very seldom come up. But you mentioned people from social media, and I know how they feel, and I know how they would feel about me. So in all honesty, just like I told you, when the pandemic hit and people been laughing at me for a couple years when I'm telling them, look, man, you better start saving because something coming. I don't know what it is, but you always make sure you're okay. But the same ones that laughed at me and I was okay, and they asked me, do I have? No. And I'm just being honest. That's what I said. No. I'm not gonna sit here and make like I'm not gonna sit here and make like I was gonna help them just because they were black. And I'm being honest, that's what I told them. No. Excuse me, y'all the same ones that laughed at me for the last 2 years. Now you think I'm gonna turn around and give you my stuff that I had to work hard for, that I had to save, that I sacrificed? No, and I ain't give them nothing. That might not sit well with you, but that's okay. But sometimes, man, you got to close the door on folks. Look at Noah in the Bible.
The the scriptures. Don't bring out the scriptures, Bakar.
Yeah, look at the scriptures. I'm just using that story. Just use that story for an example, man. But sometimes you just got to do that, because if you keep allowing people to come in, just because, dude, and you see how they feel about you. Do you think if you help someone like those people you name, these social media people that hate black folks, you think just because you decide to lend them a hand, do you actually think they would change how they actually feel about you?
That's irrelevant. You could make it for selfish reasons though, Bakari. Like you helping to help yourself. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's why I don't get when people be like, oh, I wouldn't sacrifice myself.
But helping them won't be helping me.
It would be though.
How would helping them be helping me?
Okay, I can give you a scenario, like say with a cop or some stuff. Like, yo, if a cop is harassing somebody who you would label a coon, you know what I'm saying? Like, you could walk past that person, you know what I'm saying? But if you walk past that person and let them get, okay, fine, that coon is gone. But then what's going to happen when it's somebody that you love? And I know, Bakari, you like, yo, I would do this, do that. But like, yo, what if you're not there? What if you wasn't there that day with your daughter, you know what I'm saying, that you talk about? What if he wasn't there, you know what I'm saying? And that cop could have been, if somebody would have, yo, it's almost like and I'm gonna bring so everybody can understand.
Media folks, though, but you mentioned social media folks.
But I'm saying, what if like one of those sisters down in Alabama was yo, I'm ADOS, I'm not no damn African, and she was an older lady in Lawrence County, Alabama. Like, you would say that, oh, I don't care, she should have been whatever. Like, no, I'm not gonna be like, no, I'm not gonna help her because she's ADOS, you know what I'm saying?
No, but those like I say, those conversations never come up. But you actually mention people where those conversations come up.
What you mean?
You understand what I'm saying?
No, what you mean?
But you mentioned the names you called. Would you help Tariq Nasheed? Would you help and you name somebody else?
I would.
Okay, I'm saying, but you asked me, and you saying you would. And I'm not going to tell you you're wrong because you say you would, right? So because you say you would, that make me wrong because I say I wouldn't, and I say I've been in that situation and I didn't. Does that make me wrong?
I'm not going to answer that. Unless you want me to. I'll answer if you want me to.
You can ask it because that's your answer and that's how you feel. It still ain't going to change how I feel.
I think that if you exclude certain black people, it's really hard to say that you're Pan-African. You will have to say, I'm Pan-African if this person is such and such and such and such and such and such. Like, if we're Pan-African black first, like when people say the stuff about the gay people, and you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I don't care that if somebody get killed, like the people that got killed by the dude, do I agree with their lifestyle? No, like, yo, that's their personal business. But no, I wouldn't do that. But I'm not going to be like, yo, I'm cool with a gay dude being killed because he's gay. So I don't care. No, I'm black first, and I don't care what your ideology is. If you're being targeted, I'm not gonna be like, oh, you deserved it because you thought this. We have so much mental health issues in our community. We can't just be like, yo, give 1,000 reasons why it's okay for the coon to be done. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just my opinion on it.
And I know what, and guess what? And like I said, someone got mad with me for saying folks that laughed at me and didn't have nothing to say. And I refused to give them anything. And guess what? And I was proud to say I refused to give them anything. You sat there and laughed for 2 years when somebody else out there saved it. But I had people that did save. Then I had other people that I did help. But man, you can't kill yourself trying to help people that laughing at you while you trying to do something, trying to help them. I'm just saying me. And I'm gonna say it like this, right? And for me, it's gonna be a little different when I say what I'm finna say, because most people, I'm gonna say it again, wouldn't raise like I was raised. I've been around people that gave their life for folks that just didn't care about them at all. And I saw how they died. And I saw how same black people treated them. I saw it. I saw how black people treated their kids because people knew who they were. See, you can say this because you ain't lived that life and you ain't been involved in it. I sat there and see how these people died. I know people that could have been millionaires turned down money to stay and help black folks. And a lot of those, not all of them, but a lot of those black folks that they stayed to help didn't give a damn about them at all. No respect. Giving them a parade. People walking up to me, man, you going to that bullshit? I wouldn't go to that bullshit because they have parade for them. See, dude, you can say that, but you ain't lived this life.
But Bakari, that's the thing, Bakari, because like yo, I do understand that because like yo,
Well,
you
you don't
think
think
anybody
you
listen though, because like yo, what I'm doing, do you think black people as a whole, like it's more black people telling me that stuff ain't real, they ain't trying to be a part. I understand all of that. That's why I never did it in the first place, because I understand everything that you're telling me. But what we don't understand is like yo, you don't have to do it for somebody else. Like we have to have this selfish mentality. You could be selfish because guess what? You're gonna die one day, but your grandkids is gonna be here, and guess what? They're still gonna be in the same situation. So I don't care if they on the same page as me. I'm willing to do whatever I have to do for the next generation. That's why I never got the sellouts and all of that stuff. Because you sell out, what good does it make? Because your kids gonna be in the same situation. Like, see, we are selfish as a people. It's all about, oh, can I make a change today? No, you're done, Bakari. I'm done. Well, that hardcore is done.
I didn't
We
say
done.
nothing about if I could make a change today. I sat there and told them, I won't say it again. I saw people who put their life on the line. You can say all that, and that was a good speech. But I saw people who put their life on the line. You want to talk about sacrifice? Gave up their whole life.
So Bakari, you
wait,
like, oh, it's not worth it. I'm gonna give up then. So what difference does it make? So you will be in the same situation even if you give up, Bakari. That's the point.
Who says something about giving up? You ask me, I say it's some I won't. I say there is some that I won't, and if you think you should, that was one of Marcus Garvey problems. And there's a lot of those people that he helped, and he probably should have turned away. Them the ones that sold him out. The same people you helped, like R.R. Moulton, because you can sit there and you see it in them. R.R. Moulton, that's the same one that got $5 million to give black folks to them people down there in Tuskegee Institute to do experiments on them. Man, sometimes you got to weed out your own, dude.
But you know what, Bakari? The one that you think won't do nothing for you could be the one that might turn it around, even if you don't think he will.
No, I ain't worried about if one gonna do something for me, right? But you can look, he was clearly asking me about people, and you can see how they cooning, and you see how they feel about other black folks, and you can see that, right? So since you can see that, yes, there's some black people that you gonna have to say no to. You don't think so? You think
nobody said nothing about saying no or not letting somebody else in your party or telling them your secrets or let them spend the night at the house.
I'm saying no about me helping some black people. And everybody who's saying all this, and I see Dwayne putting some nice little stuff in the chat. I need some deep therapy. It's about the bigger picture.
Not just you, but we all do. He's saying we all do. Not
wait a minute. And I'm glad they say that, right? I'm glad they say that. But I bet you all them people that say that about me, I bet you when black people did need help, when they were going through this, and everybody who can tell me how I should help every black person, I bet you I helped more black people. Me and the people I was with fed more black families and gave food, toilet paper, paper towel, all that when stores, because we had saved stuff. I bet you we helped more than everybody who talking about how I should help every black person. And I'm still glad to say it's some I told no.
But you know what you're doing? You're being selective.
Right. Yo, who are you to, like, who am I? I'm not just saying you, Bakari. I'm just saying as a general speech, you know, who are you to say that, oh, you deserve to be saved and you don't? You know what I'm saying?
I'm the one who I'm going to tell the ones when I'm sitting there talking about we should do this together, because so when times get hard, we can help one another out. And they sit there in your face and laugh.
Hey, Bakari, you know, for somebody who got a lot of smoke for Jack Johnson, you sound just like him, my brother, because that's the exact speech that he gave. Because he's like, oh, it's black women doing this and doing that. So, no, I'm not going to be down for black women because they are doing this and doing that. You know what I'm saying? You're giving the same speech, my brother.
But what you're doing right now, you're trying to take my words and mix them and make it fit what you wanted to fit. Because I didn't say I wasn't down for black people. So if he said he wasn't down, what I said was, and I'm going to repeat myself so you can hear me clearly. So what I said was, there's people that was in there that was laughing and who we was talking to. And when I was saying, this is what we need to do, and those people laughed.
But
so
that's
then,
irrelevant, Bakari. Like, yo,
no, they're not.
It is, Bakari. You can't hold.
Forecast, they yo brother, and that's the problem. You trying to tell me how I should deal with people who deal with me a certain way.
No,
it don't happen like that.
Yeah, I'm not
That's
trying
what
to
you're
tell
trying to do. Yes, you are. You are telling me that regardless of what happened and regardless how they handled the situation, I should have still just been there to say, you know what, I got your back regardless.
No, that's not what I'm saying, Bakari. And you can feel, I'm not trying to tell you how you feel. You're like,
That's
you know,
what you just
it's all,
said.
that's not what I said, because that's completely different from what I said. What I said was like you saying that, oh, I'm not going to do such and such because this person laughed at me. And I'm saying, yo, you're not doing it for that person. You're doing it for yourself. That's what, when people are like, yo, I wouldn't sacrifice myself for black people the way they are. I don't agree with that, because you're not just sacrificing yourself for a bunch of strangers. You're talking about your kids that's in whatever. Because guess what? No matter what we say, we are subject, whether you're a Moor or not, because that's why I say the Moors fell. Because the Moors say, and no disrespect to no Moors, but guess what? When you be like, oh, well, when people start talking about that black stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, that's because you got a subject to yourself to somebody else's laws. You know what I'm saying? That's the only time where black means this, and you can call yourself whatever you want. I don't care about the term black or none of that. But Bakari, like when you start talking about, oh, I'm gonna do something for this person and do, like I was saying about the cop, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, like if you could have stopped that cop, like, okay, fine. Even if you feel like I'm not gonna stop the cop from shooting his coon, I'm gonna record from my window. But if I can help to get this cop off the street, so the next person, not my daughter, like, bro, like we got to start thinking, like, even if we got to be selfish.
That's completely different than the question that you asked. I answered the question that you asked. You asked me and started calling names. That's what you did. That's exactly. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Say that again, Bakari.
You asked me and started calling names. Would I help this person and that person? And
yeah, I said ADOS though. I didn't say a name. I said
no. You called names.
ADOS.
You said Tariq Nasheed. You called names for cats.
No, you said Tariq. I said I would help Tariq. I said I would help. No, the only names I said was in Alabama. I said those sisters. They was ADOS.
Forecast. You called names and I answered the question. So watch this then, Forecast. So do you think in the Haitian Revolution, do you think they cut some black people off?
Bakari, the Haitians lost. Bakari, they lost. There's a reason they lost, because they kept saying we got to kill each other first, and the French was able to roll up on them.
Answer the question.
I'm answering. Listen to the answer. Bakari, that's why they lost. No, you're right.
So you saying the French defeated Haiti? The French defeated Haiti.
The French won? Did the French defeat
Haiti? Did the French
Haiti won? Are you telling me Haiti won, Bakari?
Yeah, yes, they won the war against France.
So why are they paying them all this money up until like 20 something?
What you doing right now?
Why they paying them all this money, Bakari, if they won?
And Mr. Untouchable. But you see, he in my foxhole right now. Because he don't know how to get out of it. Because now I got him out of his comfort zone.
But black people were so worried about taking out other black people. That was a bad example.
I say, who won the war with
France won the war. The
France.
good white French people that y'all been talking about all night, they won the
Explain how
goddamn
France
war.
won the war.
They won the goddamn war. So why, if they didn't win the
Explain
war,
how
why
France.
the French
No,
made,
but see,
if they
forecast.
didn't win the war, Bakari, why did
Forecast.
Haiti have to pay them?
Forecast,
Bakari?
you don't understand what happened. Because
What
France
happened, Bakari?
won. Haiti defeated France. Now go look
How,
and
Bakari, if they had to pay them all
oh
these
my God.
billions of dollars? Bakari?
Forecast. Obviously, you haven't studied it then, forecast. Obviously, you haven't studied. I keep telling you, you keep trying me, forecast. You keep losing. Now you getting
Bakari,
out.
are you telling me Haiti beat
Now,
France? Are you
oh
telling
my
me
God.
Haiti beat France?
I want you to study.
Are you telling
Hey,
me Haiti beat
Mr.
France? Say
Untouchable.
yes or no.
Answer this question, Mr. Untouchable. Who won between Haiti and France? I'm not talking about when the rest of the European countries came and threatened to do everything to Haiti. I'm clearly talking about when Haiti fought France, when they revolted against France and they defeated Napoleon. Who won that? See, forecast don't answer the question.
You could say that Napoleon was preoccupied with other theaters of
They
war.
lost.
elsewhere.
Yes, they was having a war in America, and his troops got sent to America.
Answer the
They
question,
lost,
Alphon. Who won?
Bakari. Haiti
Who won,
lost, and this
Alphon?
is all love. That's the answer. They lost.
But who won the war between Haiti and France?
Haiti lost.
How did they lose to France?
Because they had to pay them billions of dollars. If they won a war, why would you pay somebody billions of dollars into like
Forecast. So what
Come
you
on,
saying
Bakari.
is, wait a minute, forecast. So you saying France forced Haiti to pay?
Yeah, why else would they pay, right?
So you saying France forced?
Bakari?
See, I'm gonna tell you something, forecast. When it comes to this history in the United States and all that, but I'm telling you right now, you're slipping a little bit. So the only thing I'm gonna say is read it a little bit more, and you see it was not France. It was not, they defeated France. Won't you look and see how other European countries, including this one, went? And that's when Haiti decided, because they couldn't defeat them all at the time. They couldn't.
Okay,
They haven't.
Okay, Mr. Haitian expert. What happened after the French left the island? Brother? Number one, Bakari, I'm gonna tell you why they lost. Number one, because they went around saying, okay, no, we're not gonna let the Germans out, we're gonna not let the women out, the children out. No, the good all we talking about is the slavery. That's number one reason why they lost. Number two, because after the war, they started going at other people, which they called mulattoes, because the mulattoes wanted said, oh well, black people should be back under control over us. So when France rolled back up, they was unable to control their thing like 5 years later, you know what I'm saying? Because they was continuing to attack. And if you think that we get to a position and they're just gonna leave us alone and not roll back up on us while we're slaughtering each other,
You're wrong, forecast.
What am I
You're wrong. You're wrong. I'm just letting you know you're wrong on that.
Tell me what I'm wrong.
Hey, Bakari, who won, the French or the Vietnamese?
The French or the French or the Vietnamese? When did the French fight the Vietnamese? Let me
Okay,
go
well,
back.
I guess you can't answer the question if you don't know that then.
I can't remember. I just saw a documentary, but I can't remember it.
Well, if you don't know that, you can't answer the question, so you don't have to.
Okay, so you can answer it. That's why I said.
No, but I want you to answer it. But since you don't know about it, you can't answer it.
I say,
Bakari, if the Haitians won, why is the Clinton Foundation and all of these countries able to go over
forecast? I don't answer that question about 8 different times. So I'm gonna answer it again. You got to listen. Stop thinking you know everything. So now I'm finna learn you something. So I'm gonna say it again. They defeated France. Then other European countries, including this one, they threatened them. That's how, and that's why they decided, to pay France reparations, because of the ultimate threat that could have wiped out the whole island. If they hadn't defeated them and they hadn't took control of their island, how could they offer any black person who was in slavery, if you get to Haiti, we offer you freedom if you can get here? Or how could they do that, forecast, if they didn't defeat them?
Okay, so if you know the history, okay, I'm gonna let you finish. Go ahead. I'm gonna answer that when you finish.
Answer the question.
I'm trying to answer the question. I will answer that question. I'll wait till you finish. My bad.
Explain how is that then, forecast?
Explain how they allow other black people to do that.
If they didn't win the
okay,
war,
so
because that means they would have stayed enslaved. So explain because the revolution
so
was
let's
them
talk
fighting their
about
way
what
out of
happened when they allowed the people to come to Haiti or whatever, which was only lasted about what, like 5 years or something like that, or a couple of years. Like, wasn't long. When they started doing that, the mulatto class, which I keep trying to tell y'all about, the civil war that caused them to lose the war, kept saying that no, they're destroying our economy and all of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And what they ended up doing was making them take that back, and they wasn't allowing a bunch of people to come back over. And it was the mulatto class that was doing that. But yeah, they like the black leaders who was trying to do that, they ran them out of the office. You know what I'm saying? They tried to run them out of the country.
Happen either for y'all miss out a whole lot, because I know people love Tucson Overture. And
I ain't say nothing about Tucson Overture.
I
and
know.
he gave up. He already died when this happened, Bakari. I ain't say nothing about him.
But who you're talking about, who was the first one saying? I'm glad other people in the chat know France didn't defeat him. That it took other forces.
Let me ask you this, Bakari. If you and I had a fight, right? You knocked
I'm
me
gonna
out.
whoop your ass. I'm gonna whoop your ass.
Yeah. Let's say that happened. We got to use our imagination on that. Let's say that happened. Now you would say that you won, right? If you knock me out or something like that, right?
I don't even want to knock you out, but I want to whoop you for a long time.
But let's say that you knocked me out, right? And you would say that you won. Sounds like you would win that, right?
Yeah, if I knocked you out, I did win.
Now, suppose that you had to pay me some money every year.
You can't make me pay it.
But I'm saying, but now suppose you had to. Now somebody has to make you pay it, right?
But you can't make me pay it. So who would make me pay it?
That's the question. If you have to pay it, that means somebody
So the point that I'm making is the person I just whooped can't make me pay it, because when you fight me, I whoop you again, just like what happened.
He'll make you pay it if you come back with Tyron and a bunch of other people.
just like what happened with Haiti and France. See,
So you said, like you said earlier, you said the other countries ganged up on Haiti and said you better pay France.
Yes.
Okay. Pause right there. So that would mean France won the war.
No, it does not. I said who won the war. Clearly, when it was just Haiti and France, that was the question. So then what you did because he want to say he won. So then you want to conflate and bring in other people. I said who won the war between those two. And if Haiti hadn't won the war between those two, they would have remained slaves.
All right, let me ask you another question that's related to this. Suppose you robbed the bank. You and a crew robbed the bank and you got $2 million, right?
Use the Romper Room boys, man. They were famous for robbing banks. Use the Romper Room gang.
Okay, whoever they are, I don't know who they are, but let's say you got $2 million out of the deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you say that's pretty successful, right? Now, what if somehow you were forced to pay that $2 million back? Would you say that you got away with robbing that bank?
Yeah, how they gonna force me to pay it back? I ain't
Doesn't-
got it.
but it doesn't matter.
Back. The same way that France forced Haiti to pay it back, even though they won.
Nope. Two different things, my man. Two different things. Said it, Mr. Untouchable. Put that in big bold letters, Mr. Untouchable.
Bakari, you don't understand, Bakari. How can you win a war and then pay somebody millions of dollars for the losses that you have got from winning the war?
So watch this. Which war are you talking about then?
The Haitian Revolution, my brother.
Okay, no, but which one are you talking? So who did Haiti fight in the revolution?
France.
So how did Haiti get their freedom?
How did Haiti get their freedom?
Yeah, how did the Haitians get their freedom? Yes.
Well, one could argue that they can't even. Because you're talking about freedom. You talking about freedom. They can't even grow their own rice today, Bakari. What are you talking about? That's not free if you can't grow rice, my brother. You know what I'm saying? We got to be real about the situation that we're in. There's no disrespect to Haiti.
No. How did they get their freedom? Because see, and like when I said Tucson Overture,
you're not free if somebody making you pay, bro. If I make you pay me to not beat you up no more, then you're not free. If I be like, yo, I'm not gonna come in there and conquer you again if you pay me $1 million, Bakari. Are you gonna pay me?
What you're doing is, I'm gonna say it again, you conflating different battles. You conflating different battles. I'm talking about the
Bakari,
battle. of Haiti.
Bakari, is a
No,
war is
Forecast.
multiple battles though, Bakari. That's what you try because you said we said a
Forecast.
war. They won the
Forecast.
battle, all right, but they
Okay,
didn't
so
win the
watch this. So let
war.
me show you something. I'm going to show you how it wasn't just a see, slave rebellions, when it was a slave rebellion and when they defeated slaves, they put the slaves back into slavery and then killed some just to show. Haiti's slave revolt, Haiti's revolution, they defeated them and they won. And I'm going to tell you something. I was talking about Toussaint L'Ouverture. I respect some of his genius, but when we just talk about the mulattoes, it was also him, the way he did things that set other things in motion toward them losing, because he went to France and he thought because he had won, they were his friends, and he thought black folks and white folks, now that we defeated you, that we can share. They didn't, but when it came to Haiti and France, don't conflate the battles, Forecast. Haiti and France, slaves, when they slaves went to war and fought France, who won, those black slaves or France? Who won?
Okay, let's re-ask the question. Are you talking militarily or politically?
See, y'all don't want to answer the question.
No, I answered France won. I said France won. That's
Okay,
right.
you're gonna be the only person. You and Alquan gonna be the only two to try to figure out a way to say France won.
No,
I'm just asking militarily or politically. Huh?
I'm talking about when they revolted and they fought and they went to war.
So
That's
you're talking about militarily then.
the Toussaint L'Ouverture as they're trying to move the goalpost, Mr. Untouchable. That's why Toussaint.
Sorry, I'm moving to go. You brought up Toussaint. Toussaint was killed before the Haitian Revolution was over because he was about France. Who was the brother who took over after Toussaint was killed?
Dessalines.
Dessalines, right? Okay.
Jean-Jacques Dessalines. Okay,
so Jean-Jacques Dessalines was in charge and after 1808. Guess when this happened, Bakari? This was in the 1850s, not even years later. This was in the 1810s, Bakari, and Dessalines was still alive. Dessalines was still whatever. You see, you talking about black people won the battle. They did, but did they win the war? If they won the war, why is Haiti not? What happened to the free republic? Why can't we go there and be like, yo, we're free? They said white people can come over there. And I get that you said, yo, the good white people is cool. So maybe that's why you're saying this stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so I'm going to say it again.
That was a joke,
and
right?
Hey, Mr. Untouchable and KW Don Savage, I'm glad y'all seeing this. They are conflating two different things. I'm going to say it again because you didn't answer the question because you keep bringing in other forces, Forecast. Every time you're talking about Haiti having to pay, you bringing in other forces. You thought
why did they have to pay?
Forecast.
I know you don't want to because I answered your question. I said France won. I said France won. You explained why they won. You said they won because they brought in other European powers. Well, okay, fine. That's why they won. Now answer the question.
No, because was what you're doing, right? You're conflating two different things. So I'm going to ask again. Who won the fight?
France.
Who won the war?
France.
How did Haiti get their freedom? How they were not slaves?
Bro, how are you free if you have to pay somebody millions of dollars for your freedom? That's not freedom. What are you talking about? If you somebody else is in control of your government, how are you free?
Why weren't they slaves to French to France anymore?
They wasn't. They wasn't slaves to France. So Bakari, you telling me you gonna pay America millions of dollars for your freedom? So why did they pay? Why did they pay Bakari? Why did they pay them? If they won the war, why did they pay them?
What you say? Let me read KW Don.
I know you want to read something. I know.
Because I don't know everybody in the chat Forecast.
I know. Why did they pay them?
Tried to take me down a hole. I keep telling them don't mess with me. I'll go in that hole. I'll go to hell and
go in the hole and answer the question. Why did they pay them?
Haiti was confronted by pan-Europeanism after they won their independence from France. So how would they win their independence from France? How did they win that
Now,
independence?
I could play devil's advocate because France was a part of that pan-Europeanism, right?
Okay, I said, but how did they win their independence from France?
How are you independent if you gotta pay,
How
Bakari?
did-
That's what you're not
how did-
answering. That's
how
the
did
part that
they-
you're skipping
how did-
over and trying
how
to go
did
to
they
the next
win-
thing.
how did
How
they-
are you
how did
free
they
if you're
win their
paying to be free,
independence?
Bakari?
How
You gonna
did
pay
they
for your
win-
freedom papers? You telling me you gonna pay for your freedom papers, Bakari?
How
I know.
how did they win their independence from France?
See, that's why Mr. Untouchable brought it up. That's why I was going to bring Vietnam back up because Haiti and Vietnam are similar, both colonized by the French. Vietnam fought for their freedom, and then the white man came in and said, "Nah, we can't have this." Then the U.S. goes into Vietnam, and they keep on attacking them to make them pay for beating the French.
So did Vietnam win?
Wait,
That's-
Bakari,
that's the
you
question,
don't want to
did
you
that?
don't want to bring that up because you said the Vietnamese used Marcus Garvey plan to get free.
I said that, you know, and I'm so glad that you mentioned that. It's amazing how a plan that was written for black people, someone else can use it and it can benefit them, but black folks don't use it. That's why it don't benefit black folk. I'm just saying.
Marcus Garvey.
I'm just saying.
Hey,
They
Harpo,
used
it's
it.
no disrespect to Marcus Garvey, my
They
brother.
used it. They used it. They used it to fight, but black folk don't. Ain't that something? But the plan was written, and the whole thing was written for black folk. I'm
Now-
just saying.
But Bakari, like I think what Forecast is trying to say, just like Vietnam, did Vietnam actually defeat France and win their independence from France?
Yes.
See, and then what Forecast was saying after that, then a conglomerate of white power came on to Vietnam afterwards, after they beat the French.
But guess the question you just asked me though. You asked me did they defeat the French. You ain't asked me did they defeat all the white
They
people.
did
You
not
asked
defeat the French because they couldn't defeat all the white people. The white people,
asked
French was
me-
part of
you-
them. Bakari.
You asked me if they defeated one group of white people. Ain't that what was just
And the
asked,
answer is
Alquan?
no,
Wait
because
a
they
minute,
was
Alquan. What question did you ask me, Alquan? What question did you ask me, Alquan? You
Yes,
asked me.
I said French.
So
and
there
then,
was one select group of white people that you clearly asked about, right?
right,
So
and then earlier you said that a whole bunch of white people, including the U.S., forced Haiti to pay France, and France is a part of that white union.
But let me show. But what you did was, so when you ask a question about one select group, so now you're moving the goalpost to say, did they defeat everybody? If
No,
you
no, because
ask-
it's like France making a comeback with their friends. That's what it's like.
But what you asked was, did they defeat France?
Right.
No, they did not.
And then
You would ask, and you would say they didn't defeat France one-on-one.
Yeah, me,
Yes,
I can
they
say
did.
I said it. They did. They did beat
You ever
them.
been in a you ever
alone.
been in a gang? You ever been in a gang fight? Not like you in a gang, but you ever been in the streets like that?
Like
Where
a
you
group
been in a
fight.
fight, been stumped out, or you stumped somebody out, or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say you book. So you and Lil Leon from Block C get to fighting.
Little
And you-
Tyrone.
and you whoop Lil Leon from Block C. Now Lil Leon come back with about 35 people and catch you by yourself. Then they whoop you. But
see, that would also include Little Leon, though, right?
But wait a minute. So, but watch this.
So
But
he lost to Lil Leon,
but
Bakari.
when you and Lil Leon fought one-on-one, who won?
We did.
Oh, so you defeated Lil Leon when he was by himself, right?
Right. But then
Not-
Little
not in the
Leon
war,
comes
though.
back with some super friends, and now he
So now,
he gets
see,
up
but
in.
But the question, but did nobody ask me about the super friends? The question was asked about that one-on-one. So
No, I
if
asked you about the
whoop-
war.
So if you whooped Little Leon one, you say did they win the war with France? That's them one-on-one with France. So I can ask
No, it's
Alquan.
not.
But that would be the military aspect, but the political aspect, France got that.
So what you're saying is, so in actuality, even though you knocked Lil Leon out, then stumped him till he needed stitches, he still whoop your ass one-on-one.
Well, that's why I came up with that scenario that if we had
So
a
now
fight
I'm asking,
and
so
you
did
won,
still,
but you got paid me, who really won?
so,
Talk about moving the goalposts, Bakari. You talk about now.
so I'm gonna ask you again. You and him one-on-one, who won?
If he wins, then he won.
I say who won? If you whooped him one-on-one, you knocked him out, you black boot stumped him. One-on-one.
I won.
Who won?
But,
So now
but,
watch
but
this.
if I have to pay him money, then you could say he won.
But watch this. But just because, but I never asked you the question about did he come back with his friends? Him coming back with his friends.
That's a
never
part
came
of
up.
war, Bakari. I know you're ignoring part of the war.
I only,
to prove
see,
your
but
point.
I only asked you about you and him.
But I asked you about the
So
war,
if
and
I
you
asked
tried to move the goalposts
no,
to
what you
me and
said
him.
was you said who won with Haiti and France is what you
Yeah,
said.
who won the war? Right.
So
Who won
I
the war?
answered that question. So then what you did was you brought in France's friends.
Wait.
all
Did Haiti
their
have to pay?
friends.
Did France have to pay Haiti, or did Haiti have to pay France?
You brought in all of their friends, and that was not the initial question.
The
And
question was
what I did was
the question was who won the war, and I didn't say
between-
how or why they won the
between-
war. I
You
said
said
who won
between
the war.
Haiti, between who? Haiti and France, or between Haiti and Europe?
No,
Which
I
question
said
are
Haiti
you
and France.
asking?
I
So
said
which
Haiti and
question?
France.
So which question are you asking?
I said the French won the war, and I said, do you agree with that? The French won the war. Now, how they won the war, I don't like that. You explained it very thoroughly. They got other people to come back with them, and that's how they won the war. But clearly they won the war.
No, the French. Okay. Well, you know what? You can hold on to that they won the war if you choose to say.
I'm not trying to hold on to it. Guess what?
That's it.
They're
That's
not. They
it.
can't even grow rice if they want to. You know what I'm saying? That's my point.
Who
Let
told
me
you
ask.
that?
Let me ask you this,
That's
Bakari.
that's what. Who told me that? What are you talking about? It's like, yo, the people in Haiti be like, yo, they not even letting us do this. They do this to our fields and all of this BS. You know what I'm saying? The people in Haiti say that.
What people from Haiti? Because I have friends.
I can show you the interview. I can show
Okay,
you.
so okay, now watch this. So you can show me that interview, then I can show you interviews of my personal friends who still have places over there in Haiti and go back all the time. And
Bakari, it's the law. They have terrorists.
Oh my
in that
God!
country
And
to where they
and I'm
can't
going to
do
say it
that,
again.
Bakari. They
Okay,
can't.
okay.
It's
I
the
don't know.
law.
Okay, I don't know what the law is. I don't know about the law. I don't know about all that. But I can show you this. I know I've seen his fields and their fields, and I'm just telling you what they say. See, you saying what somebody said on YouTube. That's cool. And I'm just telling you, I know. And I'm just telling you, I know somebody who say something different. That's
So you
it.
tell okay, you trying to be like, yo, I know somebody who I saw on YouTube. You telling me somebody who's not even on YouTube that you heard say it. So that, like, you know what I'm saying?
No, I said someone. I said someone I know personally. I said
That
these
told
people
you
I
that,
know.
right?
I
That
said
told you
these
that,
people.
right?
Yeah,
Which
these
is no
people I know
different, but I
personally.
can show what I saw. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, that's good. You can show it. No, because he lived back and forth. He lived here and he lived there. He don't just stay there year. He don't just stay there. He don't stay there year round. But he can say that. But when you talking about what they can't do and what they can't grow and all, I'm just telling you, him and his friends. I'm good friends with the one named Willie. I just know the other ones really. They will say something completely different. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, they can say what they want to say, but when we look at like who's making money off of exports and all of this stuff, is not them, is Europeans. You know what I'm saying? And Haiti. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying like who's in control, who's making a lot. Like is black people cannot make exports for themselves in the land that they supposedly won a war and they're free at, and they can't even sell their own exports. And other groups of people can come in there and sell exports from that country and make money from that. Like and how they had the in the Constitution where they was like, oh, only black people can own land on, and then they did away with that when when the Clintons went to Haiti and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. And let me say this just to be clear. You know what I'm saying? This is no disrespect to Haiti. I'm just trying to like, yo, we got to be clear. Like, yo, we got to be real about where we are in the world. Like, Haiti got problems. Yeah, they ran Napoleon Bonaparte, who was supposed to be the top general of all white people. You know what I'm saying? They love to put, and they crushed them in a battle. You know what I'm saying? But a battle is a battle, and a war is a war. And this is where I go on to hardcore. So any of y'all got anything to say, and then I'm gonna get on hardcore the way I just did, Bakari.
Yeah, let me just ask Bakari.
Actually, you got on yourself. But go.
let me ask you, Bakari, which country is free, Haiti or Vietnam?
Well, actually, I'm gonna say it like this: according to y'all and the way y'all speak, ain't nobody in the world free but white folk.
No,
So
but
I'm just saying. I just answered y'all question.
No, that's not the question. The question was it Haiti or Vietnam? That was the question.
No, but neither one of them, according to y'all.
No. I said no. I asked you. This is the question is clear. Which country is free, Haiti or Vietnam?
And I just answered neither one of them.
No, one of them is free.
Neither one of them would be free.
No, one of them is free though. You tell me which one.
Neither.
Okay, that means you don't know. But I'm gonna tell you this:
Neither.
Vietnam is free. Haiti is not.
How is Vietnam free?
Because nobody is waltzing into Vietnam anymore. That's why.
Okay, that ain't true, but okay.
People have been waltzing into Haiti after the revolution, but nobody after Vietnam settled many asses because they had to fight many countries. Nobody's walking into Vietnam again.
And let me say this, Dwayne, you already know my brother. He's like they paid for their sovereignty. No, they paid so they wouldn't. They was like, yo, we're gonna attack you again if you don't pay this. They paid so they wouldn't be attacked. You can say it, you know what I'm saying, sovereignty. I'm not disagreeing with you, you know what I'm saying. But when you be like bro, like yo, this is like when we talking about in Africa today. I tell them like, yo, when China is buying up all this land so they could try to take over, and this ain't got nothing to do with what y'all saying. I'm just saying. But like, yo, they can be like, yo, we don't owe you nothing. Get up out of here. You know what I'm saying? You can do what you want to do. You know what I'm saying? But like, if you like, if you paying somebody, it's no different than asking somebody, can you be free? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you got to pay somebody to be free, bro, like, I don't know how free that really is. That's all I'm saying. Like, yo, like, we got to develop a thing where we don't got to pay somebody for our freedom. You know what I'm saying? We either fight for it or not. You know what I'm saying?
It's like paying a bully to not mess with you, but if you don't pay, that bully can still mess with you.
Right, yo, any day, like, yo, I paid you every day for 3 months, or I don't care, you don't got it today, well, I'm gonna go invade you. You know what I'm saying?
Or even if you do have it, I feel like messing with you today. You know?
All right. Bakar, you want to say one last thing on that? Because I'm gonna say something hard.
No, the only thing I said, man, ain't nobody in the world free but white folks. Y'all got that. Ain't nobody else free. Can't nobody else even be free. Ain't nobody else free.
You think black people? I don't know about other people in the world, Bakari. I know you on that hold hands and rainbow coalition stuff. That was a joke, Bakari. I'm sorry. I'll take it back.
Oh man, you know none of that stuff about me.
I know, but people would get taking it the wrong way. Like they probably take what we were saying tonight, like, you know what I'm saying, like it's all up, you know what I'm saying, like, but I forgot what I was gonna say anyway, but yeah, you want anything else you want to say about that, Bakari? Because I want to ask Hardcore something.
You can go ahead and ask Hardcore thing. He don't think nobody in Vietnam right now. He don't think China and all them over there, but
Vietnam. They already beat China's ass. I think China invaded them. I think either around 1980 or something like that. They got their asses whooped. But the U.S. they ain't talk about that one too much because the U.S. had pulled out already. So,
okay. Hey, Bakar, you think black people free?
I just told you ain't nobody free but white folk.
But you said according to us, though. I'm saying according to you.
Look, man, ain't nobody free. Ain't nobody in the world free but white folk.
So you agree with us then? So I don't know why you were saying all of that. So you agree that?
You know what? No, not really. But I'm free.
All right, yeah, that's what I'm asking.
I don't know about y'all. I'm free. Is black folks free? Yeah, black folks free to make their own decisions. We free to do what it is we got to do to build ourselves up. Yeah, we free.
Okay.
You don't think you free? You walking around with freedom? Are you walking around with freedom papers like the Moors talking about you got your sovereignty paperwork?
I don't. Nah.
Well, if you had your own country, could you go and do trade with Iran or Cuba?
Can we do trade with ourselves? That's what I'm saying. Can black people in the north do trade with black people in the south if we so free? That's all I'm saying. And I mean, damn, we don't got no hospitals where we free. Like, yo, you know, like if I'm sending my mom to a hospital and they're not even taking her blood pressure, I don't know how free I am. I'm sending my kid, like Kamala Harris locking up black mothers for not sending their kids to school or something like that because they might miss a few days. Like that's not very free to me. You can't control the curriculum. You can't. You know what I'm saying? Like what area of whatever do you have any control over? You know what I'm saying? Like that's
So
what
let
I'm
me ask you a question, because you say you can't control the curriculum, right? I hear people say that all the time. Someone asks this question: has anybody ever tried to go control it? Has anyone ever went to the school? The people that say that, have we ever been to the schools to see if you can change anything?
Has people have done that? Yes.
I'm talking about because I hear a lot of people on social media saying that.
Yeah, I know. I know specific people you talking about, and I don't think they have.
But I'm saying so when people say we don't control the curriculum, I give pushback on that because goddamn, I changed what they teach at the damn middle school up there. I changed me. I went and I let other people take. I'm the one who went in there and fought them folks, and I changed what they teach. I changed what they started teaching in history. They started calling me, asking me questions. So you have more control. If we sit back and say, we ain't got no control, ain't nothing we can do, that ain't true. But if we just keep saying that and never try it, we gonna always be in this position. Sometimes you got to get up and do it. Then once we get up and do it, and they tell you no, but then you keep on and you get up and do it, and they tell you no, but then you just keep on and you get up and do it, and you get up and do it. They were trying to close the school up here where the black folks go to. My homeboy and his school, but they went up there. Now y'all ain't closing this school. This week go, y'all ain't busting out kids nowhere. And this what gonna be taught. The school, matter of fact, not only is it still open, they the school got extra money. They start building on the school, start changing. But if we don't ever get up and do nothing about it, but just talk about it to each other, we won't ever see a change. If we want to see the change, we got to go in and make them change. We got to make them change what they teach our kids while they kids in that school, because we ain't got the school set up now for ourselves. So until then, we got to go in there and deal with that and make sure our kids are being treated right and make sure they are learning.
Yeah, I agree with that. All right, so let me go to the next thing because Hardcore, let me say this because you agree with me that that France won the war, you know what I'm saying, and they came back with other European powers, you know what I'm saying. Now, do you think that could be effective if black people came back with other black powers around the world?
Effective against who?
Against like the same way it was against France, like if we was like, yo, let's go against Britain, you know what I'm saying, or France or whatever, you know what I'm saying. Do you think it would be more like we would have more success if we was to do like because
not going against France or Britain, no.
All right, so look, like contrary to Bakari's belief that we lost the war, they was able to win because they was able to side up with America. You know what I'm saying? Like the president of America at the time said, "Oh, we don't recognize Haiti as a nation," and they wanted to place sanctions. They had other European powers like we can't have a Negro country overtake a white country. You know what I'm saying? Even though we beefing, do you think that black countries should do the same?
They should, but they don't really have what it takes. Hell, they should start by attacking, trying to take Egypt and North Africa back, but they're too scared to do that in their own land. So until they can at least start there, they're not even messing with Europe.
So would you help Africans help take Egypt back then?
Oh yeah,
you would.
No, I ain't gonna talk about I'm physically going there to fight no war. Hell no. I'll let the Hoteppers go over there and do that. But if I can help in some other ways, yeah. But if I had a country, I'd help, especially if I was in Africa. Matter of fact, that might be coming soon because Ethiopia is starting to feel a lot of heat and outside intrusion, and I can guarantee a lot of that's coming from Egypt with that dam situation. So you might be looking at something in the future, near future.
Okay, so you low-key pretty much Pan-African then.
Pan-Black, because those Ottomans hurt us.
All right, hardcore Pan-Black. Bakari, you want to speak on that one?
Ask the question again. Who would I help? Who?
Well, I already know your answer. I was just saying, where he helped other African nations. He was saying black people should take back over Egypt. I was saying, should black people in America help help Black people in Africa take back over Egypt from other people?
Would I help Egypt?
Yeah, I already know your answer, but you can say whatever you want.
Yeah, I would help Egypt. I would even help these Black people here that call themselves Aboriginal and Indigenous if they were willing to set up a plan and do something.
Okay, I'm sorry, Bakari. I got a better question. I'm gonna let you finish. I got a better question after you're done. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, like, if we have a plan, a better, if they came up with a plan other than just try to tell somebody Pan-Africanism is dead and how horrible Africa is and how great it is here, if they had a plan other than that, because I really don't care. Outside of social media, these questions never even come up to me because I'm gonna my goal is to help Black people. That is my goal. If Alquan was in the Atlanta area and I got a call, look, we need you. Can you get any more trucks? Alquan, Aboriginal Indigenous. Alquan, look, man, we need another truck out here. They're running right now. We're gonna need you for 3 weeks, $100 an hour. You ain't got to give me nothing. Do you know any other brothers that got a truck? And I don't ever ask these questions in real life. This is just social media jargon for me, but I don't ask these questions in real life.
All right. Well, then let me ask you. All right. So, would you help aid those people? Like I know you're Pan-African. You help Black people all over the world. So, would you help Black people in America get reparations then?
We are the reparations. Would I help Black people get reparations? If it was something that I could do to help Black folks get reparations with white folks, we gonna have to fight for that. So if they willing to fight, any kind of fight, and fight not necessarily mean picking up guns. Fight means stop fighting one another all the time. Let's start spending our money with one another, and let's do whatever plans we come up with. Yeah, I love Black folk, but it's still some that I think you got to just let go. But other than that, I tell you, I got a family member. You got to just let go. You can't hold on to them all. Don't care how you love them. You got to let them go. You got to let them go. But will I help? Yes, and as long as they ain't spewing jargon about hatred toward other Black people. Like when I say this don't happen in real life, it don't happen that often. But I had one because my grandma tell you this. My grandson, his mother would be what some folks would be what you'll call a Haitian. I literally had some people that called themselves ADOS say they came to a Malcolm X Marcus or a Pan-African festival to come out there and say stuff negative about Pan-Africanism and tell me I shouldn't deal with my grandson because he have a Haitian mama. So no, I wouldn't help those people. I wouldn't help those people. But the ones I ain't had crazy conversations with wouldn't have a problem.
All right. So look, I'm gonna play these last ones real quick. I'm gonna play all of them at once so we can get up out of here. All right. So this is let me say this happened after the Buffalo shooting, and this was in Canada.
Heartbreaking scenes out of Buffalo have shaken many Canadians, but there is hate here too. 26 people killed and 40 wounded on Canadian soil due to ideologically motivated violent extremism since 2014, according to the most recent CSIS report.
Right-wing extremism and terrorism is an international movement. Canada is far, far better than any other context. But I mean, we still have trash in our yard as well.
This is the really frightening thing, and I think surprising thing is that proportionally, if we just talk about the number of groups, it's very similar to the U.S.
Barbara Perry's research has identified 300 active right-wing hate groups in Canada, and she says there are likely tens of thousands more people drawn to the movement without being part of a group. CSIS has been devoting more resources to the threat of violent extremism.
The combination of major disruptive events like the pandemic, the ever-increasing influence of social media, and the spread of conspiracy theories has created an environment ripe for exploitation by influencers and extremists.
The spy agency's head was recently testifying at a parliamentary committee about the convoy in Ottawa with a number of individuals known to CSIS. Conservative Michelle Rempel-Garner called out one of the convoy leaders currently in custody, Pat King, condemning him on Twitter for espousing the Great Replacement theory and calling others to do the same.
It's a form of hate. It has no basis in reality. It's
All
conspiracy.
right, so I'm gonna stop it right there. But this is about Canadian racism and stuff like that. So this is what they were saying after the Buffalo shooting and stuff like that. So pretty much they was you know, saying that they stand with that dude, you know what I'm saying? So this is about real estate and stuff.
A politician in British Columbia is calling on his house in West Vancouver. And as Robin Gill
is a posh neighborhood in West Vancouver, a suburb of Vancouver. This is where Marcus Wong grew up.
Well, I certainly remember the times when, going around in the community, people reminding me sort of subtly, like, this is why the British properties are called the British properties.
Then Wong bought a house, and there it was in writing, why he felt so unwelcome. The covenant in the land title that says, no person of the African or Asiatic race or African or Asiatic descent, except servants of the occupier of the premises in residence, shall reside or be allowed to remain on the premises.
The language is very striking. It's very shocking, in fact.
Wong is now 20 and equally...
All right, so I don't really care about the Europeans, but I guess Harcourt will be all right since he's not an African. So he says he'll be okay. He can get property. Okay, this is the last video, and I'm just showing this one. This is the last one.
Let's stop the violence.
And this is what y'all sound like to me, singing all of this stuff, you know what I'm saying?
Let's stop the violence.
Stop the violence. Quantrell Provost started his campaign of compassion after losing his cousin to violence.
You guys are going to spread the message of love?
Yeah. But even as Provo works to stop the violence, he continues to experience racism.
I remember when we had 3 deaths in 6 days here in Nova Scotia, and I would get messages on Facebook saying that we don't have a gun problem, we have a black problem, we just have to get rid of all the black people.
54% of Black Canadians surveyed said they personally experience unfair treatment because of their race regularly or from time to time. 53% of Indigenous people agree. The study also shows Canadians experience what's known as microaggressions or modern racism.
I've been willing to give up my seat, and they just look at me like I'm going to bite them or something. And I'm like, people don't know how that feels.
Microaggressions can include everything from being mistaken for someone who serves others, being treated suspiciously, denied service, or being treated as though you're not smart.
I was a person, I would do my homework. I would always get my stuff done. But people would say, like, man, like, why are you acting white?
This women's studies professor says Indigenous people have similar experiences.
In retail store, or being able to find an apartment because of your last name.
The study actually validates what people have been saying all along from racialized communities, from Indigenous peoples, that racism that they experienced are actually quite prevalent.
The study shows Canadians overall are optimistic racial equality will happen within their lifetime. Black people, less so.
I'm tired of it, and things need to change. They need to.
Some are optimistic, however cautiously.
I'm praying for a brighter day.
Kayla Hounsel, CBC News.
All right, so we heard Bakari and Harcourt on here singing earlier, talking about how good white people are. You know what I'm saying? So y'all got anything to say about that one?
Lift every voice. I hate when they keep having these Negroes singing all the fucking time. Everybody else go to war. They gotta have us singing and shit. All this bullshit piece. I get tired of it. And like I just did, I read earlier the racial demographics of Canada. So why they keep focusing on black people, since they're not even the second or third largest minority in Canada, they keep focusing on black people. You notice how they focus on the Asian and blacks, the two people who are most visibly, even though East Indians and are visibly not white, but they focus on Asians and blacks because they're the most different from white people visually. They should be talking about Asians, not black people. So, I mean, there should be no focus on blacks in Canada, and black Canadians should just shut the hell up, in my opinion. I know you don't want to hear that, but that's my opinion.
There was a black Canadian singing, wasn't it?
Yep.
That's hoping for a brighter day. Ain't that what he said in the song? He hoping for a brighter day. You laugh, ain't that what he said?
Something like that.
Yeah, man, that shit has got it has gotten old, man. Look, I'm gonna tell you something. Man, black people gonna have to be willing to fight, man. And like I said, fighting ain't necessarily we just gonna go get guns and start blowing folks up, shooting folks and getting grenades and dynamite and shit. It's a whole lot of levels to fighting. The stuff black people used to do, we just don't no more. I'm gonna show you something, right? I guess I ain't gonna show you, but I'm gonna say it. But I remember this was around 2005, and here in Atlanta, when they first started talking about how they rounding up illegal immigrants and taking them and getting them out the state of Georgia. They literally did have a bus going to job sites, picking mofos up if they could catch them, because boy, the Mexicans had somebody. You know, they had somebody a couple miles away, so here come the bus. I ain't never seen people run that fast, right? But anyway, they just said one day, we ain't gonna run. So they talking about they gonna get rid of all the illegal immigrants. Don't nobody go to work. And at this time, I worked at this place called Metromont. So many people miss work, the Mexicans, because they had a whole lot of them. One of them showed up to work. Only one showed up to work. But so many miss work for the next 2 days. We got 2 days paid off, right? So they said they was gonna have to, the state of Georgia, they was gonna stop riding around trying to pick them up for construction sites, and they was gonna have to talk and see if they can come up with a different solution. And all them people did was not go to work. That's all they did. They just said they wasn't going to work, and none of them went to work. And I literally saw how they changed their rules and how they started interacting with them after that. Because they were literally just going to warehouses and construction sites. And man, they was rounding up like damn near 50 Mexicans, Guatemalans at damn every stop. And the way that folks stopped it was the ones who was legal here, I guess they was legal. Some of them legal, some that mother just didn't come to work for 2 days. Not just at my job. They didn't go to work nowhere. They didn't go to work nowhere in Georgia. That's how they had came here and given all these people, had given these people jobs. It was so many. Like I said, you know, white folks, it was they had jobs, but they was coming. A lot of us didn't. I'm like, shit, they ain't got people like I'm not gonna miss, man. It ain't got nothing to do with me. I ain't Mexican. I ain't no illegal Mexican. It ain't got shit to do with me. But I literally saw how they changed, how they dealt with people. So, and the question for us is going to be, are we going to be willing to fight anybody? Are we going to be willing to fight anybody other than ourselves? And at what capacity? And what are you willing to sacrifice in that fight? And can you constantly say you're going to deal with people who's not willing to do any sacrifice and don't give a damn about your sacrifice at all? Because in order to win a war, and you have to, that's just simple in all honesty. You have to cut out the dead weight. Like when I was in the military, Egon couldn't pass. It was hard for him to pass going to the gun range. But just because he had gone through basic training and did everything else, they didn't say, you know what, you in the army now because you did everything else. No, if you can't do this, you can't join. You're gonna be dead weight. So we're gonna have to cut you off. And that's gonna be some shit that we gonna have to cut. the singing folks like that. I'm here. I don't know what change they're trying to make. We got to get past. We trying to change and say we gonna treat people so nice in that way because that's how we want to be treated. We gonna have to stop that too. I'm just saying. That's me. That's my take on it. I hear the mic.
All right, and let me say this: the Wayne and Mr. Untouchable, man, y'all stop arguing, y'all hug and make up. We gonna hug and make up on here, so it ain't no hard feelings with nobody. You know what I'm saying?
It's hard feelings. It's hard feelings.
Ain't no hard feelings with nobody, man. Y'all hug and make up in the chat. We gonna hug and make up on here. But yo, hey, speaking of somebody singing, I'm not gonna play this whole video, but I just wanted y'all to see this real quick. Speaking of people singing and stuff, MD2 played this one on his channel. Y'all subscribe to MD2, but listen, look at this brother.
That group allegedly attacked a man here near Copley Square on that Saturday afternoon. The Civil Rights unit of Boston Police is now investigating, and the victim of the assault is speaking out.
Another man done gone.
Charles Morrell evoking a song written long ago about African-American repression. Now this Boston street artist was the victim of an assault.
I have always used art as a means of resistance.
Saturday, a group believed.
All right, I'm gonna stop right there. But you know, that's how y'all sound, you know what I'm saying, taking up for these good white folks and being and like saying all these black people is so terrible. So the last question, let me ask both of y'all. Hardcore, where do you draw the line at where a coon is okay and where a coon has to be dealt with? Like, let's get rid of them first. Like, where do you draw that line at?
I draw the line at when they start cooning, like that guy you just showed, who was obviously planted there to try to come up with some African bullshit and start that singing. Notice how he was the only one attacked because he was planted there. Other than that, he shouldn't have been there. But once you start cooning, I have no mercy for you. That's why I say, to this day, I say, to hell with Dick Gregory, and I'm glad he's gone. I can't wait for Farrakhan to go either.
Damn.
I know it's rough, but you can't have mercy on coons, man.
God damn. Now you see how you sound, Bakari?
Didn't Farrakhan just step down?
He should have stepped down 20 years ago.
No, I'm just asking because I thought I saw somebody do a video saying he stepped down.
Yep. Yeah, my man nearly 100 years old and want to step down. He should have stepped down 20 years ago.
You know, that'd be one of our problems too, man, because we want to hold on forever. When we get something, we in charge, shit, we want to be like that forever. We want to stay in charge. Man, forecast don't think you have to deal with no coons or Alquan. That's what he gonna tell you. You can't deal.
Because they're black, right?
They gonna be okay. They got mental issues. You right? You damn right. They damn sure got some mental issues.
You're right. I'm not like y'all. I'm like, oh, let's give the good white people a pass and be after the black people. You're right.
For the record, you never heard me say that.
That's all I heard both of y'all saying all night.
No, I just said the people, the French people in the Montreal, Quebec, I said they were cool, but the ones in Toronto, they were the white people were more like closer to the U.S.
All right, so apparently we on Planet Risk tonight, and they all about making y'all feel good, even though they two main people talking about let's take away black people's talking points. But oh yeah, this talking point, yeah, let's stay with that. I got y'all.
But then again, you know, maybe they were cool because I was American, because they did seem to get excited over the fact that American was there, checking out Canada for some odd reason.
So y'all agree that we should take out the coons?
Oh yeah, no doubt about that.
Bakari?
Some coons are useful, but eventually you're gonna have to get them. But some coons are useful.
And y'all agree that we should leave the good white people alone, right, Harko?
I never said that.
Bakari?
I have no idea what you mean, my man. Because what you like, you want to put the word.
Damn, them boys hard. Them boys dodging them questions, boy.
What? I just said I have no idea what you, because I never said anything of that nature. Anything
That's all y'all
about
been saying all night.
Okay. That's what we said all night. You know, I can't speak for hard code, but I can say this. I can say this, and my opinion ain't gonna change when it comes to doing business. You understand? So yes, I even got some Asian folks I'm cool with that I do good business with.
Would you
So
do business with good ADOS people, or like people who share Alquan ideology? Would you do business with them?
I keep that stuff don't even come up in real life, man. I do business with black folks every day, but that ain't gonna stop me from doing good business with someone else. So if I have to stop doing business with other people to prove my blackness, shit, I'm sad to say, my blackness might not ever be goddamn proved in.
All right, so let me ask you, Bakari, what I asked Hardcore. Where do you draw the line at where the coon needs to be exterminated and where they're cool?
Where I draw the line at on when a coon need to be exterminated. I don't know. Some people like, let me see, I would say, 'cause Jesse Lee Peterson, it's possible that he's useful Jesse Lee Peterson. Man, I really don't know. I just had to see the coon. Every situation gonna be different. Let me see where he let me see. I just have to see where that person is with his mindset, see his talking points. I can't just say, well, if this coon do this. But
Well,
you gotta say, let me see. Like a lot of people would say, let me see, Jason Whitlock. But I'm just saying that's what a lot of people would that's what some people would say is Jason Whitlock. I wouldn't say someone like Jason Whitlock. I think some of his knowledge is useful. Some people would say Jesse Lee Peterson is useful. I probably wouldn't say Jesse Lee Peterson is useful. I'm just trying to think and see which some. Okay, I'm a name that you asked me about, like somebody like the founder of FBA. He's not useful. He's not useful. Wouldn't have a problem getting him done. He's not useful at all.
Is that strictly because he's opposed to Pan-Africanism?
If that's what you want to think it is, that means you don't be listening to you. And I don't listen to him like that. That means you just don't listen to how he talk.
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out what's the main purpose. Because Jason Whitlock and Jesse Lee Peterson are okay, but not Tariq Nasheed. It must be something he's saying.
I said, yes, I said some people would say Jesse Lee Peterson, but I say Jason Whitlock, some of his knowledge is useful. And I can say that because I remember Jason Whitlock before he got on this coon train and certain things that he used to talk about. Jason Whitlock was the first one of those black reporters publicly fighting for athletes to get money, talking about how they use black athletes. He said he went and got his education. Of course, he played football, but he was like, once you sit back and look at it, they have used these black athletes and they get filthy rich, and then they don't want to give them nothing. And I agree with that. He was constantly out talking about the use of the N-word and how black people use it publicly and how they use it out there in the football arena or basketball game, and then complain when other people do it. He was one of the first ones like, you know what? We need to stop using it. Then we check other people about it. When he first came out, there was a lot of things that Jason Whitlock said that I agreed with. So Jason Whitlock has some knowledge on certain things that could be useful. I don't know if you remember when he first came out. Do you remember when they first started bringing him around probably about 15 years ago?
Nah, I only remember him on that show that used to be on that first, was to Speak for Yourself.
Yeah, Jay, he didn't even have a show. He just used to always be coming. He was always invited. So he was always coming to he would be on ESPN. You watch sports, right?
Yep.
You watch college football?
No.
Oh, you don't? Oh, okay. I was, because if you remember that guy, what was his damn name? He coached West Virginia, then went to Michigan. Rodriguez, the white Mexican guy. Well, anyway, Jason Whitlock was talking about the way they was going at it face to face on ESPN. Jason Whitlock had him hot as fish grease, talking about how he'll sit and use a black player and talking about how they don't deserve no money. But you can sit here, it's an amateur sport. If it's an amateur sport, why the hell are you making $6 million a year and these young black athletes ain't getting nothing? You're okay thinking you can slave black, but it's gonna stop. I'm saying, but that's the type of stuff he used to say when he first came out. So that's why I said Jason Whitlock has some knowledge that's useful. I went through all that to explain to you why I would say that.
Okay, so where do you leave off at?
Oh, he completely switched up. He completely switched up.
So he would be a coon, right?
Oh yeah, he's an absolute coon. But I think some of his knowledge could be useful. I ain't saying he's not a coon. Oh yeah, he completely switched up. Yes, he is a coon. He is a coon. And then he got a lot of people joining that day. He had a lot of people join his coon train too.
All right,
Yeah.
Oh, you want to say something, Alquan?
Oh no. You close it out. I'm getting tired. I didn't realize it's 3 o'clock.
Yeah. That's why I'm about to close it out. So I want to apologize to everybody for this coonish stuff that's been going on. Bakari and Alquan talking about these rainbow coalitions and how all these good white people were bad black people. I want to apologize to everybody. That's not what we're about over here. We're about black first, you know what I'm saying? So I apologize for these two brothers, you know what I'm saying, for saying what they're saying. And yes, to answer the question, Canada racist as hell, you know what I'm saying? So that was the whole point of that, you know what I'm saying, of this conversation. So
Hold up, say that again, because I ain't understand what you said.
About Canada?
Oh, you said Canada. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know what you said.
No, I'm saying I apologize for everybody for bringing us to Planet Risk tonight for the stuff that you and Hardcore was saying.
There were no orange dominions.
That's what it sounds like. I might as well be, Bakari. The way y'all talking about tonight, the revisionist history and the Haitian Revolution and how we gonna just skip over the fact that they had to pay France and all of this. And I'm just welcoming everybody to Planet Risk. I'm not gonna take shots at Elijah Muhammad no more. Who made that? Elijah Muhammad, Bakari?
Nah, that's Malachi York.
Malachi York. I'm sorry.
The brown Willyites and the orange dominions and the green pickle people.
Yeah.
Man, what the hell wrong with black people, man?
That's what y'all was telling me tonight, though, Bakari. When y'all was talking about the good white people and how black people are so terrible, and I don't know, like that's what I was hearing from y'all brothers tonight. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know where we could go from here. You know what I'm saying? Black people, we pretty much we're doomed, y'all. You know what I'm saying? And that was the point of this show. We doomed, you know what I'm saying? According to these two brothers here. So Hardcore, you want to close out, say everything you want to say?
Shit. Well, I mean, Canada is what it is, man. I mean, once the Germanic tribes take over countries, they bring racism and what people call white supremacy with them. Matter of fact, I was watching this movie. What was the name of that? The something Iverson Siege or something, Overton Siege or something like that. Came out last year. It's a South African movie. These guys rob a bank. Well, they ain't rob a bank. They got holed up in a bank, and then they want to free Nelson Mandela. And that was supposed to be something how that got started. But it wasn't a good movie, well acted, even though it was highly stylized and based on reality, but turned fiction. They added a female part of the agenda and events that didn't take place in there. But it's pretty good.
I saw that movie too.
Yeah, what was that called? The Overton Siege or something?
I can't remember the name of it, but it was a good movie.
Yeah, even though it was like 60, I think they said it was 60% fiction or something like that. But based on they shouldn't change it around like that though. That was a good movie, like you said, but when I see something that's based on a real story, I want to see what was real, not a whole bunch of fake stuff.
Shit, I thought that was real. See, look, you just broke my heart.
Because when I see a movie that's based on something real, first thing I like to do when it's over is look up the real event. And first thing that hit me, oh, the woman wasn't even there. I said, damn, the hell, man, they gonna put a woman there, she wasn't there. And then notice how they made her the most hardcore in the movie, if you notice.
Yeah, she was. She was very. Yeah, she was real hard. She was a gangster.
Yeah, totally fictional character. But, you know,
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, but you know, as you can see, the hatred of the white people in South Africa. You know, again, that happens everywhere. The Germanic tribes, the British Empire, the Dutch have gone to, and Canada's no exception.
Yeah,
So I'm done.
Yeah, that's a fact. And Hardcore, you paying black, right?
Yep.
All right. So shout out to Hardcore. Bakari, at Hardcore, you want to apologize for anything you said tonight?
I can't think of anything I need to apologize for.
The cooning when you talk about good white French people and good
I never
white
say I really didn't say that though.
For saying black people fault that they pissing off white people and it's cool that they getting.
Oh no, those are Caribbean troublemakers. They always causing trouble in every country they go to.
Pissing off those good white people, right?
No, just causing trouble. Trying to speak for other black people instead of themselves.
All right. So Bakari, you want to apologize for any of the nonsense you were saying tonight?
I have no need to apologize to anyone about anything. About anything I said tonight, there's never a need to apologize, especially if you say what you mean. So if I did apologize, y'all should say the same thing that Black Woman in Canada said, excluding the LGBT. We don't want your apology, y'all.
I don't accept your apology, Bakari.
Yeah, that's what you should say, because everything. Oh, I don't accept your apology. That's what you should say. But you know what I will say? Alcorn normally run when I come around, which I don't blame him, because you know I be beating his head up against the wall. Forecast is a glutton for punishment, but I would say this: Alcorn, we hadn't been on the panel together in a long time, and I had fun on the panel tonight, man. It was good seeing.
Yeah, you know I don't run. I don't know where you get that from, but
everybody see you run. Yeah.
No, one thing people know about me is one thing that people know about me is I never run away. I always run to people, and people run for me.
Oh, whatever, man. But you know what? It was good to see you up here, man. For real, it was fun, man. For real, it was fun. Even through our disagreements, man, it was fun. It didn't get out of hand.
Yeah, the one thing, Bakari, I know it didn't get out of hand because we was talking about white people, the good white section, y'all agree on us. So,
I had a feeling you were gonna slip that in.
and the coons, I know y'all agree on. So black people is bad according to Bakari and Hardcore, and that's what they agree on. And white people is good. So, you know, we can agree. They can agree on that. I don't agree with them. But
the only thing I'm gonna say up forecast, then, if that's what I said, well, you need to find you some good white folks. Then that's what you need to do. That's what you need to do then.
I love black women, Bakari. I don't want no white girls like y'all.
Nah.
I don't need no Italian girl. I don't need no Mexican girl. I don't need no Ukrainian girl. I want a sister. You know what I'm saying?
But I tell you, but forecast, I know what kind of sister you don't want though.
What?
You don't want a Nubian queen. That's what you don't want.
I take a Nubian queen all day.
You know what a Nubian queen is, right?
What?
South Sudanese.
That's fine. I'll take a black woman. I take a black woman from America too, though.
You know, that's how my man wasn't enthusiastic when I said South Sudanese. He's like,
no, what's wrong with them?
Well, barely Hoteps and Black Power guys. They don't seem to want to date those kind.
Why?
Hey, so let me ask you a question. What's a Hotep? Hotep literally is a greeting, but I know how you love Arabs because you get them credit. You gave them a whole lot of credit. So why don't y'all call those people?
But the original Arabs are black.
Oh my God. Okay, so why don't y'all call them the Assalamu Alaikums?
Well, you can if you want to.
Why is it an insult to speak an African word, to say hotel, a word that means peace? How is that an insult?
Well, it's not really an insult. It's just describing a group of people who are fixated on ancient Egypt.
Trying to live like they're in ancient Egypt.
Yeah.
You
And
see,
that's all they talk about. Ancient Egypt this, ancient Egypt that.
And guess what? I don't agree with nobody trying to live like they're in ancient Egypt, because ain't nobody building no damn pyramid. Now, I done had some people get mad with me for saying that, but we can't live 5,000 years ago.
All right.
We got to update, man.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to stop this before y'all start advocating for white girls now, because this is starting to get out of hand. Like, you know, what
how
I'm
is
saying?
that advocating for?
It sounds like you and Hardcore want to find y'all a white girl and sneak her in the black community and stuff.
Matter
like
of
that.
fact, it's funny you should mention it. I was in the store the other day. This white lady walks up to me slowly, but I had my mind on what I was looking at on the aisle. She has some booty shorts on, walks past slowly, looked at me, and then apparently I noticed that she was bending over. I saw her cheeks. They do this a lot.
Who did that? Say it again. Who was doing it? A white woman?
White lady. And I'm not the only one with these stories too. A lot of black guys had these stories. And then a black woman walked down the aisle afterwards, and I just looked away because I was like, I know she's gonna look at me, because you know how women are.
Everybody else saying, I ain't looking at this white guy. It won't me. I wasn't looking at her.
Yeah, I mean, a man can't help but to look at some ass cheeks out in public on a woman. And then the black woman, I know she was looking, and I was like, okay, I gotta act like I'm not looking. So.
Okay, before you go, I just sent you a text. Put that picture up on the screen right quick.
All right. I gotta send it to my email, but so say something real quick. But yo, I apologize to y'all, because now Hardcore and Bakari is talking about their love for white girls and how they let them in the club.
That's Hardcore talking about you can't do nothing but help but look. Well, you can. You really don't. You really don't have to look.
Yeah, but you know, you would have had to look just to look.
But they always, look, man, them white folks, them little nasty ass white girls, they start wearing them booty shorts when they about 10 years old or younger. I'm dead serious. When my high school closed down, I went to high school. Man, them white folk, man, all them little girls in the 7th grade, all their boyfriends was like, and it was 11 or 12th grade, then the 7th grade. Mom and dad didn't care. Once they get in the 9th grade, boyfriends, freshmen, sophomore in college.
Damn.
Their mamas and daddies didn't care, man. I'm telling you, they must start wearing booty shorts. I'm like, they don't even have no booty, 10 years old.
Because of how impressionable they are too, because you know, they see the black man, they act like they got a right to the black man.
Yeah, they always did, because some black folks give them that. Some of them came on me, they get mad. I only date black women. And they really come on if they see you, because they see you standing out talking. I only date black women. They don't like that.
I mean, even if you wanted a white woman just to pass the time, and
no,
you know, you gotta make sure you stay away, because you might start liking what you're doing. You know,
make that one big in them white dresses for two reasons.
I go to other site. I mean,
but this for two reasons, right? For two reasons, I showed that picture, right? First of all, those are some beautiful Sudanese women. That's one. Number two, people need to stop saying ain't nobody the color black. Those women right there, they are beautiful, and they are the color black.
Not beautiful enough for the Pan-Africans and the Hoteppers.
I'm absolutely Pan-African, and they most definitely.
The funny part is those are the last kind of women that they want. Even though they always talk about the
hey man, I'm Pan-African. That ain't true. Say the other ones, because that ain't true for a brother like me.
Okay, did you ever have a wife looking like that?
My son, mama is almost that dark.
Almost. That means she's 2.5 shades lighter. That's what that means.
No, she's really not. No, she's really not 2.5 shades lighter. She might be a half a shade to a shade. That's about it. Dark-skinned women don't bother me. Those women are absolutely beautiful. So I don't know what Pan-African or pro-black dudes you've been talking to who won't date a black woman that look like
Man,
that.
that's
Something's wrong
practically
with
all
them.
of them. You know, all of them got wives that's lighter than themselves, and they can't.
And you talking about them folks you like, the Nation of Islam.
Well, hell, them too, for that matter. You know, I don't like no Nation of Islam.
So hardcore, you wouldn't date a woman this color?
Matter of fact, have I? I dated a Liberian. She was almost that color.
Okay, so you don't got a problem with a woman this color?
Nah.
Okay, yeah.
But
that's
see,
cool.
but what I do have a problem with Pan Africans and Hoteppers who say, I like my Queen Nefertari and Nubian queens, but then when they get the Nubian queens right in front of their faces, they'd rather have somebody that's half white.
I wish one of them right there was right in my face. I'll come strong. I'm gonna just like old Cole Brown from Martin. I'm gonna come strong with my rap.
You gonna hope, I know, Car, you ain't bullshitting me. You gonna hope that they don't speak English so you can have a good excuse not to talk to them.
Shit, I'm gonna have me a good excuse to learn another language.
Would you talk to any?
Huh?
No, I was going. Go ahead. I was going to ask Hardcore, would he date any of these women right here?
Shit, that one with the from the I guess from the middle left.
The tall one.
The tall one. All of them right there are just beautiful, man. Look at beauty. So right there, so when you say the Sudanese women, you use them for an example. So I put them up, and then I also want everybody to see that there's some people that actually the color black, and it's absolutely beautiful.
And they usually have some sexy bodies, and they're pretty tall too. But
but they're not the white girls that y'all too used to, right?
You know what? Forecast is something I realized, man. I believe that's what you have as a white girl. That's why you talk about it so much. That's why you always try to put.
I never brought it up. Y'all was sitting there talking about how white people is all good and it's good white people.
Just brought up the white girls. Then Alquan started talking about how they be bending over in front of him in the store with their Daisy Dukes on.
I'll make all kind of excuses for dark-skinned people. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm trying to say. But Carl, you was over here trying to include biracial women into the black category earlier. You know what I'm saying? I know you was trying to sneak them in. And Hardcore do too. Hardcore be talking about 5 and 6 is still 5 and all of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Nah, it's 5.5. They ain't black. You know what I'm saying?
But I always make sure I tell you that Michi X is Polish, though.
She's a biracial woman. You know what I'm saying?
She's a Polak.
That's all I'm saying, yo.
And she's a Polish Jew. Is she like a Polish Jew?
Probably so. Usually, Polish
That's
people
what
are
I heard her
Jewish.
say one time, or I heard somebody else say that her dad, that her pops was.
Mr. Untouchable says no money in my bed right now.
Oh yeah, he's a Caribbean, so I believe him.
Nah, he's talking about me. He said in my bed. Nah.
Yeah, and you right, Mr. Untouchable. You are absolutely right. That's exactly.
Is that why I was on here caping for the good white folks like y'all was doing the whole time?
I know you're trying to be funny, but I never said anything about good white folks.
You talk about the French. You did say the French is well, they're not as bad as other people. You know,
Right,
they're cool.
That's it. I said they were nicer than the others.
That was just an observation, right, Alquan?
Yeah.
Just an observation.
Because I mean, when you think about it, how many French people do you run into in this country? Probably none.
I don't know. It ain't no telling because they just be like, I'm white. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean, they usually have names that are French.
Yeah, man, you ain't never ran into no French people, French and Russian.
Yeah, probably.
The only time I had a job, one time I had a manager named Jacques. And I assumed he was French. Could have been Belgian, for all I know.
Man, that might have been Young Jock, the rapper from Atlanta. But man, being in an international city like New York, I figured you'll see people like that.
No, the French are actually, there's some rare people. When we hear a lot about French people and their foods, but when you ask people to name French foods outside of eclairs and quiche, people can't really name French foods.
Escargot, cordon bleu, all that is French.
Now, Mr. Untouchable, you see how we start talking about snow bunnies and they talk about their love for French culture and all that stuff. It's not me, Mr. Untouchable. I'm trying to save y'all from loving these white bitches.
I was 4 minutes from being a chef. So the stuff I'm talking, I ain't never made no escargot because I ain't gonna eat no snail. But the cordon bleu and all that shit, I was supposed to have 4 minutes from being a chef, man. I just didn't want to do it no more. I didn't want to work in nobody's kitchen. I was literally in all hours, 12 hours. I didn't want to do it. That's exactly why I was 12 hours from being a chef. I cooked all that stuff. But I'm gonna tell you something. Being here in New York, been an international city way longer than Atlanta. I've met French and Russian, and they normally they normally like the Russians weird. They're really weird. They like weird, but the French and the Russians here, from my experience, when you go out and you do, they'll run together. Like when you're out doing business, the French and the Russian, and they be together all the time. They work together, do all that together. The French and the Russians here, anyway. From my experience, when
I met a lot of Russians, but I guess I should correct myself. I'm talking about Americans of French origins. That's who I don't run into. That's why.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about people from France.
Yeah. I run into people from France even when I went to school.
Being in New York City, an international city like that, you probably run into people from everywhere.
Yeah, but I never actually white Americans from French ancestry hardly ran into any.
Oh, for real? You ain't met many from people from Louisiana, huh?
Actually, no, not white people, no.
Oh, for real?
Black people, yeah, but not white people.
That's what I meant. White people, like them Cajuns.
Yeah.
Only one I'm aware of is Brett Favre. That's it.
All right, I'm sorry to break up y'all love affair.
Hold on, forecast. Wait a minute, man. I got a couple more questions.
Go ahead.
I'm just clowning with you. I was just gonna see if I'm gonna keep you up, but I'm gonna go to sleep, so I can't keep you up.
Yeah. I'm trying to stop y'all love affair for white people and white girls right now. So try to save y'all face right now. That's what
I ain't gonna lie though. Matter of fact, let me shut up.
Nah, go ahead. Say what you want to say. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that French lady at that hotel was that she was looking good though, and she had a little bit of a Celine Dion look to her. So that's a famous French lady right there, French Canadian.
So hardcore. Should I be as hard on the coons as you and Macari then?
Yeah, actually you should.
All right, so I'm gonna cut you off my panel right now. Then how about that? All right, y'all got anything else to say? We got to get out of here. It's like 3:30, y'all.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, you ain't lying. Because the Bitter Medicine podcast is gonna be on in a few hours.
Yeah, I saw you go put on there. And shouts out to Tanzania. She was the first one in the chat and one of the last people was in the chat. Shouts out to you, Tanzania. And Hardcore, you still not ready for Tanzania. She will give you that work all day.
Nah, she ain't ready for nobody's ready for me. Nobody. Like I'm still waiting on that Wesley Muhammad. My man be blocking me from his channel. I saw your man Pan African Strikes Back try to get with him. Now you see how Side Nutter was handcuffing Wesley Muhammad. Oh, you can't ask him no questions. Cut the man off real quick.
Oh, Pan African Strike Back was on his channel.
Yeah, I said, damn, man, that's why people can't go on Side Nutter and these people in Nation of Islam because they want to talk everything, but then when you want to ask questions, they don't let that happen. Especially when you're asking the right questions.
And you can't defeat nobody in a debate who just make up stuff. That's Wesley Muhammad.
That's what I've been trying to tell y'all ass all night. You can't make up stuff. Y'all been making
lima beans and milk. That's the food of the black gods. Like, where the hell you get this from? How can you challenge? That's the food. That's what the black gods ate. Like, what? Like, you can just say, okay, man, that is. Where the hell you gonna find some information like that? That's the food of the black gods.
Well, Carl, you can't say that. You've been talking about some Planet Risk stuff. Both of y'all been talking about some Planet Risk stuff all night. You know what I'm saying?
You got me confused with somebody who was following. Brandon was on Sarnetta.
Yeah, not as an actual guest, but just as a call-in guy.
Oh, he called in.
Yeah, I don't think Sarnetta knew who he was, or I don't think he gave a damn. And then I guess he was challenging Wesley Muhammad, and you know how Sarnetta is with the Nation of Islam. Once Wesley Muhammad gave the signal, brother, I ain't trying to debate you. Then that's when Sarnetta cut in and said, yeah, I'll let you go.
Oh, was that Wesley Muhammad who said testosterone, that's the hormone of the black god? See, stuff like that, you can't debate stuff like that, man.
And they don't even want to debate on it anyway. They don't like answering questions.
Man, they just make up stuff. How can you man, they just testosterone. That's the hormone of the black god. Like, what the hell? Then the word Arab. Arab, if you look it up, the definition mean black. Like, dude, that ain't what but you can't.
That's what I've been trying to tell y'all ass all night when y'all been saying all this
Oh,
white love stuff. You know what I'm saying? I've been saying, no, I can't debate y'all because y'all get so emotional and you think that, you know what I'm saying, you won't listen to what I've been trying to tell you. Bakari, when I'm trying to tell you about Haiti and out hardcore, so much stuff that you
for
said.
forecast, you were
Jesus
so
Christ.
confused. You got bass in your voice. You started
Jesus
screaming,
Christ.
Mr. Untouchable. But then on forecast, he got so frustrated. He was screaming, put bass in his voice. He tried to take me down a hole. I don't mind following the rabbit down a hole because I'm a damn pit bull, so I'm gonna win down there. So he want to take me down a
Yeah, but
rabbit
can you
hole.
get back out that hole though,
But
Bakari? That
didn't,
pit bull
but
don't
didn't
realize
know,
that.
but
They
didn't,
can
but
get back
didn't
out
know,
that hole.
but he didn't know that pit bull was gonna Ajax because that was the greatest pit bull ever lived. That was my dog. That's that blood. Ajax was gonna put that mouth on him, close it, and bring him up out the hole. Shake him.
I noticed Bakari he slid away from that. What did the Pan Africans ever accomplish? You know, I know he slid away from that.
I kept answering questions. You never answered nothing. When I said the ones that wouldn't, you never answered nothing.
I know what I am going to answer, man. I'm about to answer this bad, man.
yeah, for sure, y'all. Like, it's too late,
All right,
y'all. It's 4
Alfonso,
hours.
yeah, man. But for real, it was good, man. It was.
And I was not salty because Bakari was wrong. It's clearly wrong.
See,
You know
look,
what I'm
even the
saying?
chat. Hey, but look.
Well,
what's
Mr.
that channel was
Untouchable on
trending
your
on?
side though, Bakari. But he on
All
your
right,
side.
peace out, though.
All right, peace
Hey,
out,
Alfonso,
bro.
before you go, what channel was that on? Because I'm gonna listen to
That
Brandon.
was one of Sarnet is towards the
Black
end.
News 102.
Yeah,
Which
it
one?
was,
Black News 102.
yeah, he had them on both.
Oh, Black News 102. I can find it on Black News 102.
Yeah, it was towards the end.
Because I ain't subscribed to him no more. I got
the
tired
last
of
video?
fake religion. But
Yeah,
all right,
the one
man,
with
peace.
Wesley Muhammad up there.
All right.
Yeah. Peace
All
out,
right,
man.
Hawk.
Peace.
All
Yeah.
right, Bakari. So you got one last chance to apologize, Bakari, for being wrong and saying all this.
Look
all
how
crazy
look
stuff.
even Mr. Untouchable was laughing at you.
Yeah,
Then you
because
was
Mr.
getting
Untouchable got some he got some emotional connections to that. So I'm not gonna
Okay,
judge Mr. Untouchable.
why KW Don Savin say
Because y'all don't want to accept the truth, Bakari. Like, yo, we gotta this like how you can't accept
okay,
that
you put
and this
bass in your
current
voice.
I
Bill
didn't.
Medicine ready to come up. He say drop the link.
Yeah, I'm about to put the link in here before we get out of here.
Hey man, you put bass in your voice and everything. I'm like, look at folk ass.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Bakari. See, y'all be taking what I say serious.
Hey, didn't you put bass in
people
your
think I
voice?
be serious.
We didn't take you serious, but you was putting bass in your voice. You was getting frustrated.
Yeah, because y'all don't listen. Y'all don't understand the truth. Like, Bakari, how you gonna win a war and then lose and then pay?
Getting owned. Man, you just
okay.
Forecast. You was getting whooped, Forecast. And you know what? You was getting frustrated. You didn't know what question to ask. You trying to move the goalposts, and I take you right back to the
no
same
goalposts.
thing.
You ain't because you.
Oh.
So okay, Bakari, because you still haven't answered the question. Okay, so when you lose a war, do you pay somebody for your freedom? Would you pay for your freedom?
I've already answered the question. That's
Please,
not the question.
I'm not sure.
That's not the question that you asked for.
I asked you that. You ain't answered that question.
Look, hey, he getting frustrated already. That's not the original question, Forecast. So then you switch the question.
Yeah, you was wrong about the original question.
And what I did, Forecast, I said I'm just gonna stay on the question that was asked.
But you was wrong about that question, so I had to make it simpler so you can answer it.
I'm gonna just let you know, Forecast. I raised a debate state champion, man. I taught him. I learned him. You can't handle me.
Well, maybe you should do better at you know what I'm saying, studying his textbooks and stuff like that from that. Because you still haven't. So, Bakari, you would pay for your freedom. Would that mean you free if you pay for your freedom?
Well, some people got their freedom that way.
So black people in America should pay the American government so we could be free.
That's not what I said.
That's what Haitians did. You said that was success. So if we do it, that would mean we're successful, right?
That was not the question though, Forecast. So
the question was, did they win the war? The question and the answer is no.
Yo, you said, did they win the war against France? That was the question.
And the answer is no.
No, they whooped France. You didn't say that they whooped France and friends, or did they whoop the whole European Union? That was not the question. I answered the question.
Dude, if France pull up with the European Union, then they lost to France. Then,
but
just like if I pull up to your house with a bunch of people, then you will lose to me.
No, I would have lost to all them other 40 people that was with you. I wouldn't have lost to you because I don't whoop you already.
So am I not a part of the 40 people?
But I wouldn't have lost to you. I would have lost to the whole team.
Exactly what you lost, though,
But
right?
I wouldn't have. No, but that's not the question you asked.
That
And
was
you
the
keep
question.
trying
I
to
said
switch
that they.
it.
The question was, did they
Forecast.
win the war? I didn't say
Forecast.
how they lost the war or why they lost the war. You said
No,
they. You're
no.
saying they
You
lost the
said
war
they
because they
lost
pulled
to
up with other
France.
people. Because
You
they
said
pulled
they
up with other
lost.
people, right?
No, you said they lost to France.
They did.
Okay. Forecast. Go to bed, man. 'Cause look, you putting bass in your voice again.
No, I'm not.
You're gonna try to take it down. But look, I'm gonna
No,
holler
I'm
at you
not.
tomorrow, man.
All right,
Look,
Bakari.
look, man. We got that meeting tomorrow. You know what I got
Yeah,
to say,
yeah.
Erica? It's at 3:00. God damn, man. See, this one be like, man, it's 4:00, and I know I ain't gonna get no. I know I'm gonna wake up at 8:00 in the morning.
So mission accomplished, man.
I think I'm supposed to go to work in the morning, man. But it had rained a little bit.
Damn.
So I don't even know, man. Shit, I got to get up in 2 hours.
Damn,
If I have a wreck, I'm letting you know right now, Forecast. If anything happen, I'm suing you.
You can't sue me, Bakari.
But you can sue for anything. I ain't say I was gonna win. I just said I'm gonna sue.
Yeah, you sound like the damn Haitians. I ain't say I was gonna win, but I'm gonna do this and do that. You know what I'm saying? You sound like
Now,
the
the Haitians
Haitians.
won though.
No, they didn't. Because you're gonna have to pay me at the end of the day. We'll see who won. You know what I'm saying? If you sue me, I'm gonna counter sue you. That's like you saying, oh, I won the lawsuit, but then you counter sued me and I had to pay you $1 million. But I won the lawsuit, you know what I'm saying? Even though you counter sued me and won that, you know what I'm saying?
No. You conflate different things with me, but that's
It's the
okay,
same thing.
Forecast. That is okay. I know you watched Tariq Nasheed video.
Welcome to Planet Risk, everybody. Where the truth is like we're free and we didn't won wars, we didn't win, and we in positions that we're not in, and we offer freedom to other people that we don't have. Welcome to Planet Risk. You know what I'm saying? Well, we can be racist. You know what I'm saying? Where Coons is worse than the actual enemy. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna get my T-shirt from Planet Risk.
So let me ask you a question. You don't think them coons is them coons that running back telling on you? You don't think they worse?
Worse?
They worse because they coming in, blending in with you, then going back spewing your information.
Do I think they're a problem? Yes. Do I think they're worse? No.
Oh, okay.
No. So who was worse, Bakari? J. Edgar Hoover or the coons that he sent to Marcus Garvey?
The coons that went in and blended with Marcus Garvey because black folks trusted you, and then you turned on them. See, the white folk gonna do what they gonna do, but somebody who done sit here and trusted you in building something for black folks, and then you do that, you end up being worse because you served them up. Just like who would you say is worse, R.R. Moulton or the people that did the experiment?
Tuskegee experiment, R.R. Moulton. That's what it is.
Who would you say? Who would you say is worse, R.R. Moulton or the people that did the experiment? R.R. Moulton was the president of the school that just basically sold him and said he don't care.
This Tuskegee school, right?
Yeah. He helped recruit them.
Okay, the people who did the thing, that's who were.
So the black man who recruited them and took $5 million and helped recruit black men to go in there and do that. See, white people do what they do, and that's the problem. We want to give black folks, they worse because folks trust you. People trusted you, and this is what you did.
Y'all don't trust black people. What are you talking about? Y'all always talking about black people as the worst enemies. How do we trust each other? We trust white people.
So you gonna tell me Marcus Garvey didn't trust the people who coming in, taking him to the boats, who coming in showing them things because they had experience doing this, and I'm putting this money in your hand. You tell me what this boat is worth, and you are the one I'm trusted, and you got me paying 4 times more.
Why can't
3 times more? How is he not worse? They gonna do what they do, but then I trust you. You just don't. We don't want to say it because they black. But I'm gonna say it to me, they worse. Now I got to go to bed, man.
How to do J. Edgar Hoover sent worse than J. Edgar Hoover, the guy who sent them? You like, yo, let me take out this worker and not the ball. Let me fix this cold. I know I got the flu. I know I got the COVID, but let me take this cough syrup and keep the COVID. You know what I'm saying? So another black person could get sent. You know what I'm saying? Now, if we would have took out J. Edgar Hoover, how are we gonna keep sending black people? But we're gonna leave the head and let them keep sending black people that we quote unquote trust. And by the way, y'all don't trust black people. Y'all hate black people. I don't understand what you mean by that.
That's good. I'm glad you feel that way. But the guy with the
I
who
don't
I was
feel
just
like
talking about with the boats. Look him up. Who was in the military, Navy, the one who was working with Marcus Garvey. I want to say he volunteered to get paid for that position.
to get
They
paid
didn't
by
even have to
who?
recruit. They didn't even have to recruit him. He
Wait.
was glad to go do that. And you think just because he's black and the other guy white, well, I'm gonna just say the white guy is worse than him in this situation.
The
No.
guy who employed him and sent him to go do what he
Okay,
did.
well, see, that's where we gon'
Okay.
we'll
We'll keep taking out the person J. Edgar Hoover sent and leave J. Edgar Hoover alone and let him rock. You know.
Okay, so watch this. So who's worse? My cousin, when my daddy was running for political office, my cousin, his niece, who he done helped raise and all that, we've been knowing our whole life, who went and worked on for the man, the white dude that my daddy was running against. So just because that white dude paid her and said, you should come work for me and go against him, that mean he's worse and she's not?
Hold on. I'm trying to. You saying a white dude paid your niece to go do
I
something?
paid my cousin, my daddy niece, to work in his campaign to go against her uncle, who we've been knowing our whole life, who helped raise him, coming to our house.
Mm-hmm.
So just because the white man decided to give her some money, that make him worse?
Yeah, the person who created the problem is worse than the problem itself. Because if you take out the creator of said problem, then you won't have a problem.
And it's gonna be some stuff you're gonna have to learn. Then I even use that, and that's family. Somebody eating at your house, visiting your house, there all the time. But just because a white person said, I give you $100 if you work on my campaign, go against your uncle. Okay, the white man ain't worse, she worse.
No, she's not. She's a victim of said white man. It's a reason why she's doing it. It's because what the dude has done to her. You know what I'm saying? Like
who done to what? Talking about what my daddy did to her?
No, not your dad.
Did to her?
Like,
they know?
What has happened to us, Bakari?
Dude, I know black people, man. This is why I say we the
Oh yeah, I forgot. Good white people, they don't do nothing wrong to us.
You know what? I know black people, it's the SVU, the Special Victims Unit. Long as we just hold on.
Oh, so that stuff never happened, Bakari?
As long as black people hold on, black people ain't gonna ever do nothing wrong because we got 100 built-in excuses.
Nobody said nothing wrong, Bakari. We said worse.
They ain't gonna ever be worse, which is absolutely not true. She was absolutely worse.
Okay.
She was absolutely worse at that moment. She was way worse.
I forgot that y'all give white people a pass and the good white people will never do nothing wrong. So yeah, we're gonna forget about the whole history that has complications. And okay, yeah, I forgot that trauma and things that people happen to people. You gotta deal with the truth. You gotta deal with that.
You going to people's house eating. Your uncle done help raise you with his brother. But,
I never said she was right. I said she wasn't worse.
So that's what made her worse.
It's not
That's
worse.
what absolutely made her worse.
It's not worse.
Okay. Well, to you, it's not worse. To me, it's way worse. And to me, I know how to look and see. Now these folks don't need to be around. You got to get rid of them. They're black, so that's okay. No,
I never said it's okay.
But see, because we're the Special Victims Unit. Y'all part of the Special Victims Unit, SVU. That's what I'm gonna do a show on black people, SVU, Special Victims Unit.
Yeah, I know you like to give white people a pass for their crimes they have done to us, because they're such good people, because they're such good to us. You know what I'm saying? And oh yeah, I know they sent the black people to do it, but yeah, it's the black people's fault for being in the system that they're in. You know what I'm saying? I get that part. You know what I'm saying? We got to get out of here too, Bakari. But go ahead.
You sound like, can you hear me? You sound like?
Oh.
You sound like the people talking about where we get the crack from. They put it in our neighborhood. Where we got the guns from. So just because somebody put something in front of you, that means you got to do it?
Do it mean you have to do it? No, it does not mean you have to do it. But I'm not gonna sit there and ignore, like, number one, the economic situation that we're in, where people are hungry, because it's good to say right now from far away. Okay, yeah, well, you don't have to do this and do that. But when you're in a situation where you have to, like, I don't condone it, no, but yo, people make decisions based off of what they're in, and we're gonna like just ignore the fact that the projects and people is hungry and kids ain't got no fun.
Ain't nobody ignoring that. But once you make that decision, accept responsibility for it and stop blaming other people. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes you got to look in the mirror and blame yourself for the decisions that we make.
But I'm not saying that we shouldn't. But I'm also saying that the people who brought the drugs in the first place, you know what I'm saying, who on top of that made enough money to fund a small war and then turned around and made billions of dollars to lock us up behind those drugs are a bigger problem. That's what I'm saying, because our communities are still in. Rick Ross ain't sold drugs in 20 years, but guess what? Black people is still locked up in the same system. Guess what? The person that J. Edgar Hoover sent, he's dead. But you know what? J. Edgar Hoover's system is still in effect. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to be like.
But guess what? But guess what? Guess why I never went to jail for selling drugs? Take a guess why?
Why?
Because just because they put them there in front of you and say you can get rich, you have decisions to make. I can get rich and I can also destroy my community. But now I probably should have, and I can excuse my way out of. White people gave it to us. And since they gave it to us, it is their fault that I sold it. It's their fault that she took it. It's their fault that he sold it. It's their fault that he took it. But we never, and as long as we constantly look for the excuse your way out, and I know there's, and I ain't knocking nobody.
What is your fault? Is that?
But as long as we're looking to way to excuse our way out and don't accept responsibility for the role that we play, and we play in the destruction of our people, they're just like, well, we ain't got the guns. Where these gangbangers getting the guns from? Okay, just because somebody put a gun there, that means it's okay for you to go do a drive-by. So who worse? Just because somebody put a gun there, that make them worse than the person that doing the drive-by?
No, the person who is worse is the person who creates the environment. Because Bakari, you just skipped over, like, you like, oh, you don't got to do this and do that, but then you ignoring the fact that like people is in a house where people have set up an environment. Number one, they destroy all of their stuff from the Highway Act, and this wasn't just burning down the communities, but destroying their communities, and then moved them into a place and said, no, you can't get in here with a black man in the house. They didn't give them opportunities, and we see how the projects was created. They was hungry people. Like, we can't be like, oh yeah, I know you're hungry, so you resort to whatever. Am I making excuses? And is it right? No, it's not right. You know what I'm saying? But I understand that the situation that we're in, people going to resort to certain things when it comes to their hunger. You know what I'm saying?
And I just said that, but I also said I ain't gonna knock the underground. There's an underground economy there. But,
so the drug dealer,
but when you mess up the community, when you're okay with everything that go on, just because you're gonna have to accept responsibility for what you do. And as long as we look to make it somebody, if we are trying to make somebody else responsible for us, they are not. We are responsible for us. But as long as we say they did, we gonna never look in the mirror and accept responsibility for the role that we are playing today in 2022, or the role that we played in 1992, the role we played in 2000. We ain't gonna never accept our responsibility because somebody put it there and we just had to do it.
All right, Bakari, we gotta go because it's like it's gonna be 4 o'clock.
Because you
but no.
Again. So we gonna.
But you've been wrong about this, Bakari, because like yo, you making like you just like skip past like the whole thing, like you know what I'm saying, like yo, you really just like okay, they put it in our communities and we ain't have no whatever, but like Bakari, you telling me that the drug dealers are more dangerous than the people who create the environments which creates the people who do these things. You know what I'm saying? That's what you're telling me.
Have you ever heard of Dr. Carl Hart?
No.
You should look up. He was gonna come on my channel, but anyway, he's the guy who wrote the book. Everybody getting mad at him. He's a PhD junkie, right? But anyway,
he said some cool stuff. Well, I know we're gonna give him a pass.
Basically, no, I'm not.
So we gotta shoot him first then. So what are you talking about?
But watch this, right? I'm thinking, because this is what I say you sound like him, right? Oh, drugs didn't mess up our community. it was the war on drugs. Yes, I sold crack when I was younger to make money, but me selling crack didn't hurt anyone. What hurt was when they came in and did the war on drugs. Don't want to accept responsibility for
I
the
didn't say
role.
that at all.
But that's what you sound like.
But no, I did not say that because I said who actually brought. I didn't say the war on drugs. I said who brought the drugs in. But
I know I was using that as I was just paralleling and saying which because it's him he don't want to accept responsibility for the role that he played. Well, it was the war on drugs. I sold crack, but crack didn't hurt anyone, huh? And as long as we got people out here teaching this, it was the war on drugs. It's never nothing that we did. We don't never have to accept responsibility. And if we never accept responsibility for ourselves, we'll never move forward.
yeah, but I didn't
I'm
say
not
any of that.
giving,
Though.
watch this. I'm not giving white folk a pass. They are
That's what
who
it
they
sounded
are.
like.
Okay, and it's okay that I sound that way. They are who they are, and they gonna continue to do it. So, but when are we gonna stop? Whenever they do something, we got to fall for it. When are we gonna take responsibility and say, no, we ain't doing that. We don't care what they do. We ain't doing that. That's the point. So once you accept responsibility, you'll start walking past all this stuff they're trying to give you to kill yourself.
Yeah, but Bakari, the way that you're saying it, you're gonna keep letting them same people do the same things over to you because okay, it's good when they do it and they bring it in our community. That's fine, you know what I'm saying. But okay, we shouldn't do it. I'm not saying that we should do anything or we shouldn't do anything. I'm saying that I'm not going to ignore the situation that they was in where they found themselves forced to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, am I agreeing with that? Absolutely not. But am I saying that it wasn't? Am I saying that they're worse than the whole thing that set them, that put them in this position? Because like we're gonna just ignore the whole history that comes before the crack epidemic. You know what I'm saying? Like yo, that's a whole different thing.
I'm not, but the point of just because somebody give you something, you don't have to do it. And if we don't ever accept responsibility, and see, the reason I focus on us and say us accepting responsibility, because they gonna continue to do what they do. They've been doing it forever. So it's time for us to do something different. Because they ain't. But if we want to get better, we gotta. That's why I focus on us. I don't even care about them. They gonna do what they do. They gonna do what they do.
I know, and we gonna only focus on what we do. So we're gonna take out each other and let them continue to do the things that they do to us, and we're just gonna ignore the things that they have done and say, okay, well, they do what they do. We just gotta.
Okay, and you're right. That's exactly what I said. You're right. So I'm gonna say it again. I never went to jail for certain things, because just because somebody put it there, I didn't have to do it. And I wouldn't raise rich by no stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, I know. I never been to jail either for those particular things either. You know what I'm saying?
But I know people that did, and I know people that did it. And you'll say they worse.
No,
I know
didn't say
people
they
that.
were.
I'm finna show you something. I'm telling you, you'll say the people that put it there worse. I know people that did it that didn't even have to. They was doing it because they want to, because it was cool. And then when they get caught, snitch on everybody in their family.
Yeah, how that make them worse than the people who intentionally?
Man, you know, I know people that sold crack to their mama, dude.
I do too.
So, but you're right, because the white man put the crack there, that make him worse. That make the crack.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, see, and that's the problem. Black folks ain't going to accept.
I know you like to think black people is our own worst enemy. Black people is the worst. You know what I'm saying? White people is cool. They do no wrong. You know, I got you.
I'm gonna say it again. Black folks, but I know we the special victims unit. And when you the special victims unit, you ain't got to accept responsibility.
Ain't got nothing to do with responsibility, Bakari, because like we are, like, number one, we not even in the crack epidemic no more. People is not doing that.
Who responsibility it was not to sell that dude mama crack?
Who was the responsibility?
Who responsibility was not to sell your mama crack?
It was his responsibility. But does that make him worse than the people who set up the whole environment? No,
somebody. Oh my God. Okay, so somebody can do their mama like
Really?
that and they ain't worse. Okay, see that's something we
Then
that's something we
Bakari, you telling me that the person that J. Edgar Hoover sent is worse than J. Edgar Hoover himself? Like, yo, it would send a stronger message if you take out J. Edgar Hoover than the person who we sent. Are you telling me, oh, if we take, because that's all y'all talk about. We're gonna do this to Tommy, like people have punched Tommy's up. We got all the smoke, but we don't got the smoke for other people. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, because I'm starting to wonder if we got smoke for anybody but black people. Because like, yo, we was on here, y'all made a bunch of excuses why it's okay for white people to do this and do that, but then when it came to us, it was horrible. Like between y'all two.
What excuse I made for white people to do something to black folks? What excuse did I make?
Bakari, telling me that the person that J. Edgar Hoover sent is worse than J. Edgar Hoover himself is, come on.
You just said the white man that decided to put crack in the black neighborhood is
a black man ain't decided to put crack in the black neighborhood though.
I didn't say a black man. I said you just said the white man that decided to put crack in the black neighborhood is worse than the black man that sold crack to his black mama.
Yeah, facts.
Okay.
People who controls the
You're right. So the woman that raised you and did all that, she get hooked on drugs. Instead of you trying to help her get off drugs, you stand out there on
the dude who creates the thing, like Bakari. So hold on, Bakari. Does the mom not have accountability? Does the mom not make a choice to take drugs?
Does
the mom not make a choice to take drugs?
Yeah,
so what made the mom resort to buy crack from her son, Bakari? Was it not have something to do with her environment, or she just like one day, oh wow, you know, I'm gonna just be a crackhead, I'm gonna buy it for my son?
You know what made her get on crack? I don't know.
And then the mom and then the father not in the household to allow all this stuff to happen. That ain't got nothing to do with it, or that's just us. I got you. Come on, Bakari. Like, yo, Bakari, like for real, like, yo, how in the hell is it her? Like, yo, the mom made the responsibility to buy the crack from her. So I'm gonna be like, yo, it's black women's fault. Come on, like how is it the person that created the position where the mom don't have nothing and the thing with no mom, no father, the family unit is destroyed, the kid is out there in the street, but the kid is worse than the person than the environment that he grew up in.
I never said he didn't have a father because he stayed with his stepfather. His stepfather was trying to get the mama off crack. He was up the street from his father. He was around his grandmama. He had came from Louisiana with his and I'm just talking about, but this story can go on, but we want to keep saying somebody else responsible. Okay, so somebody else responsible for you. So guess what? Now you see what they did to you. So they still responsible for you. So whenever you be responsible for yourself, then maybe stuff will change. But as long as we want to constantly point fingers,
and we still not and we still don't have.
No, it didn't change.
We're not on the crack epidemic no more. We're not in the crack era in the black community.
And you know what? You know why it didn't change? Because if it changed, we wouldn't still be talking about how responsible somebody else is instead of us standing up saying, you know what, we ain't gonna do this and this what we gonna do.
But do you know why?
We don't want to take responsibility, dude.
Yeah, because we be like, oh, we our own worst enemy and nobody did nothing to us. So we're gonna give them a pass. We're gonna address the real situation or the environment.
Just gave a dude a pass who was so set out there and sell his
you gave the dude who a pass for creating a system where the mom is in a position where number one, she feel like she got to buy crack from her son. She probably in the hood, you know what I'm saying? Because let's be real, if you on that stuff, you're probably in the hood. So no, I'm not giving the people who created that whole environment a pass, Bakari. It's not that I'm saying that the dude was right for selling it to his mom. I'm just not putting him over the whole environment he was born into. He wasn't there before the environment was there. Okay. He was born into the environment.
So what you're saying is the people that created the environment should treat his mama better than him.
Should treat his mama better than him.
Better than him. The people that created the environment, they should have created a good environment for his mama so they could treat his mama better than he treat his mama.
No,
so wait a minute. So wait a minute. So
let me answer you.
So the people.
So I'm gonna answer.
They were not supposed to treat his mama better than he treat his mama. How in the hell are they worse than him when he selling his mama crack?
All right, so now talking about moving the goalpost, now you're talking about treating somebody's mama a certain way. Am I saying he should have treated his mama? They should treat his mama better. He should treat his mom. He should treat his mom better. You know what I'm saying? I will say that, but I'm going to say again that somebody born in a situation where that was already existing, you know what I'm saying, they're going to be influenced by the environment that was created. You know what I'm saying? They're going to make certain situations, just like how we got ourselves up out of the crack epidemic, because it's not like it's 1987 no more. You know what I'm saying? We're not in that same position, and we're still recovering from that. But for me to act like that wasn't a move for against our community.
You talking about crack?
Huh?
We still in the same crack position. Crack still in style.
How? People is not doing crack the way they was.
You know, I'm finna tell you something. I'm finna tell you something. That's the same thing I thought.
It's not though, Bakari. It's not. It's not.
I'm talking about
violence is not the same. All that stuff, Bakari. It's not.
But people still doing crack. I'm dead serious.
People are doing crack, but it's not 1990s. Like, yo, we ain't having like whole.
Why you think Joe Biden could give people $30 million for crack pipes? That's what the thing said. They know people still.
Because his son do crack. That's why he gave people crack pipe. His son does crack.
The point that I'm making is even the government know people still doing crack. And
his son, white people are doing crack these days, not us.
No, what? Okay.
I mean, I ain't gonna say nobody doing crack, but it's not the same as it was. We ain't in that crack epidemic no more.
Oh, forecast. I'm okay.
You think we in the crack epidemic these days? In 2020?
Well, you got to go. You got to go to different places and hang around.
Oh my goodness, Bakari. But even the like, yo, you can name anything. Like, yo, the violence from the 90s and the 80s is not on the same level. The drug people doing drug, all that stuff is not the same. Bakari, what are you talking about?
Okay, man, I'm finna go to bed, man.
All right, Bakari.
I'll holler.
All right, peace, my brother.
Peace to everybody. I'll holler at you tomorrow, man.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna holler at you tomorrow.
I gotta go to sleep, man. I gotta give me about 4 or 5 hours worth of sleep.
Yeah, my bad, Bakari. It's like 4 o'clock in the morning.
I ain't got to work. I don't have to work in the morning. I just don't sleep no more than 3, 4, 5 hours a day.
Yeah, I got you. I didn't mean to stay up this late either. But yo, my bad, my brother.
Oh, you good, man. All right, peace.
All right, peace, my brother. And all y'all make sure y'all subscribe to the Better Medicine podcast. He's gonna be on there tomorrow, Mr. Untouchable. And shouts out to Tanzan, Dwayne, Raw, Erica, K1, Don 7, everybody that was in the chat, Truth 884, you know, everybody that came through, you know what I'm saying, is much love. I appreciate all of y'all, you know what I'm saying. It was definitely a good show. Shout out to Hard Coal and stuff, you know what I'm saying. So I think I appreciate it. But as always, man, we have got to start standing for something, or we're gonna keep falling for anything.